Chapter 201 Crazy Upgrade. Lu Chen placed the 7 third-level crystal nuclei one by one into the Thunderstorm Central Control. This was the first time he had seen so many third-level crystal nuclei. Crystal nuclei circulated one by one, and Lu Chen checked the effects of their implantation into the tank and into the human body. Although most of them are disgusting abilities that require nourishment by flesh and blood and abilities that are not suitable for combat. But Chase Lu still found a function that perfectly suited his current needs. Analysis Object, third-level crystal nucleus. Skills available for analysis. Folding City, after loading. The limited tank space can be doubled according to the original attributes. And it has a certain pickup radius, so devices within a certain range can be accessed at will. Analysis Cost, corresponding to 1 third-level crystal core and 5 second-level crystal cores. Analysis Time, 6H. Note, this ability requires 2 ability card slots to be consumed. Lu Chen's eyes immediately lit up when he saw this analytical ability, because it just solved his biggest problem at the moment. The problem of obtaining the Tushan and Vulcan. These 2 trophies, which can be called the biggest spoils of this battle, gave Lu Chen a headache for a long time, because their size is too huge, and currently there are still many areas that need to be modified and repaired. But now the fleet is completely unequipped to handle such a large installation. Lin Dachui and others only have a modification workshop the size of a carriage, and it is completely impossible to handle such a behemoth. So Lu Chen originally wanted to find a ship repair yard, dismantle the Tushan and transport it piece by piece, and refit it there. The trouble of this method is self-evident, and there is no need to think about another Vulcan several hundred meters long. But now the emergence of this superpower has perfectly solved Lu Chen's current problem. Just by implanting it inside Xintian, it will expand a folding space dozens of times larger according to the original function of the modified carriage. From the outside it looks like it's only about the size of a Xintian carriage, but inside it's a huge space that can store transformers. It also has an automatic pickup function, eliminating the need for troublesome steps like disassembly. Just drive to the side of the Tushan, and with a flash of thought, you can make modifications inside. And that's not all. Lu Chen quite has a mobile strategic resource library. At that time, not only the Vulcan, but also the Earth God can be placed inside. And even an entire fleet of vehicles can be stored there. And its only side effect is that it takes up 2 ability card slots. With such a powerful power, he still needs 3 power card slots. Analysis! Lu Chen shouted with excitement. Even he was so excited. How could those group of mechanics go crazy when they saw this modification space? Folding space analysis in progress. Not long after this piece was analyzed, Lu Chen immediately found a new heaven-defying power. Analysis Object, third-level crystal nucleus. Skills available for analysis. Chronospace teleportation, after loading. A certain number of convoys and personnel can be teleported between activated metal towers. The current number of units that can be teleported at one time is 100. After the transmission is completed, there will be a 30-minute cooling time. Upgrading the ability can increase the number of teleportable units. The specific conversion rules for transmission units are as follows. Ordinary person, 1 unit. Psychic, 10 units. Ordinary tank small/medium. Large, 10 units. 20 units. 30 units. Super tank small/medium. Large, 30 units. 60 units. 90 units. Note, personnel and tanks within the loading space will also be counted as units. Analysis Cost, corresponding to 1 third-level crystal core and 5 second-level crystal cores. Analysis Time, 6H. Time and space teleportation is another magical skill. It goes without saying how important transportation capabilities are on the battlefield. And this is time and space teleportation that ignores distance. Although there are restrictions on activated metal towers and teleportation units, this does not prevent this ability from becoming a magical skill. Although the current teleportation unit is only 100, which seems to be a small number that can be teleported, the cooling time is only half an hour. In other words, as long as there is enough time, Lu Chen can teleport his troops to any place where the metal tower is activated. It is not difficult to activate the metal tower because of the existence of superdimensional communication. As long as a base has an anchor point for hyperdimensional communication, the metal tower is considered activated. Chase Lu has experienced this since the last time he communicated with the Salvation Army base through the metal tower. In other words, Chase Lu only needs to activate a metal tower in Haicheng, and then they can connect with Nancheng. In the past few days since he came out, he had actually considered the issue of Nancheng, because judging from the current situation, all major cities have bases built. And the Salvation Army may not be the only one who wants to invade others. While their large forces went out to expand, only a small convoy of 50 tanks was left in Nanchang City. If you encounter enemies in a large base, you may be in danger. But now through time and space communication and time and space transmission, the distance between the two bases has been greatly reduced. If any danger occurs in Nanchang, our side can immediately eliminate the support of super tanks. This power brought Lu Chen a bigger surprise than the folding city. And he couldn't help but exclaimed again. It stands to reason that he has commanded so many convoys and experienced so many battles. So he will be calmer when facing this kind of reward. But unfortunately, these technologies that are beyond common sense always surprise Lu Chen time and time again. Analysis! Once again, I analyze it with excitement. He installed this teleportation piece on the Colossus, which matched it perfectly with the teleportation piece. In this way, Colossus became the first super tank with a full power core card slot. Analyzing the time and space teleportation. After analyzing the two crystal nuclei, the remaining third-level crystal nuclei did not surprise Lu Chen anymore. I have to say that this Salvation Army is indeed the underground king of Haicheng, and its size is simply jaw-dropping. 2 of the 7 third-level crystal cores can have such terrifying effects. Lu Chen suspected that these 2 were also the 2 crystal nuclei that Lin Ji focused on. If he successfully uses these 2 crystal nuclei, then match them with his own abilities, the Salvation Army will be even more powerful and terrifying than it is now. After sighing for a while, Lu Chen returned to the upgrade. After analyzing the third-level crystal core, the next step is to upgrade the tank. Lu Chen first opened the upgrade panel of the Colossus. Armor. 0-element armor. Upgrade the body armor to 0-element armor. 0-element armor is neutron armor. It has higher density and performance. It can greatly increase the armor level and reduce the armor loss caused by energy weapons. 3 levels are required. Core 5-1. Shield. There are no upgrade skills at the current level. Arms. There are no upgrade skills at the current level. Energy. There are no upgrade skills at the current level. Science and technology. Hyperspace communication. Each time you upgrade, you can get a hyperspace communication device. Chariots within the coverage of the communication device can communicate in real time. The required third-level crystal core is 5/1. Other functions to be unlocked. Without any doubt, Chase Lu took a shot of a level 3 crystal core and upgraded the 0-element armor, bringing the Colossus to the ranks of fully equipped tanks. The remaining 3-level crystal core Lu Chen was used on other super tanks. Lightning is being upgraded. Thunderstorm is escalating. Chariot is being upgraded. 3 level 3 crystal cores were shot in, and all C-level tanks in the fleet entered the ranks of B-level tanks. Looking at the flashing blue data line, Lu Chen showed a satisfied and rich smile. The team once again ushered in a qualitative leap. Chapter 202. Who doesn't like freebies? The temporarily designated camp was wrapped in blue light upgraded by the Chariot. All team members are immersed in this wonderful sea of fantasy. Even the nervous prisoners gained a little peace after seeing this blue halo. Waiting quietly for the upgrade to be completed, Lu Chen opened the panel again. Lightning has been upgraded to be level, and the tank has reached the highest level. Please implant the crystal core for subsequent upgrades. The Crazy Bee has been upgraded to be level, and the tank has reached the highest level. Please implant the crystal core for subsequent upgrades. The 0-element armor upgrade is completed, and the Colossus has reached B-level full equipment. Please use the 4th level crystal core to upgrade to the next stage. Thunderstorm has been upgraded to a B-class tank. Chariot has been upgraded to a B-class tank. The tank group system has been updated. Looking at the upgrade completion prompts popping up on the panel, Chase Lu felt great satisfaction. This is a real improvement in ability and combat effectiveness. As soon as the prompt ended, Lu Chen couldn't wait to open the Thunderstorm panel, wanting to see the newly upgraded skills. Armor. 0-element armor. Upgrade the body armor to 0-element armor. 0-element armor is neutron armor. It has higher density and performance. It can greatly increase the armor level and reduce the armor loss caused by energy weapons. 3 levels are required. Core 0/1. Move. Turret mode. The track coverage is cancelled. The mobile system is transformed into a bracket system. The body shape is significantly changed, and the tank will be fixed on the ground and enter the turret mode. After entering the turret mode, the tank will lose the ability to move. The weapon damage will be increased by 50%. The tank defense will be increased by 50%. The muzzle adjustment range will be significantly increased, and it can attack sky units. The required third-level crystal core is 0/1. Note, it takes nearly 1 minute to switch modes. Please choose carefully. Arms. Beam Energy Laser. Upgrade the Disintegration Laser to Beam Energy Laser. The laser release will become more flexible and can be used continuously. Not only can it be used while moving, but also the direction can be adjusted during use. The laser can be fired at any stage of energy storage and heats up during continuous shooting. The required crystal core is 0/2. Note, after the laser reaches its maximum power, it can only last for 2 seconds, and then it will cool down due to overheating. Energy. Cold fusion energy. Unlock the nuclear fusion fuel chamber and trigger nuclear fusion to provide energy for the tank. The energy acquisition and safety are far greater than fission energy. The required third-level crystal core is 0/1. Science and technology. Vehicle space. The number of super tanks that can be collected has been increased to 4, and the tank maintenance buff will be obtained. The super vehicles in the space will be repaired 10 times faster without the need for crystal cores. It has been obtained. Other functions to be unlocked. Since there was no crystal core for Liu Chen to upgrade, he just scanned the skills roughly. After scanning it, the only feeling I felt in my heart was strong. As Liu Chen's second tank, Thunderstorm's attack power has always been the strongest among the fleet. After the upgrade, its attack power has been enhanced by another level. First of all, this laser release is more flexible and very user-friendly. After all, before this Thunderstorm could only release disintegrating lasers directly forward, and after starting to store energy, the tank was unable to continue driving. This means that from the time you start charging to the time when the laser is released, the enemy has a high chance of escaping. This is also the only flaw in Thunderstorm's powerful attack power. After the beam energy laser is upgraded, the Thunderstorm targeting problem will be well solved. It can be released on the move, which means that it can adjust the direction at any time after release and track the opponent. The other is the turret mode. After unlocking this mode, you can attack targets in the sky. This is really powerful. Looking at Thunderstorm's panel, Liu Chen kept imagining in his mind how Thunderstorm would appear on the battlefield after the upgrade to kill the enemy. That would be cool for sure. After watching the Thunderstorm, Chase Lu opened Qingtian again. As the second medium-sized tank, Qingtian's strategic value is obvious to all. Whether it is a tank modification room or a super space vehicle, these functions have brought great improvements to the fleet. So Liu Chen is looking forward to Qingtian's upgrade. Armor. Zero-element armor. Upgrade the body armor to zero-element armor. Zero-element armor is neutron armor. It has higher density and performance. It can greatly increase the armor level and reduce the armor loss caused by energy weapons. 3 levels are required. Core 0/1. Move. Shield attachment. If an ordinary tank stays in the super vehicle space for more than 5 minutes, it will immediately obtain a power barrier that can withstand a large amount of kinetic energy damage. It lasts for 5 seconds and requires 0/2 of the third-level crystal core. Arms. Earth shock. The entire armor of the tank will violently shake to the ground under the action of the propeller, sending out a strong shock wave with the tank as the center. After upgrading, the damage and stun time of the shock wave are increased, and the armor breaking effect is increased, which can significantly destroy the enemy's armor in any situation. The required second-level crystal core is 0/2. Energy. Cold fusion fuel tank. Unlocks the nuclear fusion fuel chamber. Triggers nuclear fusion to provide energy for the tank. Increases the energy conversion efficiency, and can provide more high-quality fuel for the tank in the space. The required third-level crystal core is 0/1. Science and technology. Super space loading. Increase the loading space of ordinary tanks to 20. Ordinary tanks can replenish fuel in the loading space without the need for crystal cores. Obtained. Other functions to be unlocked. After seeing Qingtian's effect, Chase Lu noticed the armor-breaking effect of the additional shield and shock wave. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Because Qingtian needs to carry a large number of ordinary tanks into the enemy's formation during battle to provide surprise firepower. But such a raid would leave ordinary tanks surrounded by enemies. The additional shield greatly improves the survival probability of ordinary tanks, which can be said to have once again enhanced Qingtian's strategic status. Secondly, the shock wave's armor-breaking effect can destroy any form of armor, which Liu Chen is particularly looking forward to. After roughly completing the scan, Liu Chen also discovered that the technology modules of the 2 tanks had been automatically upgraded, and he did not need to spend any more crystal cores. This is really great. What could be more enjoyable than having sex for free? Lu Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly and laughed. Sure enough, what people like most is freeloading. After sorting out all the upgrade matters, Lu Chen closed the panel with satisfaction. It's getting dark now, so it's time to go to the prisoner camp to take a look. After Yuji woke up, she ran non-stop to interrogate Lin Ji, the leader of the Salvation Army. You should be able to get a lot of information about Psalm from him. So far, he has not encountered the power of the Psalm organization, and he does not know how powerful the other party is. Patting his tired head, Chase Lu opened the car door and stepped into the evening breeze. I wonder how many secrets we can learn this time. Nanchang City, Hongyuan Warehouse. The dilapidated and deserted Hongyuan Warehouse stands alone in the darkness. On its thick and tall concrete wall, two people stood quietly. The evening breeze blew, and the man's windbreaker was blown around. Chapter 203 The Truth About the End of the World. Another dead city. Number 5. Who is wearing a tight-fitting combat uniform, squatted on the city wall boredly, throwing pebbles at the bottom of the wall. Number 6 took out the LCD screen and put a cross on the name of Hongyuan Warehouse. Is the information given by the organization wrong? Number 6 retracted the LCD screen and turned to look at the failed metal tower in the base. Hongyuan Warehouse, the strongest combat power in Nanchang, was actually breached, and the heart of the machine was also taken away. This is definitely not what these human forces do. At least the forces in Nanchang cannot attack other bases while resisting the beast tide. Number 5 curled his lips and took out a severed hand from the bag on the wolf's back and fed it to it. If it's not a base force, then how come the heart of machine is gone? According to the organization's intelligence, the third stage Corpse King may have the ability to extract the mechanical heart. Corpse King? What use do they have for the mechanical heart? I don't know, but there have been many cities that were wiped out by the Corpse King. As long as the Corpse King appears in a city, basically no living people will be left, and the mechanical hearts of all bases will be taken away. Then should we continue? The remaining bases may not have mechanical hearts anymore. Number 6 looked at the LCD screen and put it back into his coat. Let's take a look when we come. It's just like a vacation. Although it's a bit boring when no one is fighting. Didn't you kill everyone in the base last time? They are all imbeciles. Number 6 lit a ball of blue flame in his hand. It's not interesting at all. Huh? Number 5 rolled his eyes. Where is the next base? The two most recent ones are Shanda Group and Death Angel. You pick one. Let's split up. Otherwise, it will take too long to go back, and it will be hard to explain. You also know I want the Angel of Death. I like the name. Good. Haicheng. In the temporary camp, all leadership members of the Death Angel gathered in a tent. Yu Ji stood next to Lu Chen and explained to everyone the information obtained from Lin Ji. First of all, about the Anthem organization. According to Lin Ji's description, the Anthem organization is an organization with almost 1,000 years of history. In their secret history, almost all uprisings and riots in all countries in history are related to them. Whenever a country has been in an era of peace for a long time, they will start a movement of change and inject new vitality into it. The scope of influence of this change is the whole world, and they want to reshuffle the rules of this world. This mission is called the World Restart Plan. Then they are already halfway successful. The end of the world is almost over, and all that's left is to restart. Yudon joked. The second thing is about the mechanical heart and the metal tower. The history of the mechanical heart is as long as the history of the Anthem. It can even be said that the establishment of the Anthem organization was due to the arrival of the machine heart. At first, they only studied the mechanical heart and used the mechanical heart to obtain new science and technology. In the secret history of Anthem, all major scientific breakthroughs of mankind originated from the research of the mechanical heart. And Chant members around the world are using these new technologies to promote change in their own societies. I understand. These people should all be Hongwugwa. Everything belongs to them. Yu Dan added another sentence. Lu Chen ignored the fish eggs, although his guess made some sense. What's the purpose? He said, holding his chin. Since this organization has always been committed to promoting social progress and world development, why does it suddenly want to destroy the world? Their ultimate goal is to promote technological progress, Tsukiji said. Technological progress? Yeah. Yuji nodded. Historically, dynasties have changed from prosperity to decline. And then the next one has been replaced. From prosperity to decline. When a dynasty was strong, society was very dynamic. and various technologies were developing vigorously. They concentrated on research. When a dynasty is in decline, they will take action to accelerate its demise and allow history to enter the next period of strength. The purpose of all these is to advance science and technology and better study the mechanical heart. Then let science and technology progress through the study of science and technology, thus entering a virtuous cycle. And this virtuous cycle stopped in modern times. The moment humans walked out of the earth, this virtuous cycle came to an abrupt end. Stepping out of the earth means that human technology has reached certain requirements. They began to use aerospace materials to build metal towers. And the metal towers were rooted deep into the earth. The energy it releases secretly affects all humans, and will eventually be detonated on the Doomsday Day. Almost all living things have mutated, and the entire earth has become a poison chamber. Creatures gather the energy of the mechanical heart through killing each other, and gather it into high-level crystal nuclei. And the people of the Anthem organization will become the kings of the new era by recycling these high-grade crystal nuclei. Those with superpowers who have obtained the crystal core are called new humans, while others are classified as imbecile people. So the ultimate goal of this organization is to rule all mankind. Lu Chen concluded. I have a question, Zhuang Yuan asked. Since they can create their own superpowers, why don't they just use superpowers to rule the world, instead of destroying the world first? Because the Anthem organization is in the minority after all. Lu Chen replied, if they resist directly, the country's military power will not be able to resist them. But it is possible to secretly plunge the entire world into chaos, and then use their powers to conquer. After hearing Lu Chen's summary, everyone nodded. He lied to us. Rome Hubiu said, when the hymn came to me, it said that the world was about to end, and I was chosen to build a doomsday shelter. It didn't even mention that the metal tower was the source of all evil. You don't regard ordinary people as human beings at all, Lin Zhuang said angrily. They all say they are new humans. How can they still treat us as human beings? After Yu Ji finished speaking, calm returned to the tent. The truth about the origins of the end of the world is revealed, at least for now. After finishing the story, Lu Chen's doubts decreased a little, but increased even more. The first is the mechanical heart. This device, that is incomprehensible even with current human technology, has actually appeared thousands of years ago. If the secret history is true, then who gave it to mankind and why? Is the mastermind behind this really trying to make humans evolve into new humans? There are still many mysteries and many unknowns. All these require contact with the Chant organization and understanding the secrets behind this group of lunatics. After receiving such a large amount of information from Yu Ji, Lu Chen had a new guess about Shang Tsung's move to launch the end of the world. That is, Psalm seems to be unable to directly use the energy of the mechanical heart, or the use efficiency is extremely low. That's why they let the energy of the mechanical heart penetrate into the earth and mutate living things. Let the abstract energy of the mechanical heart be directly transformed into concrete core powers. Finally, by enriching energy through the food chain, they then slaughter high-level monsters to harvest crystal cores. And those Al-Qaeda organizations are nothing more than their tools. Tools used to spread the influence of the heart of machinery. Thinking of this, another new doubt popped up in Lu Chen's mind. That's his super tank system, which seems to be able to directly use the energy of the mechanical heart. Chapter 204 Fuji-san Group. It's almost over. Lu Chen interrupted everyone's silence. Yudon, you summon all the combat-type superpowers, and I will distribute the rewards this time. Rong Hubiao, organize the convoy and get all the prisoners on board. We are going to a new base tonight. Yes. After Lu Chen announced the mission, everyone agreed and set off towards their respective posts. Even though all the team members are very tired, there is no time for rest tonight. After listening to Yu Ji's report, Chase Lu felt more and more threatened. Their enemy is an ancient organization that has been dormant for thousands of years. How powerful will a force that has been accumulated for so long be when it explodes? Although they haven't officially played against each other yet, Lu Chen hopes to be prepared in advance. The first thing is to contact various bases so that information will not be blocked. The Salvation Army's base has been destroyed by Lin Ji, so they need to find a new base. The two bases destroyed by the Salvation Army in the south of Haichang are the best choices. Walking out of the tent, Lu Chen came to the makeshift prisoner camp. Here are the people who cannot recruit superpowers that Yu Ji selected after careful consideration and investigation. Either he was too deeply poisoned by the thoughts of the Salvation Army base, or he had a bad personality. This dangerous group of superpowers must be completely loyal to the base. Otherwise, they may pose a great threat with their power. Stepping into the prisoner camp, The team members on duty belonged to the Iron Mask team, and Iron Mask was also among them. His danger perception power is the best choice to prevent these people from making small moves. Lord Chief. Seeing Luchin enter, the team members all greeted him seriously. You guys go outside. Luchin said. Yes. The team members shouted in unison and walked out of the prison camp under the leadership of Taimian. When walking at the door, Tianyan glanced inside. These people's lives have come to an end. Rub. Luchin unsheathed his hidden sword and slowly approached the supernatural beings kneeling in a row in front of him. They are all scarred as a means of suppressing their powers. If the injury is too serious, the spirit cannot be concentrated, and the superpower cannot be released. The first person to kneel was naturally Lin Ji, the leader of the Salvation Army. The leader who was originally sitting on a high metal throne was now kneeling with his subordinates. No different. The silver-white hidden sword swam up Lin Ji's neck, and the cold blade made him tremble slightly. Last words? Chaselu asked. Lin Ji raised his head tremblingly. His eyes as deep as rotten wood. His eyes were like dead water, and there was no trace of his arrogance and pride. After thinking for a few seconds, he slowly spoke. Will you continue to modify my tank? Luchin glanced at him sideways, never expecting that his last words would say this. Will do. After listening to Luchin's words, he seemed to have let go of some restraints, and a smile appeared on his lips. Are those tanks of yours modified with supernatural powers? Luchin shook his head and said nothing. Lin Ji slowly closed his eyes. Blood splattered 3 feet, and the head fell to the ground. While the head was still in the air, Luchin danced a sword flower and picked out the crystal core. The mechanically modified crystal core he wanted most has been obtained. Last words. Luchin walked towards the next person. The third stage superpower is Qin Yuan. He looked very young. If it was a peaceful time, he would probably still be in middle school. Luchin originally wanted to give him a chance, but unfortunately his thoughts were too radical, and he couldn't reverse it. Long live the Salvation Army! Qin Yuan shouted with his last breath. The sword flashed, and the powerful crystal core fell into Luchin's hands. Last words. After cleaning up all the prisoners of war in the prison camp, Luchin returned to Thunderstorm. Yudon has brought all the superpowers in this operation to the Thunderstorm. Luchin let them board the Thunderstorm one by one and helped them advance to the second stage. Yu Ji, Lin Zhuang, and Yu Dan, who were already in the second stage, were upgraded to the third stage by Luchin. Because the secondary crystal cores were harvested quite a lot this time, Luchin had a lot of reserves for them to upgrade. Due to time constraints, there was no commendation meeting this time. Luchin only verbally praised them for, well done. After upgrading all the team members, Rong Hubia just finished reorganizing the team. After this battle, the number of tanks in the large army has exceeded 100 from less than 100 to more than 200 now. This is the result of them not exploring underground, which shows how large the Salvation Army is. After the camp was packed, Luchin gave the order, and all the tanks set off towards the nearest base. Both the Earth God and the Vulcan were still in place, and Luchin planned to come back and pick them up after the analysis of the folded city was completed. After all, if such a big thing is here, no one else can take it away even if they want to. The super large convoy of 200 tanks began their night march again. Flash and Crazy Bee were on guard duty. During the thunderstorm, Zhuang Yuan followed the convoy in front intently. She is such a person who will do her best no matter what. After Luchin looked at it silently for a while, he took out the obsidian-colored third-level crystal core from his pocket. I'll give you a gift. What gift? Luchin's sudden opening startled Zhuang Yuan. Diamond. Luchin placed the crystal core in front of Zhuang Yuan. Really? Zhuang Yuan was a little flattered. She naturally knew what this crystal core meant. Luchin smiled lightly and changed positions with Zhuang Yuan in a flash of thought. Then the crystal core in his hand gradually became transparent and turned into a stream of blue energy, forming a special upgraded helmet on Zhuang Yuan's head. He implanted Qin Yuan's power into Zhuang Yuan. As a powerful combat power, Luchin felt that it was very suitable to give it to Zhuang Yuan. First of all, Zhuang Yuan can protect him when he is strong. And secondly, he can protect him. After the implantation was completed, Luchin upgraded her abilities to the second stage. He did not directly upgrade to the third stage because he was afraid that she would not be able to adapt. Thank you. Zhuang Yuan was still in shock after gaining the superpower, and softly uttered 2 words. As long as you like it. Yeah. Zhuang Yuan nodded twice. And then, he couldn't wait to test his newly acquired powers in the car. After implanting the superpower into Zhuang Yuan, Lu Chen opened the panel again and upgraded himself. Okay. Successfully upgraded the fire blade to the 3rd stage. In this way, he is a double 3-stage superpower, and his strength has been greatly improved. There are now 4 3rd-stage superpower users in the team, including Lu Chen, and there are more than 10 2nd-stage superpower users. After Lu Chen analyzes the newly acquired secondary crystal cores one by one, he will select those abilities worth implanting, and once again increase the number of abilities users in the fleet. This time the upgrade of the fleet is different from the previous upgrade of just super tanks, but a multiple upgrade of super tanks, ordinary tanks, and superpowers. This is also the all-round upgrade that Lu Chen most hopes to see. After an unknown amount of time, the team finally arrived at a factory area. The silent and majestic base wall is revealed to everyone. Although it was a base that was destroyed by the Salvation Army, its walls were still much grander than those of the Nancheng base. The convoy came to a slow stop, and they arrived at their destination in the darkness. Fujimori Group. Chapter 205 Lin Dachui's Proposal. Yudon, take someone in to clean it up. Pay attention to safety, Lu Chen said while standing in front of the damaged base gate of the Fujimori Group. The base wall also collapsed and was damaged in many places. It's obviously been breached. But these are not big problems, and it can be used with a little cleaning. At this time of the end, there will basically be no monsters that can be stopped by city walls. As for other high-level monsters, no matter how high the city wall is, they cannot stop them. Therefore, this city wall also plays a psychological role, and whether it is damaged or not is not very important. Zitzi. The tall city gate collapsed under the laser eyes. Yudon summoned a lot of people to clean up, including the superpowers. With the addition of superpowers, the cleanup work is much faster. They also displayed their newly acquired powers without reservation, which attracted bursts of cheers. At Lu Chen's suggestion, Zhuang Yuan also joined them. Seeing that she could lift boulders easily, she couldn't help but feel happy. After Lu Chen directed the cleaning work, he called Lin Dachui over. After telling him about the superpowers of mechanically modified crystal cores, Lin Dachui was so happy that he wanted to give himself 2 slaps. Really? Really? Looking at Lin Dachui's expression of disbelief, Lu Chen also laughed out loud. For a mechanical maniac like him, the power of mechanical modification is undoubtedly the most desirable thing. Just thinking about the effect of this power makes him orgasm on the spot. It's true. Lu Chen nodded. Yes. Lin Dachui waved and shouted, crying and laughing on the spot. Damn it. Van Jin won't pass the exam. Steady. Steady. Chase Lu patted him on the shoulder. After coming back to his senses, Lin Dachui warmly thanked Lu Chen again, and finally asked about the specific matters of the crystal core implantation. Lord Leader. Lin Dachui tilted his head and thought for a while before saying, you said that this crystal core should be implanted directly into me. Right. Who will give it to you if I don't give it to you? Lu Chen wondered. If one of me is implanted, the skills of the other brothers will not be able to be used. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. Do you think this crystal core can be divided equally among us? Average score? Lu Chen looked at Lin Dachui and said slightly shocked. To be able to obtain such a crystal core and make great progress in one's skills, an ordinary person would definitely want to keep it all to himself. But Lin Dachui actually thought about whether he could distribute it equally to his brothers. This sincere and simple nature also made Lu Chen Gao look at Lin Dachui. Let me try. Okay. Lin Dachui shouted happily, anticipation rising in his eyes. Lu Chen couldn't help but shook his head when he saw his appearance. There are very few people in this world who are as unselfish as him. However, the crystal nuclei must not be evenly separated, making them all become superpowers. But Lu Chen hadn't checked what would happen if he was implanted in the tank, so he said he would give it a try. He turned around and put the crystal core into the central control, driving it with his thoughts and analyzing the crystal core. Analysis object, 3rd level crystal nucleus. Skills available for analysis. Micron level processing and transformation workshop. After the tank is installed, the carriage can be transformed into a micron level processing workshop, which comes with various high-end scanning, measuring, cutting and welding instruments. Analysis cost, corresponding to 1/3 level crystal core and 5 2nd level crystal cores. Analysis time, 6H. Does it really seem possible? Lu Chen thought as he looked at the skill description. After being implanted into the chariot, It seems that the various abilities of the original superpowers have been transformed into corresponding instruments. For example, the ability to transform mechanical forms into high-end cutting and welding instruments. With these instruments, theoretically, any form can be made. Another example is the ability to sense the combination of various materials. And the ability to discover and prepare new materials has transformed into a high-precision scanner. This ability to analyze the composition of materials from the micron level is almost the same as the original ability. The functions are almost the same. But after being implanted in the tank, all mechanics, including Lin Dachui, can use these devices, as long as they are in the modification workshop. These people are really equivalent to becoming superpowers. In this way, it would be much more efficient than letting Lin Dachui become a superpower by himself.
It's really good,
Lu Chen said, half surprised.
Yes.
Lin Dachui also looked excited.
6 hours. I will take you to visit the new renovation workshop tomorrow morning. On behalf of all the brothers in the workshop. Thank you, Mr. Leader.
Lin Dachui beamed. After saying his thanks, Lin Dachui left with a bounce, ready to announce the good news to his brothers. Lu Chen looked at his back and couldn't help but thought to himself, if it weren't for his selfless character this time, I wouldn't have thought of implanting the tank. Thoughts flash and light flows. Analysis of micron level modification workshop. Lu Chen implanted this power into Qi Tian again. In this way, Qi Tian becomes the second super tank with full power card slots after Colossus. It will take about half an hour for the analysis of the folding city and the teleportation to be completed. Lu Chen took advantage of the team members' time to clean up the base and went to the metal tower in the center of the base alone. After listening to Lin Ji's information, Lu Chen finally knew the reason why the metal tower was made into this shape. The entire tower becomes thinner and thinner as it goes down. It is clearly a needle. The standing metal towers are like syringes. Injecting the energy contained in the mechanical heart into the earth caused the end of the world. There is something indescribably strange and mysterious about this whole thing. All this can only be solved by contacting the Anthem organization. In the metal tower, Lu Chen passed over countless rotting corpses and slowly reached the bottom floor. He had already used the last level 3 crystal core to unlock the overtime communication in advance. Be prepared to contact the Angel of Death and Shanda group first. The thought flashed. The hyperspace communication device was activated, and the light at the bottom of the metal tower lit up slightly. The hyperspace communication connection is completed. Now Lu Chen can have unhindered communication and connection between these 3 bases. Lu Chen first connected to Shanda group, preparing to ask if they had discovered anything or gained anything in the past few days. ZZ. After a brief sound of electricity, Lu Chen connected to Rong Biao's bedroom.
Rong Biao. Rong Biao.
After calling for several minutes, Rong Biao didn't reply.
Did you sleep so well this time?
Lu Chen cursed for a while and switched to the guard army channel, preparing to learn some information from them. ZZ.
2222. Don't shoot. If you shoot, you'll get burned. Open the door. Open the door. Let the residents evacuate first.
After a brief sound of electricity, extremely chaotic noises came from the communicator. Lu Chen's eyes flashed, and he woke up instantly. What happened? Chapter 206, Number 6. Shanda Group Base. The long night was silent, and the guards patrolled the city wall in 2s and 3s. Since the beast wave, there have been a lot less alien zombies in Nanchung City. Now I don't have to be as nervous as before when I'm on duty at night. The evening breeze was blowing, and the chill was so strong that the team members couldn't help but tighten their clothes. After a few breaths, a faint blue fire wheel broke this pleasant scene. Call. In the dark sky, a ball of fire rushed straight down towards the base.
Hack!
What? The team members were completely sleepless and woke up instantly. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. This was what Lu Chen reminded them the most.
Sound the alarm! Sound the alarm!
Shouted the voice from the city wall. Puff! The fireball fell to the ground. Orchid flames spurted out in all directions, and then extinguished. Weird flames clung to the ground and kept burning.
Who is it? Tell me your name!
The guard commander shouted, holding up his communicator. Number 6, who walked out of the flames, twisted his neck and showed a joking smile.
Finally, we found a manned base. Say your name. Otherwise, we'll open fire.
The officer warned again. Alarm bells blared in the base, and red lights kept spinning. Number 6 ignored the people on the city wall, but looked back at the metal tower in the center of the base. This seems to be running. Could it be that this base destroyed other bases? Now it was interesting. Number 6 stretched out his hands, clenched his fists, and then unclenched them.
Let all the superpowers come out,
he shouted to the captain on the city wall.
Say your name now. Hiss. Noisy.
Number 6 shook his head impatiently. And the next moment, his fingers suddenly opened. A faint blue flame was produced out of thin air in the palm of his hand. The intense flame rapidly grew and expanded, and then turned into a spear. Number 6 twisted his body to accumulate strength, then threw it fiercely, and the flame spear shot through the air like lightning.
Say your name.
The spear pierced the guard commander's throat in the blink of an eye, and the cry stopped abruptly.
Captain!
The team members shouted in horror.
Fire! 22222.
The team members on the wall opened fire at Number 6. I saw that he refused to dodge and let the bullets shoot at him. After each bullet penetrated his body, blue flames surged out. Those flames seemed to have life, crawling upward along the continuous bullets.
Everyone cease fire.
Suddenly, the radio sounded, and Rong Biao's voice came from inside.
Cease fire. The flames will spread along the trajectory.
As soon as Rong Biao gave the order, most of the team members stopped shooting with hesitation. Some of them haven't reacted yet and are still firing. Sure enough, the orchid flames quickly climbed up the bodies of the team members along with the bullets. Ah! A miserable wailing sound was heard. That terrifying flame can burn no matter where it is, and cannot be extinguished. Team members contaminated by the flames can only fall into endless pain. Rong Biao was shocked when he looked at the team members. He understood that the base might be in danger this time. He got up when he heard the alarm, and saw the scene as soon as he climbed onto the city wall. Fortunately, he discovered the attack movement of the strange flame in time, and avoided the danger of annihilation of the entire army.
Are you a superpower?
Number 6 looked at Rong Biao with a curious expression. The expression was like a poisonous snake in the jungle, which made him shudder. He suppressed the fear in his heart and took a step forward. This time there is no leader Lu Chen, no father, only him, and he must carry this banner.
I am the leader of the base. We have no enmity with you. Please ask why you want to kill someone.
While speaking, he used the city wall to block him and kept giving gestures to the surrounding team members, because he knows that this kind of person cannot communicate. And now it is just a delaying measure.
I have no name and no reason to kill. If you are the leader, please find all the superpowers. Thank you.
Number 6 looked at Rong Biao jokingly, as if looking at a pack of wild dogs.
If you promise me not to hurt anyone,
then I will find someone right away. Ha ha ha.
Number 6 suddenly laughed loudly.
This is the funniest joke I've ever heard.
After he finished laughing, his tone suddenly changed and became extremely harsh.
If you kill enough people, you won't be afraid that they won't come out.
After saying that, countless blue flames poured out from Number 6's body. Those flames amplified into flaming javelins, pointing directly at the people on the city wall. Rong Biao saw that the battle was about to break out and no longer hid it. He picked up a personal rocket launcher from his feet and fired it directly at Number 6.
I'll hack your grandma's legs. Whoosh!
The rockets exploded, covering up the flame javelin created by Number 6.
Open the gate. Let the residents evacuate first. Don't shoot. The flame will climb along the bullet. Just use the rocket launcher.
Rong Biao picked up the communicator and shouted to everyone. He knew that this kind of attack would never kill the person below, and all they could do was evacuate the people as much as possible. The fire and smoke dissipated, revealing Number 6. I saw that he had almost lost his human form. Only half of his face was vaguely visible, and the rest was filled with blue flames. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading.
I admire you very much. Boom!
Another rocket was fired, and Number 6 was once again obscured by the flames of the explosion. Seeing Number 6's weird ability, Rong Biao was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. Rockets can't hurt him at all. They can only delay his movements. Fortunately, there are a lot of armaments in the base, and rockets are not a problem at all. Quickly, Rong Biao has gathered half of the people and plans to take them to the Angel of Death for refuge. Call. Suddenly, a gust of wind hit him, and Rong Biao suddenly felt his whole body become cold. A spear came through the explosion of fire and pinned his arm to the wall. Ah! Rong Biao roared, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. The blue flame spread rapidly along his arm, and severe pain hit his body.
I'll cut it off.
Rong Biao shouted in pain to a team member next to him. The team member picked up the fire axe on one side and slashed at Rong Biao's shoulder. As soon as the axe went down, the pain quickly subsided, and Rong Biao collapsed backwards with a pale face. This flame burning on the body will cause tremendous pain, and the pain of a broken arm is simply enjoyable compared to it. The team member threw away the fire axe and was about to help Rong Biao get up when another blue light flashed. Rong Biao looked behind the team members with wide eyes, and number 6 teleported to the flaming javelin. Hee. Number 6 smiled with a half-broken face. A flame ghost hand pierced the player's chest directly from behind. An ordinary beating heart twisted and burned in his hands. The team members didn't even scream, and were thrown aside like garbage. Rong Biao looked at the scene in front of him, with great fear crawling up his spine. He couldn't help but tremble, and his legs couldn't stop shaking. Number 6 walked towards him slowly, the grin never stopping. Hello. His voice was like a demon from H.L. Rong Biao's last line of defense was broken, and he kept kicking his legs and crawling backward. No. Don't come here. Hee. Rong Biao's flinch made number 6 laugh. Don't want. Rong Biao shouted. His heart had been swallowed by fear. Ignoring the bleeding, he turned around and crawled on the ground with one hand. He wanted to live. No matter what. He wanted to live. Ha ha ha. Number 6's ferocious laughter echoed behind him. Disgusting lowlife. 2 lines of hot tears flowed from Rong Biao's eyes. Not only out of fear, but out of shame. He was ashamed of his own cowardice. He is a naked loser and has disgraced Shanda Group. Go to HL. You imbecile. Just when number 6 reached out to the crawling Rong Biao, the communicator on his waist was hit and triggered the external release mode. ZZ. Rong Biao. What happened to Rong Biao? Chapter 207 Purgatory. The fierce murderous intention was interrupted by Lu Chen's voice. Number 6, who reached forward with his hand, and Rong Biao, who was crying and crawling, were both stunned for a moment. Leader Lu. Rong Biao woke up from fear and looked at his waist blankly. ZZ Rong Biao. Please reply when you hear it. They had already defeated a certain base in Haicheng and used metal towers to contact them. Rong Biao subconsciously felt happy for them, but this joy was extinguished by despair. Leaders as powerful as Liu Chen could only contact them. The two sides were so far apart that not even gods could save him. Thinking of this, Rong Biao once again fell into deeper despair. ZZ! Rong Biao. Liu Chen's voice was still coming from the communicator one after another. Rong Biao didn't plan to get through. Even if he got through, it would only allow Leader Lu to hear the massacre. Having no strength, but being unable to provide support will undoubtedly increase the troubles of the road leaders. After Rong Biao made up his mind not to answer, he rolled back from the ground and faced the strange man. Lu Chen shouting made him unable to run away like a dog anymore. He was the leader of Shanda Group, and he wanted to face his own death. Rong Biao looked directly at number 6. A hint of courage suddenly flashed in his desperate eyes. This subtle change made number 6 very interesting. Just a few words can rekindle a defeated dog's fighting spirit? It seems that the person in the communicator has quite a lot of weight. The half-bad face of number 6 smiled with interest, and a ball of flame split from his body and went straight towards Rong Biao. Rong Biao closed his eyes tightly, preparing to face the last moment of his life. After a few breaths, the severe pain stopped coming. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that the flame had transformed into a hand, taking away the communicator from his waist. Hello, number 6 said with a ferocious smile into the communicator. Who are you? After a brief silence on the communicator, Lu Chen's voice came again. Are you a superhuman from this base? Come out and fight with me. The communicator fell silent again, and Rong Biao knew that it was Lu Chen who was analyzing the situation at the base. Wait for me. Don't hurt other people. I'll fight you. Hee. Number 6 laughed. Others are always waiting for me. 20 minutes. I'll fight you in 20 minutes. No. Number 6's body is slowly recovering, and the flames are gradually being replaced by human bodies. You better show up as soon as possible. I'll kill someone every 10 seconds from now on. Kill until you come out. No. I'll do it right away. Number 6 hung up the communicator and showed a perverted and weird smile to Rong Biao. After listening to their conversation, Rong Biao was struck by lightning and Shanda Group was finished. It was impossible for Lu Chen to come back. Rong Biao knew that he wanted to buy them time to escape. But the other party is simply a pervert and will not consider it at all. Now that he can kill one person in 10 seconds, everyone in the base will definitely be killed by him. Thinking of this, the courage that had just filled Rongbiao's eyes was wiped out again. Time's up! Number 6 smiled. And after saying that, the flames formed a spear in his hand. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the shockwave knocked Rongbiao back several meters. Come on! Chief! A small team rushed to Rongbiao and wanted to take him away. Don't come! Leave quickly! Rongbiao shouted to them in despair that the rescue would not be successful, and these people were just sending themselves to death. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark blue spear cut through the smoke and came out of the air. The spear pierced the 2 team members like lightning, and the flames quickly engulfed them. The next moment, Number 6 figure flashed to the end of the spear, pulled out the long hair, and waved it casually. The next 2 team members, who were reloading the rocket launchers, were killed directly. The wounds on their bodies ranged from the top of their heads to their waist and abdomen, and the cracks were as black as void, with no blood flowing out. Don't come over! Rongbiao looked at everything in front of him, tears of grief bursting out of his eyes. He hated himself, and why he was so weak and incompetent. I accidentally killed too many people, Number 6 said lightly, withdrawing the flame spear. He turned around and faced Rongbiao, very satisfied with the despair in Rongbiao's eyes. He stepped forward, picked up Rongbiao, picked up a steel pipe from the ground and sharpened it. At the gate, the heavy metal door was still slowly opening, and a large number of residents waiting to be evacuated gathered in front of the door. Despite the blaring sirens and explosions, residents generally maintained good order. Under the command of the guards, they prepared to line up and go out in an orderly manner. However, this rare order was soon disrupted, and the crowd suddenly became noisy. What is that? There's someone on the wall! He seems to be our leader! The leader has broken a hand! On the city wall, Number 6 was carrying Rongbiao and walking towards the gate step by step. He lifted Rongbiao out of the city wall with one hand, like a hunter showing off a rabbit he had just caught. The leader has been captured. Please come to the rescue quickly. How to save? Many people are dead. The crowd, which was still completely orderly at first, started to become noisy after seeing Number 6 and Rongbiao. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Seeing the leader of the base being carried in someone's hands like a chicken, fear slowly unfolded in their hearts. Number 6 quickly came to the top of the door, and he lifted Rongbiao out of the wall. The other hand inserted the steel pipe into the shoulder blade of Rongbiao's right arm. Ah! Rongbiao screamed, and his whole body was nailed to the city wall by Number 6. Look at how they died! Number 6 possessed him and whispered in his ear. Despair, pain, humiliation. All emotions flooded into Rongbiao's mind like a tide. Open the city gate quickly! Run quickly! The scene on the city wall completely penetrated the people's sanity, and they jumped out of their cars one after another. I want to rush out through the door that has been opened a crack. Call. Number 6 jumped off the city wall and landed with a large swath of blue flames. Boom! He stepped directly into the middle of the fleeing crowd, and the blue flames spread out instantly. The shrill screams came all at once, and the door that originally represented the hope of life had now turned into purgatory. The blue sea of fire covered the door, and the escape exit was completely sealed. Number 6 slowly walked out of the flames and looked at the frightened people in front of him jokingly. Don't blame me. Blame your heroes. Panic set in, and everyone at the door ran in all directions. Run! Run! Number 6 slowly followed them, muttering a countdown to death. Chapter 208 Thousands of Miles to Help. 1. He's the only one. From heaven. From heaven. Blue fire cannot be extinguished. He started killing people. He started killing people. Frightened shouts came one after another from the other end of the communicator. After Rongbiao's communicator was hung up, Lu Chen tried to connect to the communicators of other guards. After calling for a long time, someone finally got through. From him, Lu Chen learned about the current situation of Shanda Group. His face was solemn. Thoughts were surging in his mind, and a series of the other party's actions quickly flashed through his mind. Who is he? What's the purpose? Why come? Anthem organization. Or another base. Lu Chen has no clue at all. The only thing he can do now is to wait for the analysis of the time and space teleportation to be completed. He opened the panel, and the countdown was displayed in front of him. Time and space teleportation analysis 10 minutes and 48 seconds. 10 minutes left. Teleportation. 100 units. Lu Chen quickly calculated in his mind. Now only thinking can distract him from the massacre over there. If you use teleportation powers, you can teleport 10 people and 30 units in a small tank. 2 tanks plus 4 stage 3 superpowers. This is the best ratio. Etc. There is also the Death Angel, whose purpose is unknown. What if the Death Angel is also attacked? Both Shanda Group and Death Angel need to send people there. After making his decision, Lu Chen left the LCD screen and rushed towards the top of the base. Number 6 said to a team member hiding behind a box. Then a flaming spear flew out, piercing the tree and the people together. The brutal roar lasted for a few seconds and then ended. 10, 9, 8. After killing this person, Number 6 started counting down again while searching for the next target. The door was sealed. The only exit failed. And the remaining people in the base were completely trapped. Number 6 is like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, constantly searching for the weak lambs in the base. Woo! A slight sobbing sound caught Number 6's attention. He followed the sound and found that the source of the sound was a tent. He opened the curtain and saw a woman holding a crying child in her hands. Even though she had tightly covered the child's mouth, some sound still came out. 2, 1, bye! As soon as Number 6's spear came out, mother and son were instantly pierced. This kid probably doesn't count as a person, so I still count him as killing one. Number 6 was talking to himself. He enjoyed this hunting game very much. Hunting like this is much more fun than killing them all last time. 10, 9, 8 inch. The voice of an evil spirit calling for life sounded again. He shouted loudly on purpose just to scare his prey. Prey panic is the best stimulant for hunters. Rong Biao hung on the city wall and could see everything Number 6 did. His tears had long since dried up, and the heat in his body was draining away. He is dying. All he wanted now was to die quickly, so that he would no longer feel the pain and face this horrific massacre. Chief! Chief! We're here to save you! Suddenly, a slight shout came from above Rong Biao's head. A small team lurked behind him at some point. Several hands reached down from above. Some grabbed Rong Biao's body, and some tried to pull out the steel pipe. Let's go quickly, Rong Biao said hoarsely. If Number 6 found out, they would be doomed. Chief, please be patient for a moment, and I will rescue you right away. A strong man was twisting the steel pipe, trying to pull it out of the wall. Fortunately, Rong Biao's body was numb, and he couldn't feel the pain of the wound. 3. Suddenly, a whisper that seemed to come from the abyss sounded in everyone's ears. Even Rong Biao, who was on the edge of his life, felt the hair on his body break out. 2. The team members behind Rong Biao were overwhelmed and shrouded in huge terror. 1. No! Rong Biao shouted like a flashback. He didn't want to see his team members die in front of him again. The tears have dried up, leaving only blood spurting out of the eyes. No! Don't kill anymore. Rong Biao's soul was wailing in pain. Buzz! When Number 6 was about to swing his sword, a blue light beam fell from the sky. The bright and light blue light beam illuminated the entire night sky. This scene, like the arrival of an angel, attracted everyone's attention. A few seconds after the light beam shot down, the huge center rippled slightly. A vehicle-sized glint of white light shines within it. After another wong sound, the blue light beam became lighter and lighter, slowly disappearing into the night. The white light and shadow of the chariot are concrete. A fiery red chariot, mounted on the city wall. Rong Biao, who was in extreme pain just now, opened his mouth slightly. Red flame. The leader's red flame. His mouth opened slightly, and he could hardly believe his eyes. Number 6, who had his hands hanging in the air, looked at the vision in front of him with confusion. What ability is this? He has never seen this kind of power in the organization. Bang! Shi Yan's car door was suddenly opened. A man in a black trench coat slowly walked out of the car. Leader Lu! This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. All the team members, including Rong Biao, exclaimed, "How can it be? How did the leader come back in such a hurry?" Rong Biao, who was on the verge of death, suddenly became excited again. His mind was running rapidly, and all kinds of speculations and doubts kept pouring out. But he also held great hope that this was not an illusion. Interesting. Number 6 stared at the man in the trench coat and said mockingly, "Although you have arrived, the countdown for these people has ended." After that, he swung the flame spear in his hand casually, and the blue flames were about to fall on the heads of several team members. They were prepared to die because it was impossible for anyone to save them from this distance. After a few breaths, the pain did not come. They opened their eyes, and saw Leader Lu under the city wall, stretching out a hand with his fingers spread wide. The man behind them was holding a flaming spear, and his movements became very slow. The next moment, a hint of hot breath came from in front of him. Everyone turned around, and Chen Lu appeared in front of him. The two hidden swords in his hands were extremely red, releasing heat like lava. Shwa! There was a flash of fire in the air, and the red-hot hidden sword swung towards the slow number 6. Just when the hidden blade entered a certain area, number 6's speed returned to normal. He raised the spear in his hand, and pressed it against Lu Chen's right hand. Whoa! There was another burst of fire, and another hidden sword slashed at him. Number 6 had no more weapons to stop him, and the hidden sword slashed into his body. The hot flames and the blue flames collided within his body, making a hissing sound. He shouted angrily. His body turned into flames again, and blue flames were about to spurt out in all directions. Lu Chen's eyes flashed. His swords flicked, and then he moved straight towards his legs. The moment he took off his legs, the red lava covered his legs. The number 6 flaming spear was shot, and the door to his chest was wide open. Before it could turn into flames, Lu Chen kicked his chest full of fire. Bang! With the explosion sound of the flames touching each other, number 6 was kicked directly out of the city wall and fell into the endless night. Tsung. After number 6 was kicked away, there was another flash of swords in front of the team members. Lu Chen had already cut off the steel rod behind Rong Biao and pulled him up. Walk! After throwing Rong Biao to the team members, Lu Chen let out a light chuckle. Well, the team members recovered from the shock and ran toward the city wall with Rong Biao in their arms. Lord Chief, Rong Biao murmured in a crying voice, and it was hard to tell whether it was blood or tears on his face. It's okay now, Lu Chen said to him. Then he turned around to face the night, and red lava slowly covered his body. Mr. Lu Chen. Really, Mr. Lu Chen? Rong Biao looked at the man who looked like a blazing sun, and the despair in his heart disappeared instantly. In his presence, all darkness will be dispelled. Chapter 209 Flame vs. Flame. Facing the dark outside of the city wall, Lu Chen's nerves were tense as never before. This time the opponent is very different. When facing Qian Yuan in the 3rd stage, his own time force field could almost stop him. But facing the man just now, the time force field could only slow down half of his speed. This shows that the other party's mental power is definitely a level stronger than his. He had just handed over almost all the skills, and as long as the opponent was observant enough, he could judge his level of strength. As for the opponent's abilities, he only discovered that he could use flames to form weapons, and that his body could be transformed into flames. The most important thing in an encounter is to detect the opponent's abilities and playstyle so as to find a way to deal with it. The situation is not good for him now. My lord! You are truly my lord! Long live the leader! We are saved! Come on! Leader! Kill him! Chief! While he was thinking, there were shouts from behind. The team members, who had just escaped number 6's pursuit, all stood up to cheer Lu Chen up. Lu Chen's appearance brought them hope. The man who performed miracles again and again was going to save them again. Call. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, and Lu Chen, who was completely focused on it, immediately pulled his attention back. All he saw outside the city wall was that the man's whole body had turned into flames, and he was floating in the air. Interesting. Interesting. Dual powers. Number 6 opened his mouth and said, his tone full of ridicule. Why are you here so late? I've almost killed all the imbeciles behind you. Chase Lu's eyes were sharp, and he was not affected by Ji Jiang at all. He reached into the molten coat with his right hand and took out a molten pistol from inside. Bang bang. The lava bullets roared out and made a muffled sound after being shot into the opponent's body. Seeking death! Number 6 shouted angrily. 6 flame spears are generated around the body. He grabbed 2 of them and shot the other 4 towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen rolled on his side and dodged all the spears. With the blessing of dual crystal cores, his physical condition is already very strong. While rolling, Lu Chen's pistol did not stop for a moment. Even though the power of ordinary bullets is very small, after his observation, as long as the energy of the 2 of them comes into contact, there will be a strong explosion. Therefore, as long as the molten bullet is shot into its body, it will cause considerable damage. Lu Chen opened up all his firepower, and several bullets roared out. blocking all positions in the opponent's direction. Just when the bullet was about to hit, the opponent's figure suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared next to the spear he had thrown earlier. Guide flash? He can move to where the spear is. Number 6 took out the spear inserted into the ground and threw it towards Lu Chen again. This time Lu Chen has no room to roll over. Chance. Lu Chen's eyes flashed, and the killing move in his mind had already been formed. He calmed down and did not activate time 0, but instead used his body's reaction to dodge those spears. The hidden sword in his hand is ready. He must seize this opportunity. Call. A strong wind blew by, and a blue figure flashed over, and a strange and cold blue spear struck in front of Lu Chen. Coming! It's now! Time 0. Driven by supernatural powers, the whole world falls into a slow flow. Lu Chen dodged number 6's spear, and then the hidden sword's torrential attack landed on him. Every stroke of the sword felt as if it was cutting through the air. Only the constant flashes of explosive flame showed the power of the attack. When time expired, Lu Chen rolled back and distanced himself. Number 6, which was suspended in midair, exploded, and blue and red firelight intertwined and surged around. Boom! The flames ended, and number 6's fiery figure was no longer stable. The flames that made up the body flickered like an old TV that had lost its signal. Ha ha ha! Interesting! Interesting! Looking embarrassed, number 6 stood there and laughed. Time-based powers. Energy-based powers. You are really a treasure. Do you know how much reward I can get for killing a superpower like you? No. No. If the dual-powerful person is captured alive, the reward should be even greater. How about letting the organization transform you into an unconscious fighting machine? Number 6 was talking nonsense to himself, while Lu Chen stood there and tried his best to recover his mental strength. Whether it is maintaining the whole body in a molten state or repeatedly using time 0, it consumes a lot of money on him. I think you are almost exhausted. Your ability to control the flow of time should only be used twice more, and the ability to set your whole body on fire can only last for 2 minutes at most. You've run out of ammunition. Little hero. The avatar of number 6 showed a ferocious face and said with ridicule. Lu Chen tried his best to suppress the shock in his heart and kept taking deep breaths. The other party was actually able to accurately calculate his mental energy consumption. This feeling of being seen through by others made him feel very dangerous. But you are already pretty good. If you are promoted to the 4th stage, it might be a little tricky. Number 6 pulled out 2 spears from the ground, and at the same time 4 more were generated around him. That skill shouldn't be there yet? How are you going to dodge it this time? This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Number 6's expression was twisted into a ball, and it was extremely strange. Cannonballs! Lu Chen suddenly said. What? Number 6 asked confused. I said cannonballs. Lu Chen repeated. You have overused your mental power and started talking nonsense. Artillery support. Lu Chen roared angrily, and then raised his hand. Number 6 was once again enveloped in the time force field, and his speed became slower. Around the base, team members who had been hiding came out carrying rocket launchers. Number 6 suddenly realized when he looked at the communicator with the green light flashing on Lu Chen's waist. It turns out those words just now were not meant for him. Swish swish. Rockets hit number 6 from all directions. He prepared to throw the spear into the air, but the temporal force field slowed him down significantly. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, number 6 could only bear it. Fortunately, these rocket launchers can only hurt him with the energy of the explosion. And no matter how many they come, they will have no effect. As long as he waits for the force field to end, he will end this battle. Lu Chen stretched out his hands and faced those rockets. What is he doing? Doubt arose in number 6's heart. The rocket pointed by Chase Lu quickly turned red in the air. The steel green ordinary warheads are transforming into molten warheads. The 3rd stage ability of the fire blade is the molten force field. It can be heated in the air to bring objects into a molten state. What? Number 6's eyes widened as he used all his powers to activate his powers. This wave of attacks must be avoided. All the rockets gathered at one point. The time standpoint disappeared, and a loud explosion sounded. Boom! Chapter 210 Sun Luo Goes Prison. The moment several molten rockets were about to hit their target, a pillar of blue fire enveloped number 6. The molten LS collided with the wall formed by the blue flames, and a shocking explosion sounded. Boom! The explosion stopped, and the sky-reaching pillar of fire instantly collapsed in all directions, forming waves of blue air. The air waves spread out in all directions instantly. Turning everything they went into a faint blue color. Lu Chen took a step back and held a hand in front of him. The air waves blew past him. Without any heat from the fire. But with a biting coldness. It's like the ghostly wind blowing from the underworld. What's this? Lu Chen was shocked and stared ahead. The flames of the explosion had dissipated. And number 6, who was in the pillar of flames, escaped the attack. Interesting. Interesting. Number 6, who was standing far away, clapped. A third stage has pushed me to this point. I admit that you are very strong. But I've almost had enough fun. So I'll send you on your way. Lu Chen gasped for breath and tried his best to calm down his mood. He has exhausted all his cards. But the opponent obviously still has some strength left. There is only one way to continue fighting. He stared straight ahead, waiting for the opponent to make a move. Number 6 had a ferocious smile on his face. This was the toughest enemy he had ever encountered. But the more he encountered such an enemy, the more excited he became. There is no more satisfying battle than bringing a stubborn enemy to his knees. He was already looking forward to Lu Chen wailing and begging for mercy at his feet. Tremble! Cry! Number 6 opened his hands wide. And the smile on his face was extremely ferocious. Like the reincarnation of an evil ghost. San Luo Guixie! Number 6 roared angrily. And the color of the world changed. The air waves that had just spread turned into blue will-o'-the-wisps in the blink of an eye. And the sky also turned from black to blue, turning into flames. Everything that Lu Chen looked at was plunged into a sea of fire. As if he fell into an abyss of HL in an instant. Is this the power of the 4 stages? Lu Chen looked at the purgatory-like scene around him. And his heart was filled with shock. This feeling of oppression is not the pressure of facing a giant thing like the Tertian, but the fear of the unknown and strange. Welcome to my realm. After number 6 finished speaking, flames sprouted from the soles of his feet. And he rose from the ground laughing. You can start begging for mercy. He waved his hands. And flame spears formed around him. The number and formation speed of spears are much greater than those of San Luo Guixie. This area can give him a buff increase. Lu Chen calmed down and analyzed quickly in his mind. The more critical and fearful he was, the more he needed to be calm. He looked around and found that apart from himself and number 6, there was no one else in the field. All buildings and vehicles except creatures still exist. This realm can bring people in according to the builder's intention. But it cannot change abiotic factors. Please forgive me. I will give you a good time. Number 6 waved his left hand. And half of the flame spear shot towards Lu Chen. Both speed and power seemed to be much stronger than outside the domain. Call. Lu Chen rolled over with all his strength. But a spear still pierced his arm. The blue spear exploded instantly when it touched the molten arm. Lu Chen groaned. He would not spit out blood in the molten state. But he could still feel the pain. After the roll ended, he began to run wildly in one direction. A direction in which he could win. Kneel down! Number 6 was suspended in the air like a ghost. I said, kneel down! He waved his right hand, and the other half of the spear surged forward. Boom! This time Lu Chen was hit by an arrow in his leg and chest. The molten state became increasingly unstable, and was about to expire. Once the molten state expires, he will be swallowed up by the flames instantly. Time 0 has cooled down. But he can't use it yet. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill with one strike. Number 6 looked at Lu Chen, who was running as hard as he could. Sympathy and pity flashed in his eyes. Poor weaklings. Even if they know death is coming, they still struggle like this. Is there any point in all this? Pity was followed by perverted ecstasy. Number 6 waved his hands. And countless spears appeared beside him. They peeked forward, forming a ring behind number 6. Beg for mercy. Ant! Number 6 waved his hands forward. And countless spears spurted out like a torrential rain. Among the countless long hairs, number 6 grabbed one and followed it away. He knew that this wave of attacks would break the opponent's flame form. Once the flame form is broken, the opponent will become a toy that can be slaughtered. Cry and beg for mercy. Number 6's eyes were full of enthusiasm. And the scene of Lu Chen kneeling down and begging for mercy was already playing out in his mind. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy rain fell, and the sky was filled with flashes of fire, which was a sign that Lu Chen had been hit. Number 6 accurately captured the already embarrassed Lu Chen among the spears in the sky. His flame state is already unstable, and is about to disappear. It's now. Number 6 smiled evilly, and instantly flashed to the spear closest to Lu Chen. He raised his spear, and pierced Lu Chen's right shoulder. The deep spear was like an evil ghost's claws. He didn't want to kill Lu Chen easily, so he chose his right shoulder. The spear thrust out like lightning, and was about to hit Lu Chen when his figure suddenly disappeared. Number Six's eyes widened. He actually still had the mental strength to use that power. He was really tenacious. But what else can you do after this time? Where else can you run? Number 6 smiled ferociously and turned around, looking for traces of Lu Chen. As long as you are still in this area, it is impossible for anyone to escape. He activated his superpower and instantly sensed Lu Chen's location. Hiding in the car? Number 6 looked over there and saw Lu Chen getting into a fiery red chariot. Are you finally starting to get scared? Finally want to drive away? Run! Run! This is the fate of you ants! Boom! Suddenly there was an engine sound, and the flaming chariot was rushing towards him at a terrifying speed. What? Number 6 stared angrily, his heart filled with shock. After the shock, boundless anger came. This ant would rush towards him even when it was about to die. This was simply trampling on his dignity. Number 6 shouted angrily, and several spears gathered around him. This kind of chariot was like paper in front of the ghost flame spears. This time he didn't plan to hold back. He wanted to destroy the opponent, including people and vehicles. Go to H.L. Number 6 waved his hands and charged the chariot with his spear. The penetration did not happen as he thought, and the sharp spear was actually bounced off the chariot. Wrong. That's the wrong tank. Number 6 reacted instantly and set his feet on fire to get off the ground. Bang! A violent explosion sounded, and the flame chariot charged like a phantom. What? He had no time to escape. A cone-shaped steel plate in front of the flame chariot pierced his body. The spiked part of the steel plate had been heated to melt at some point. Severe pain came from his chest and abdomen. Bang! The flame chariot crashed him directly into the city wall. Bob bang bang! A crackling sound came from his body, which was a sign that the flame form had failed. Escape! You can still escape. He misjudged the performance of the chariot. But this was not fatal. As long as he concentrates again and flashes to the spear before, he can distance himself. It's not over yet. Boom! Just as he was operating his superpower, fiery red flames spurted out from around the chariot. That was the true and pure fire. The high-temperature flames instantly dispelled the ghostly fire from his body. Countless explosions came from within the body. No! Number 6 wailed desperately, his whole body wrapped in red flames. The punishing fire of that day annihilated his soul into ashes. Chapter 211 Alien Wolf. The painful wail of Number 6 resounded throughout the world, and the blue Saluo ghost was disintegrating inch by inch. Lu Chen sat on the red flame and turned the power of the flamethrower to the maximum, vowing to burn him until there was no ashes left. The scenes in the domain gradually faded away, and the world returned to its original appearance. And the team members outside the domain were also able to see Lu Chen again. And the last scene of Lu Chen killing Number 6 also fell into their eyes. The red flame swallowed up the blue ghost flames that made up Number Six's body like a tiger. The demon who used fire to kill finally died under the attack of fire. The bloodthirsty heart disappears in mourning, and the arsonist is forever trapped in the flames. Did you win? Did we win? Looking at the scene in the square, some team members asked softly. Although they had 100% trust in Lu Chen, they did not dare to believe it easily when the demon actually met his death. Really dead? Won't come again? Can such a terrifying thing really be killed? All kinds of doubts exist in the hearts of the team members, so much so that no one dared to cheer in the face of victory. The wails of the evil ghosts echoed over the base, shrill and terrifying. Gradually, the wailing sound became smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared. After the wailing sound completely disappeared, Lu Chen continued to bake for 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, he opened the car door with a bang and walked slowly forward. Number Six's body was burned to the point of being completely burned. A thin circle of powder fell on the ground, and in the center of the powder lay a transparent purple crystal core. Number 6 has been burned to ashes, with only a crystal core left in his body. Lu Chen stepped forward slowly, while everyone in the base watched in silence. He gently picked up the purple crystal core, and then kicked away a piece of ashes on the ground. Damn it! I'll spread your ashes. Lu Chen cursed fiercely in his heart. And it was only now that all the anger in his heart was vented. Before that, he had been suppressing his emotions, deliberately preventing himself from seeing the tragic massacres in the base, because anger will affect his judgment. And facing such a powerful enemy, he cannot relax at all. So it wasn't until he saw the other person turned into ashes that the tight string in his heart relaxed. Win! The evil spirit is dead. We win! We are saved! Seeing Lu Chen's last actions, the team members finally believed that the evil ghost was dead. The emotions of fear and doubt were washed away by the brief moment of happiness. All the team members were immersed in the joy of escaping from death. And the silent base boiled under Lu Chen's torrential fire. Several team members, who were closer to Lu Chen, looked at the ashes underground and were eager to try. Lu Chen nodded to them. The next moment, this group of people rushed forward like an arrow. Go to H.L. Go to H.L. Bitch! I'll kill you! Damn! A group of team members rushed up to raise fog for number SIX's ashes. They cursed and kicked, venting their anger and humiliation wantonly. More and more team members joined in, and some among them recited the rebirth mantra to save each other. After allowing the team members to vent their anger over the ashes, Lu Chen silently retreated to Qian and reversed the car to make room for them. After sitting on the comfortable seat, Lu Chen took a long breath, feeling completely relaxed physically and mentally. After relaxing, he felt intense fatigue, and the battle with number 6 drained all his energy. This battle also allowed him to see the power of the 4-stage superpowers. First of all, the molten state ability can harm the opponent's energy body. Secondly, the opponent's underestimation of the enemy gave him most of the advantages. Then, there is the assistance given to him by the team members in the base. Finally, the Ghost Realm opens. The team members are excluded, and the Chariot is pulled in as a non-living thing. Lu Chen didn't have to worry about his teammates, and could still use Qian. Therefore, the coincidence brought about by the opening of the Ghost Domain, and the fact that the opponent did not know the power of Qian as a B-class tank. The combination of various coincidences and the right time, place, and people allowed Lu Chen to kill a 4th-stage superpower user. This shows that the 4th-stage superpowers are simply terrifying. After recalling the battle process in his mind, Lu Chen took out the purple crystal core. The crystal-clear crystal core exudes an attractive purple light under the dim light. Lu Chen seemed to see illusions of power, desire, strength, etc. through it. Could this be the creation of Anthem? Chase Lu secretly guessed in his heart. After all, ordinary bases at the current stage would definitely not be able to cultivate such a powerful combat capability. It's a pity that he couldn't hold back at all, and he didn't catch anyone alive. So the secret behind it is unknown. Thinking of this, Lu Chen suddenly remembered the Death Angel base on the other side. When teleporting, Lu Chen selected exactly 100 units of combat power. He and Qian were teleported to Shanda Group, while Yu Dan, Lin Zhuang and Ji Dian were teleported to Death Angel. Although he didn't receive any news about the Death Angel encountering enemies, Lu Chen still teleported them over for fear of the possibility. How's it going over there? Lu Chen turned on the communicator and contacted the Angel of Death. In the Angel of Death base, number 5 sat on the edge of the city wall and shook his calves. Under the city wall, a circular formation the size of a football field was opened. 3 people and a car are fighting against the alien wolves that are constantly pouring out of them. What a good fight! Number 5 looked down with interest and commented from time to time. Suddenly, an image formed in her mind. A blindfolded woman wearing a black and white nun's uniform spoke slowly. Apostle number 6, please return to base camp immediately. Apostle number 6, please return to base camp immediately. After 2 short sentences, the image disappeared, and the woman's solemn and sacred voice disappeared as well. Ah, I'm having fun! Number 5 curled his lips in disappointment. Even though she was unhappy, she still stood up. The order of the goddess cannot be violated. Since I'm leaving, I'll give you a parting gift. Number 5 chuckled and activated his powers. The formation in the center of the square shone brightly, bursting out with silver-white holy light. In the endless holy light, a giant illusory image is gradually becoming concrete. A few breaths later, a strange wolf, with the same height as the city wall, appeared in the center of the formation. Roar! The wolf roared. The temperature in the base dropped instantly, and water vapor condensed in the air. Xiaowu xiaowu! Eat them all! The girl laughed like a silver bell, then turned around and jumped into the dark night. Chapter 212 Positive Response. Death Angel Base. When Yudon and others were teleported to the base, the attack had not yet occurred. According to Shanda Group's information, if an enemy attacks, it should be a high-level superpower. Human wave tactics won't do much good. So Yudon and others asked the guards to settle the people, leaving only important logistics personnel. Just as the retreat was in the middle of the process, a girl suddenly appeared on the city wall. She rode a snow-white alien wolf and destroyed several city wall forts in just a few breaths. The entire base entered a defensive state, and the alarm bell sounded. Yu Ji and Lin Zhuang prepared to rush to the city wall to defend, but were intercepted by the wolf that appeared out of thin air midway. I don't know what kind of power the other party has activated, but a huge symbol appeared in the center of the base. An alien species kept appearing from it. The fish balls were drilled into lightning. Since you were shooting inside the base, you needed to be careful. Otherwise you could easily hurt innocent people. Therefore, Yudon almost gave up the powerful firepower of lightning and used Chariot collision instead. Yu Ji and Lin Zhuang were also locked in a bitter battle in the center of the base. With the combined efforts of 3 people, the generation speed of the alien wolves is getting slower and slower, and it looks like they are about to win. Unexpected accidents also occurred, and a giant alien wolf with the same height as the city wall appeared in the center of the base. A mutant with this size must be a 3rd-generation species, and a 3rd-generation species appearing in the center of the base would be a devastating disaster. Lead it out! Yudon contacted Yu Ji and Lin Zhuang through the communicator. After that, he controlled the rapid-fire machine gun and aimed at the Song Wolf King. Even if it is a 3rd-generation species, if it is hit by corrosive bullets without defensive characteristics, the damage will be considerable. Severe pain came, and the Song Wolf King roared. As it roared, a piece of ice mist poured out of its mouth. The ice mist condensed instantly and turned into a hard ice wall, blocking the lightning's subsequent attacks. Rare energy power. Flash fired while driving towards the base gate, with the intention of luring away the alien Blue Wolf King. As expected, the Song Wolf King chased Xiang Dian at an extremely fast speed. You go help! I'll deal with it here! Yu Ji shouted to Lin Zhuang. As an assassin, her abilities are limited when facing giant enemies. So Lin Zhuang was asked to go out to support Yudon, while she stayed to deal with the alien species in the base. After the battle at the Salvation Army base, she clearly realized the importance of teamwork, and it also made her believe in these teammates who fought side by side, and she was willing to give her back to them. Good! Without any pretense, Lin Zhuang agreed and boarded a chariot and drove out of the base. Outside the base, Flash and Songlong King are having a tug-of-war. The Blue Wolf King was extremely fast, and he caught up with him not long after the lightning was fired. Yudon swerved to avoid the Song Wolf King's claws and shot at him at the same time, so that he had to distract himself from defense. The 3-stage overload ability is operating at full strength. With the blessing of this ability, only then did Yudan have the ability to shoot while driving. Normally, Xiao Liang would do this job. Just when Yudon moved outwards to distance himself from the Song Wolf King again, a burst of cold air invaded from all sides. The biting chill spread outward from the Blue Wolf King, and Lightning's ability to move was greatly restricted. It's a bit tricky. Yudon secretly said something was wrong. He has also fought against many 3rd-generation species, and the Blue Wolf King is obviously more powerful. Boom! A claw strike fell with a crash, as fast as thunder, and the speed of lightning was limited. This blow hit Speedcar solidly. Armor damage minus 10%. Movement damage minus 20%. After entering the overload state, Yudon can roughly feel the damage to the tank. After this palm was taken, the battle situation slipped in an even more unfavorable direction. Bang! Yudon directly controlled the machine cannon to fire, and the thick SH/LS shot towards the Song Wolf King. I saw it open its mouth, and an even bigger ice mist was produced. Ba la la! An ice wall formed, and the SH/L only penetrated half of the ice wall before losing power and stopping. Roar! The Songlong King roared again, and Yudon felt that the surrounding temperature had dropped again. Even the front window of the car was covered with layers of frost. Not good. Not good. Yudon was shocked. The Song Wolf King can also change the surrounding environment while launching an attack. If we continue fighting like this, our own limitations will only get bigger and bigger. The opponent is turning the battlefield into its territory. Fishball! Behind! Lin Zhuang's loud voice came out of the communicator. Yudon looked back and saw that the 4 wheels of an ordinary chariot had been frozen and could not move forward even half a step. Lin Zhuang, who came to support him, was trapped. Yudon quickly turned around and fired machine guns and corrosive bullets at the Blue Wolf King. Roar! When Songlong King intervened, Ji Dian was able to get close to Lin Zhuang. Come on in! After driving to the side of the ordinary chariot, Yudon opened the door and let Lin Zhuang get in. No need. Lin Zhuang shouted. I called you to join us. The car door had been frozen, and Lin Zhuang roared softly, shattering the front window of the car. He climbed out of the chariot and stood directly on the front hood of the chariot, facing the approaching alien wolf. Seeing Lin Zhuang effortlessly destroying the frozen front window of the car, Yudon suddenly realized Lin Zhuang's sonic attack has always been the nemesis of all solid defensive armors. With his help, the Blue Wolf King's ice wall can be broken through. Come! Yudon understood in his heart and turned the car around, aiming all the guns at the approaching Sanwang King. Lin Zhuang glanced at him, and both of them nodded. Lin Zhuang lowered himself down from his horse and moved his hands in front of his chest. After Sonic Roar reached the third stage, it did not gain any unique functions like other abilities. Just a little bit more damage and a little bit more attack range. And this unpretentious enhancement of aggression is what Lin Zhuang likes the most. Don't be a coward. Just do it. After finishing preparations, he took a deep breath and attacked boldly forward. Roar. Like a ferocious tiger or a mad lion. The color of the sky and earth changes with this roar, and the sun and moon tremble. The frozen earth on the ground cracked and splashed layer by layer. Sound waves like blades rushed towards the Blue Wolf King. Roar. The Song Wolf King fought back, with layers of ice walls condensing in front of him to block Lin Zhuang's sonic attack. But the solid ice wall is like paper in the face of powerful sound waves. The ice wall shook violently under the sonic attack, then quickly cracked and shattered layer by layer. The thick ice wall instantly turned into ice crystal fragments flying in the sky. In the shocked pupils of Sanwang King, countless dark green bullets shot toward it. Extreme overload. The rapid-fire machine gun spun wildly, its muzzle turning red. Corrosive bullets poured out like a storm. Sonic attack plus corrosive ammo. No tricks. No dodging. It's pure damage onslaught. This is a positive response from a real man. Although there are thousands of people. I will go. Boom. A few breaths later, the devastated corpse of the Song Wolf King fell to the ground amid wailing sounds. Chapter 213 Establishment of Haicheng Base. Call it a day. Lin Zhuang took a long breath and readjusted the powers in his body. The fish egg also cancelled the overload, and the red barrel of the minigun gradually stopped. Overloading on super tanks will also cause losses to the tank just like it does on ordinary tanks. However, the super tank can be repaired by Lu Chen with crystal cores, so there is no need to consider the consequences of using it. Lin Zhuang stepped forward and fired another shot, shattering the wolf's head, taking out the crystal core and returning to the car. When the two were preparing to return in triumph, Lu Chen's slightly worried voice sounded from the communicator. After reporting the information about the Angel of Death to him, he heard a sigh of relief. Lu Chen asked them not to relax their vigilance and properly handle all matters in the base. After ending the communication, the two returned to the base, and the battle in the base came to an end. The last few low-level alien wolves were reduced to blood foam under the concentrated firepower of the guards. A near-miss base defense battle finally ended, thanks to everyone evacuating most of the guards and people in advance. The Death Angel produced no fatalities, and only a few injured team members. The patrol density and guard personnel were increased, and Yu Dan, Lin Zhuang, and the old team members went to reminisce about the past. Yu Ji stood alone on the city wall, facing the boundless night. For some reason, when she saw the girl sitting on the city wall, suddenly some memory was touched in my mind. There is an indescribable feeling of familiarity. Unlike the Angel of Death, Shanda Group's casualties were heavy. After the brief joy of victory, everyone was greeted by the sadness of death. Rongbiao was already unconscious and did not see the final victory. Lu Chen asked the deputy captain of the guard army to count the number of casualties in the base. There were 186 people, including the elderly, children, members of the guard, and ordinary people. This was an indiscriminate massacre. The death toll exceeded any battle Chen Lu had ever led. He listened to the deputy captain's report and fell into deep silence. Why? The question came to his mind. What is gained by killing unarmed people? Compared with this kind of person, the behavior of aliens and zombies seems to be reasonable. At least they cannibalize and kill for the sake of evolution, which is a biological instinct. And what about this person? What enables him to carry out unreasonable massacres of his own kind? Lu Chen couldn't think of an answer, but there was boundless anger brewing in his heart. Since you want to kill, then I will accompany you to the end. Come one and I'll kill one. Come two and I'll kill a pair. Use violence to fight violence. Use killing to fight killing. After the team member standing next to the car finished reporting, They saw Lu Chen didn't reply. He stuck his head over to check, and immediately felt a surge of murderous intent coming from all around. Just feeling this murderous intention made him feel as if he had arrived in H.L. Is this the anger of the leader? Lu Chen stayed at Shanda Group until dawn. In the middle of the journey, he teleported Lear to heal Rong Biao's injuries. It's just that the broken arm has been lost for too long, and even little superpowers can't connect it. Seeing this, Lu Chen's anger increased even more. No matter who the other party is, or what kind of force is behind it, he will make the other party pay the price. After Lear's treatment was completed, Rong Biao was still in a coma. Lu Chen acted as the leader and handled various matters in the base. During the long night, endless sadness spread within the base. 186 people. A total of 186 people died instantly. When people thought they had survived the most difficult moment of the beast tide, when they thought the world was peaceful again, this man who fell from the sky gave them a head-on blow. The end is not over yet. After experiencing this massacre, Lu Chen realized how weak the current base's defense was. As the apocalypse progresses, the creatures still living in the world will only become more powerful. However, the base's various defensive firepower has not advanced. Now this firepower is almost child's play when faced with powerful superpowers. After discovering the problem, Lu Chen analyzed all the secondary crystal nuclei overnight. Then he selected the highly offensive abilities and implanted them into the players of Shanda Group and Death Angel respectively. Each base selected the players with the greatest contribution and created 5 second stage superpowers. Under such a configuration, the base will certainly not be completely helpless when faced with an invasion by superpowers. At the same time, Lu Chen asked mobile sentries to be sent out again in the base to detect enemy invasion in advance. After staying overnight at Shanda Group, Lu Chen returned to Haicheng the next day. The Fujimori base has been cleaned up by the team members, under the command of Rong Hubiao, Shuang Yuan and others. The City Defense Army has arranged a rotating duty schedule, and the accommodation of soldiers and prisoners has been arranged. The Fujimori base, which was an abandoned factory the day before, is now in normal operation. Seeing the orderly operation in the base, Lu Chen's fatigue was relieved by half. At least he is not facing the Doomsday alone. He already has a group of reliable comrades behind them. After teleporting Yudon and others back, Lu Chen started the first meeting at Fujisan base. At the beginning of the meeting, Shuang Yuan reported on various conditions of the Haicheng base. The Haicheng base currently has a total of 2,360 personnel, including 984 Salvation Army prisoners, 1,203 ordinary refugees, and 173 technical and logistical personnel. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Among the prisoners of the Salvation Army, there are 973 ordinary soldiers and 11 people with superpowers. The superpowers all use higher standard detention methods. The Haicheng base has a large usable area, well-maintained housing, and a large number of buildings, which can support a larger population. The city wall is now damaged in 3 places, and various city defense weapons are almost completely damaged and need to be repaired as soon as possible. After the report, Shuang Yuan closed the manual and took a step back. In just a few sentences, all the key issues in the base were clearly explained. Lu Chen nodded with satisfaction. He cleared his throat and made overall arrangements for each key point. Ordinary prisoners will be shown to the captains of each convoy and let them choose those who can be included in the army. Those with superpowers must go through Yuji's mental interrogation. Those who pass will be arranged by me to enter each fleet. For the repair of the city wall, we must do our best to mobilize ordinary prisoners, and there will definitely be many related practitioners among them. Tell them about our base's contribution point policy, and let them get involved in the construction of the base as soon as possible. Finally, city defense weapons. Lu Chen paused. Lin Dachui, this is a new task assigned to your team. Today's city defense weapons have fallen behind. You need to use the modification workshop to develop new weapons. Based on the experience of city defense, at least 3 types of weapons are needed. Provide me with powerful and destructive heavy artillery weapons. Make them as powerful as possible. A heavy machine gun type weapon that fires flexibly. It ensures flexibility, and at the same time makes it more powerful for me. The portable firearms and rocket launchers equipped by the guards should be lightweight and at the same time make them as powerful as possible. All in all, Lu Chen's eyes gradually became sharp. The more powerful, the better. Chapter 214,
Everything is ready for improvement.
Okay.
Lin Dachui agreed. Lu Chen's aura was fierce, as if he was about to swallow someone alive in the next second. Everyone present also felt the change in Lu Chen's mood, and they all vaguely wondered if something had happened in Nanchung.
After the meeting is over, you and I will go see the new renovation workshop.
After calming down, Lu Chen slowed down his tone again.
Yeah.
Lin Dachui agreed. The task given by Chase is actually very difficult, because even if there are high-precision instruments on the Colossus, the modifications to increase the power cannot exceed a certain range. Now we have to see how powerful the new workshop is, and whether it can be powerful enough to change the nature of the weapon.
Another item is about the base's food reserves. As our population increases, there will soon be food shortages. And if we want to continue to grow, we have to ensure a sustainable food source. Sukiheim, tell me what you found in the Salvation Army base. Okay.
Yuji took 2 steps forward and placed a metal box on the long table in the center. She pressed the switch, and with a chirping sound, white smoke came out, and the mechanical box slowly unfolded to both sides. Lying quietly in the box are several bags of seeds of various colors.
These are the crop seeds we found at the Salvation Army base. According to statistics, there are 16 types of vegetable, fruit, grain and other crop seeds that can be planted. In addition to crops, there are also many livestock, chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, etc., which can provide meat. Didn't it mean that after the end of the world, no crops can be grown on the earth?
Rong Hubyu asked.
So these are apocalyptic crops developed in the Salvation Army labs, and they have the ability to grow in apocalyptic soil.
After listening to Yuji's introduction, everyone was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that the Salvation Army base would have so many treasures. After Yuji finished her introduction, Lu Chen spoke again.
Sukiheim, you are responsible for this. First, select agricultural-related professionals from our 3 major bases. Then select suitable workers from the captive camps, and let them cultivate fields nearby and plant crops.
The Fujimori Group's location is remote, surrounded by mountains, forests and land, so it is not difficult to cultivate fields.
Yes,
Yuji agreed, put away the mechanical box, and returned to the team.
There is also the legacy of the Salvation Army base. There are many legacy resources of the Salvation Army base underground. Today, the large army will be divided into several exploration teams and re-enter the underground to search for supplies.
The troops had not settled down yesterday, and it was very inconvenient to explore. Now that the base is set up, it's the perfect time to explore.
In addition, a copy of Haicheng City's power distribution will be distributed to all captains later. This city has many forces, and its combat power is stronger than that of Nanchung. The team members must be more vigilant when exploring and be careful not to go outside the range of hyperdimensional communication. Yes,
Team Captain Rong Hubyu agreed.
The meeting is over.
Lu Chen stood up with a serious expression.
We are about to face a new enemy. Suspected members of the organization appeared in Nanchung City. Powerful high-level superpowers.
Everyone was slightly surprised when they heard the word him. After all, this organization seems to have always existed in the dark, and I didn't expect to encounter it so soon.
Last night an enemy caused the death of 186 people at Shanda Group's base.
Lu Chen's emotions surged again, thinking of a man who boldly broke into his base and killed a total of 186 people. His anger overflowed uncontrollably. 186 people. Everyone was shocked, and their expressions changed drastically. Even in the face of the surging beast tide, they had never suffered such serious losses. But now that only one person has caused such losses, has the enemy become so powerful? Hearing Shanda Group's losses, Rong Hubyu's face became even heavier. Sensing everyone's depressed mood, Lu Chen continued.
What I want to say is that the end is not over yet, and there are more powerful enemies in front of us. They are powerful, cunning, and their purpose and origin are unknown. Faced with these people, all we can do is continue to improve our own strength, as long as our cannon muzzle is big enough. No matter whether they are gods or ghosts, we will kill them if they dare to come. Kill them!
Yudon repeated that he also hated those demons who slaughtered at will. Lu Chen's final impassioned speech slightly eased the gloomy atmosphere in the conference room.
Then the meeting will end here.
Lu Chen slowly sat back in his seat.
Lin Dachui is waiting for me by the Qingtian car. Rong Hubyu will stay for a while.
Rong Hubyu's face darkened even more when he heard Lu Chen's instructions. After everyone left, he watched Lu Chen speak heavily. Rong Biaota.
Rongbiao is out of danger under Lear's treatment. Really?
After hearing Lu Chen's words, Rong Hubiao's expression instantly changed.
But he lost his left arm,
Lu Chen said. Rong Hubiao pondered for a while, and then spoke again.
He directs the war effort. Rongbiao dared to face high-level superpowers and fought bravely. Okay.
Rong Hubiao smiled happily.
As expected of my son Rong Hubiao. It doesn't matter if an arm is missing. The most important thing for a man is his courage.
This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. He is worried about his son's life because he is a father. Consider whether your son is brave in battle because he is a general. Rong Hubiao felt very relieved when he heard that his son not only survived, but also fought bravely. After saying that, Rong Hubiao thanked Lu Chen and left to devote himself to his new mission. Lu Chen sat alone in the conference room and yawned heavily. From early yesterday morning until now, he has barely slept a wink. So after all the tasks were arranged, a strong feeling of sleepiness came over me. The legacy of the Salvation Army has not yet been explored, and various matters at the base are also in progress. There is no need to rush to attack other bases right now. So he plans to give himself a holiday. After yawning, Lu Chen came to Qingtian car. This was his last task of the day. Leave Lin Dachui and others to visit the new modification workshop. A super modification workshop that combines the two abilities of the Folding City and the Micron-level modification workshop. The modification masters brought by Lin Dachui had already gathered around the Qingtian car, including some new faces. It is said that they are professional gun modifiers recruited from the Salvation Army Modification Department. After Lu Chen arrived, he opened Qingtian's trunk without any hesitation. The modification workshop that was originally filled with modification tools disappeared and turned into a pure corridor. At the end of the corridor is a bubble wrap-like barrier. This is? The mechanics from the Salvation Army were immediately a little disdainful. The Salvation Army's modification workshop was very high-end. In their view, the reason for the failure of the Salvation Army was simply the incompetence of the leadership. And they, the modification masters, were not defeated. Lu Chen smiled slightly and led the confused people into the car. I saw that he did not slow down when he reached the end, but plunged in, and the whole person disappeared into thin air. Damn it! Everyone in the original Salvation Army stayed in place. Chapter 215 Modification Conditions. Everyone was stunned when they saw Lu Chen disappear out of thin air. Under the leadership of Lin Dachui, they doubtfully stepped into the bubble. It only takes a moment to cross the bubble, and a new world is displayed in front of everyone's eyes. Behind the bubble, there turned out to be an extremely spacious workshop. Its area is the size of a standard football field, and its height is hundreds of meters. A dazzling array of instruments and equipment are placed on both sides of the workshop. Although none of them had ever used it, it looked like an absolutely advanced instrument.
How is that possible? How can there be such a big space in the back compartment? This is not technology at all. This is completely magic.
Everyone who came in was full of praise, and the Salvation Army members were even dumbfounded.
Micron-level modified instruments.
Lu Chen put one hand in his bag and patted the instrument on the side of the carriage.
Micron!
The modification personnel were greatly shocked. Micron level is already the highest transformation precision that humans can achieve. You must know that all large equipment is composed of parts. The more precise the parts, the more possibilities there will be for the final machine. Micron-scale parts mean that the final device will have unlimited possibilities. They can do wonders in this workshop.
Long live! Wow!
As soon as Lu Chen said these words, all the mechanics cheered. At this moment, they are cheering for the technology in their hearts. After that, Lu Chen introduced them to them in detail about the functions and usage of various instruments. In fact, I just read them the instructions on the panel. After all, he doesn't understand anything about mechanical modification. After the introduction, Lu Chen asked Lin Dachui to divide the work among all the team members. Now there are more tasks, and the mechanic team has become stronger. They can no longer be as disorganized as before. After a rough division of labor, Lin Dachui divided them into a machine gun group, a tank group, and a material group. The first two groups are as their names suggest, while the latter one mainly uses analyzers to study new materials. Breakthroughs in materials are also of great significance to mechanical transformation. After the grouping was completed, Lu Chen left alone, leaving the group of transformation maniacs to do their own thing. In fact, he quite likes this feeling. Even though you don't understand it at all, you just give it a task.
There will immediately be a group of knowledgeable people working hard to meet your requirements. This is the feeling of power. A word that almost represents blood and death. Many people fall deeply in love with this feeling after having absolute power. They become obsessed with it and twist their minds. This is the reason why many base leaders don't care about the lives of people at the bottom. And now, Lu Chen, the most powerful person in the 3 major bases, is the unique leader. He just wanted to go back to the small car, drink the chicken soup stewed by the old hen, then take a hot bath and have a good sleep. Life is like this. Eat and sleep. Puff. Lu Chen, who had eaten and drank enough, laid down on the goose-down quilt, and the faint fragrance drove away the fatigue from his body. He had a dream. A long dream. It was night. Lu Chen got up from the bed. He opened the window and saw that it was dark again outside. That's great. Lu Chen sighed lazily. After dinner, you can go back to sleep. That's what life is like. Zhuang Yuan did not go back to Leibao for dinner because she still needed to arrange many matters in the base. Lu Chen walked out of the thunderstorm leisurely and wandered around the base. One moment, I go to this bonfire to grab a handful of roasted lamb. And the next I go to that bonfire to grab 2 bottles of beer. The team members worked hard to earn contribution points, exchanged beer and mutton from his hands, and then gave them to him after cooking. Then he spent nothing and earned the team members' labor in vain. TSK. 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 As if he could smell the evil capitalism. Lu Chen secretly joked in his heart. While he was eating a piece of mutton on the hidden blade, Zhuang Yuan came to him to report the important information obtained by the convoy today. The manners report is divided into 3 parts. One is the cultivation of crops. Today, the Ministry of Agriculture reclaimed a piece of land south of the base and experimentally planted 3 crops. The second part is about the re-exploration of the Salvation Army site. After today's exploration, the base has harvested 40 heavy armored vehicles and 20 heavy artillery vehicles, as well as the heavy artillery battery in the temporary base area. The team members dismantled one and returned to the base. After analysis by the modification department, these turrets are expected to become new weapons for the base defense system. The third part is about the measurement and analysis of Saturn and Vulcan. After measurement, the folding space can accommodate the Saturn, but the Vulcan cannot be accommodated because it is too long. The modification department decided to recover the Vulcan in sections, while the Tushan was recycled directly. They have already built the corresponding support frames in the folding space, and will wait for Lu Chen to put them into the space tomorrow. After listening to the report, Chase-Lu nodded happily. It seemed that while he was sleeping, the team members below were still working hard. After eating, Lu Chen took advantage of the time to digest, driving Qian to the scrapping site of the Tushan. Under the moonlight, the cutting disc of the Saturn looked like the mouth of an abyss. The sharp cutting blade reflected silvery white light in the moonlight. Lu Chen got out of the car and stood in front of the Tushan. The huge war machine seemed to remind humans of their insignificance all the time. But it is such a small human being who makes and uses such a terrifying machine. Can this thing really be modified through the system? Lu Chen wondered in his heart. After all, when we contacted the Tushan and Vulcan before, the system did not issue any prompts. According to the previous situation, as long as a vehicle that meets the conditions is detected, the system will prompt. Could it be that these 2 devices are beyond the modification range of the system? Or do they still have something that they have not unlocked? He took 2 steps forward and placed his hand on the broad cutting blade. The cold metal pierced the bone marrow, and the moment he touched it, the panel slowly opened. Checking. Giant tank equipment detected. Tank group system update. Update completed. You have obtained the permission to open the giant tank. Matching giant tank equipment detected. Activation conditions, 6 mechanical hearts. Chapter 216 Haichang Meeting. What? Lu Chen was shocked. There has never been such a reaction before. Why did the conditions for upgrade suddenly appear this time? Did he unlock something accidentally? Level 4 Crystal Core. Lu Chen suddenly realized that there was no difference between the 2 touches before and after. It was this time that he obtained a Level 4 Crystal Core. Because there are 4 level Crystal Cores. Does it unlock new areas of the tank system? Lu Chen was very excited about this sudden harvest. This is the crystallization of human wisdom, and the greatest engineering machinery in the world. How terrifying it would be to transform this kind of machinery into combat power. But it actually requires 6 mechanical hearts. It actually takes 6 full mechanical hearts to unlock it. The upgrade requirements for large tanks are doubled. Lu Chen put down his hand and turned back to Qian. Now he only has 3 in hand. And he must obtain 3 mechanical hearts from other places. Looks like I have to find another base to fight again. Lu Chen closed the car door and twisted his neck. After excluding the Salvation Army base, there are now only 7 bases left in Haicheng City. However, this information is from many days ago, and I don't know if it will change in the past few days. If these bases are calculated in terms of individual combat power, they will definitely not be able to compare with the Salvation Army. First of all, they don't have the advantage of underground combat like the Salvation Army. And secondly, their fleet is definitely not as good as Lin Ji's modified fleet. However, the reason why these bases can compete with Lin Ji is that several large bases in the central part have formed an alliance. After the battle against the Beast Tide, Lu Chen estimated that the strength of these bases would grow again. However, the direction of its growth is to add more superpowers, rather than overall enhancement. If there are no accidents, it will not be too difficult to deal with these bases. But, after the tragic sacrifice of Shanda Group, Lu Chen felt that it was time to change the direction of the battle. Their enemy may no longer be these bases, but the huge hand behind them. Last night at Shanda Group, Lu Chen also obtained an unexpected piece of information. There are reconnaissance team members who have interacted with team members from free countries many times during the post-Beast Tide period. Later, when the team member didn't show up for a long time, he drove to free country to check. There, he found the entire Free State base burned to the ground. The death conditions of the team members in the base are exactly the same as those of Shanda Group. In other words, those who invaded Shanda Group were investigated from base to base in the west. Compared to those demons who slaughtered at will, the leaders of Al-Qaeda generally seem to be doing charity. At least they will take in most of the survivors. Although it is also oppression and slavery, it is much better than indiscriminate massacre. Then combined with the Anthem organization to use the metal tower to launch the end of the world, Lu Chen had a suspicion in his heart that these people were no longer in the human camp. Al-Qaeda in various cities may well be their tool after all. Now that the tools are used up, it's time to recycle something. What are they recycling? Ding. A mechanical sound in his mind interrupted Lu Chen's thinking. You have a video conference to connect to. When did I still have video conferencing? No one in their fleet would use a metal tower. This video conference will only be sent to him by organizations outside the base. After thinking for a long time, Lu Chen probably had a guess. Fujimori Group is the base of Haicheng City. Metal towers in a city will have some kind of connection. Then this video call should be sent to all Haicheng bases. So this is very likely to be a secret meeting among major bases in Haicheng City. So now he can just take Lin Ji's place in this meeting. Lu Chen stepped on the accelerator, and Qi Yan drove towards the base at full speed. This is an excellent opportunity to learn about the forces of various bases in Haicheng. Moreover, the bases are in a competitive relationship and will not easily contact each other. Now that a video conference is released, something big must be happening. You must listen to this conference. Bang. Fire charge is activated, and Qi Yan instantly breaks through the speed of sound. Fujimori Group Metal Tower. Underground conference room. Lu Chen inserted the black card he took from Hua Ren into the central control and turned on the LCD screen. If he guessed correctly, this black card should help him disguise himself. After turning on the LCD screen, Lu Chen arranged 2 chairs to simulate Lin Ji's throne. Then he imitated Lin Ji's voice based on his impressions, and finally lowered the lights in the metal tower so that his figure was looming. When he was ready, he connected to the video conference. The LCD screen lit up instantly, and strange faces appeared in front of Lu Chen's eyes. I just said no, came an angry voice. Under the angry man's profile picture, the name of his base, Trinity Base, is displayed. Lu Chen's connection interrupted his speech. You're late again, Lin Ji, said the Wulong Base spokesman. Wulong Base, one of the Haicheng Central Alliance. Seems like he should be the initiator of this meeting. Yeah, Lu Chen said softly, imitating Lin Ji's voice. It's too many mistakes to say. He needs to get information from this meeting, so he can't expose it yet. You still look like that, said the spokesperson of Trinity Base. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The entire sewer in Haicheng belongs to him. Do you think he can drag it down? Said the spokesperson of Fengchu Base. Fengchu Base, one of the Haicheng Central Alliance. Enough is enough. We are not here to quarrel, the spokesperson of Wulong Base said. Ugh. The other 2 base spokespersons snorted coldly. It seems that Lin Ji is very popular in Haicheng. Right? Lu Chen thought.
Fortunately, Lin Ji usually talks less, so he imitated it correctly.
Lin Ji, last time you said that there were some little mice invading Nancheng. How is it now?
Little mouse? Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. Isn't he talking about us?
Everything goes well.
Lu Chen maintained his concise and to-the-point style.
Yes. Then it seems that your invasion and the invasion from the north are not the same force.
Northern invasion? Could it be that there is also an unknown force invading Haicheng?
Since Lin Ji is here, our meeting will begin now. First of all, as you can see, there are only 7 bases participating in the meeting today. Medu Image, our northernmost base, has been destroyed. At first we thought they were attacked by the 4th wave of beasts, and each base had been carrying out defense work for a long time. But it wasn't until the Medu base was destroyed and Bao Steel Group was attacked that we discovered that things were not that simple. Next, let the deputy leader of Bao Steel Group introduce the details to us.
Bao Steel Group, one of the Haicheng Central Alliance. The Haicheng Central Alliance is composed of these 3 major bases: Wulong Fengku and Bao Steel. What puzzles Lu Chen is why the relationship between these bases feels so good. Is it just superficial?
That's not a beast wave,
the spokesperson of Bao Steel Group said. His voice was hard, as if he had just experienced a war.
Those alien species were summoned by humans. They summoned alien species to attack our base. We held on to 2 waves last night and this morning.
Summon alien species? Lu Chen's eyes widened. Isn't this what happened to the Angel of Death? Chapter 217 The Purpose of the Anthem Organization.
Create alien species.
Everyone's exclamations came from the video communication. It seems that not only Lu Chen, but also other base spokespersons were shocked by this.
It's some kind of unprecedented supernatural power that will generate something like a magic circle on the ground. As long as the operator drives the supernatural power, a steady stream of alien species will be generated from it.
A spokesman for Bao Steel Group provided further details. Suddenly a base spokesman murmured.
It must be someone from the Psalm organization.
As soon as these words came out, the video conference fell into deathly silence.
Why?
Lu Chen couldn't help but break the silence. Such a question would not expose itself.
Why? Master Lin Ji should know best. Right.
A spokesman for Trinity Base quipped tepidly.
This kind of power is not something that can be formed naturally at all, but a customized power. When the Anthem organization recruits a base with a particularly strong economy or power, power customization is the most attractive price they offer. Isn't your Salvation Army's tank modification ability a specially customized ability?
Power customization? Does Anthem have the power to customize abilities? Isn't this no different from the creator?
Why? How do you determine that alien summoning is a customized ability?
Chase asked. Although this question carries the risk of exposure, it is not a big problem.
Why? Lord Lin Ji, why do you need to ask even though you already know? Superpowers can be divided into several categories: physical enhancement type, energy control type, biological control type, and powerful rule control type. Naturally generated abilities can only occupy one of the categories, either physical enhancement, energy manipulation, etc. But the Anthem organization's customized abilities are different. They have the ability to stitch together a variety of abilities. For example, Lin Ji-sama's mechanical modification should be a combination of the control ability to control metal and the energy control ability that can break the material structure. The alien summoning ability that appeared in Bao Steel Group is obviously a combination of biological control and space ability. Who else but Psalm can do such a thing?
The spokesperson of Trinity Base sighed slightly in panic.
Superpower customization that combines multiple types of superpowers?
Why does it feel like Super Tank's ability card slot? Lu Chen thought in his heart. Each tank's superpower card slot can be inserted with different superpower crystal cores to enhance the tank's strength. There are no restrictions on the inserted crystal cores. For example, Colossus now has 3 different types of crystal cores inserted: electric energy surge, energy control type, swarm control, biological control type, time and space teleportation, space system superpower. It seems like I have a very powerful ability? The atmosphere of the video conference became increasingly silent after Lu Chen's 2 questions. All the speakers were shocked by the speculation at Trinity Base. After all, if this is true, they are facing the Anthem organization. An organization that has no idea how much power it has.
Why? Why me?
The spokesperson of Bao Steel Group suddenly roared.
Why did the Anthem organization attack us? We obviously did everything they told us. What is their purpose? Is there anything in the base worthy of their attack?
Baosteel Group's almost roaring inquiry made everyone think again. Why would the Anthem organization attack these law-abiding bases? What do they want?
Everyone, calm down,
the Wulong base spokesperson said to stabilize the situation.
We are a base designated by the Anthem organization. I believe there must be some misunderstanding, and we still have room for communication. Communicate. After the apocalypse broke out, those sons of bitches completely cut off communication. How can we communicate? Are you going to launch an all-out attack just because of a misunderstanding?
Opposition voices swarmed in. But Wulong's words have not been recognized by everyone. Regardless of the noise in the video, Lu Chen kept his eyes closed and thinking. Purpose. Purpose. What is the purpose of the Psalm organization? It seems that the source of all contradictions points to this. If this problem can be solved, then the next actions will have clear goals. Purpose. Purpose. What is the purpose for the Anthem organization to burn bridges and destroy the base it has cultivated? Purpose. Purpose. Lu Chen's mind was surrounded by these two words, and he kept searching his memory for all relevant clues. The answer is close. It seems right before our eyes. Not even close. Not even close. Etc. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and returned to reality from the ocean of consciousness. He recalled the report from Shanda Group soldiers that night.
The man landed in the center of the base, took one look at the metal tower, said, "This is actually good," and then started killing them.
Metal tower. Metal tower. Sure enough, the answer is right in front of you. Machine heart. Facing the video, Lu Chen spoke softly.
Mechanical heart? You said they are here for the mechanical heart?
Everyone exclaimed. The mechanical heart is the end of all powers, and the origin of the Doomsday. Because it exists in every base, Lu Chen has always ignored its importance. This unknown technology that has existed on the Earth for thousands of years is a truly non-renewable resource. In order to unleash the power of mechanical hearts, the Anthem organization distributes them throughout the world to guide the end of the world. Now that the apocalypse is broken out and the beast tide is over, they have to set out to retrieve these devices. These bases are just tools, and can be thrown away when you are done with them. They don't care about human life or death at all.
Yes, their purpose is to recover the mechanical heart,
Lu Chen said slowly.
You are just tools. You can throw them away after use. Why? Isn't it enough to have just one mechanical heart? It's useless to have more of this kind of thing,
said a spokesman for Baosteel Base. Yes, Lu Chen thought about it again. For ordinary bases, obtaining multiple mechanical hearts is nothing more than accelerating the creation of superpowers. And there will be no qualitative change. For Lin Ji's mechanical transformation ability, he can make fuller use of the power of the mechanical heart for modification. But the essence will not change. It will only speed up the modification, but will not enhance the modification effect. This is true for them. But it is completely different for me. The heart of machinery allows you to unlock more powerful tanks and gain an essential improvement in strength. So will the same be true for the Anthem organization? Will they be able to gain some powerful power by collecting a certain number of mechanical hearts?
The Anthem organization can use the mechanical heart to obtain some unknown powerful power.
Chase Lu said his guess in a positive tone. Now we must let these bases unite as a front, and let them turn their attention to the Anthem organization. Chapter 218 King of Sea City.
Can the mechanical heart gain more power?
Asked a spokesman for Trinity Base.
Why didn't we know? How much do you know about the heart of machinery?
Lu Chen asked.
The Anthem organization has owned the heart of machinery for nearly 1,000 years. Can your mastery of the heart of machinery compare with theirs? Giving a mechanical heart to us laymen is like giving a computer to a monkey in a tree. They don't think of any other use than using it as a brick. Since the machine heart is so powerful, why don't they just destroy the world and still need our power? Perhaps only after the world is destroyed can the power of the mechanical heart be fully unleashed. We are just a tool for the Anthem organization to destroy the world. What a new humanity. What a new future. Now that our usefulness has come to an end, they are starting to show their true colors. Our end of the world is about to begin, and all of us here need to unite.
Chase Lu was talking nonsense, and even he couldn't tell the truth from the lies. Anyway, the most important task at the moment is to unite these bases and target the Anthem. After Lu Chen finished speaking, the video conference fell into silence again. This is a huge amount of information for anyone to read. The Anthem organization that promised to lead them to a new world suddenly turned into an enemy seeking to end them.
But,
said the spokesperson of Wulong Base.
But how do you win against Psalm? They have the power to customize their abilities. No matter what abilities we use, they can immediately find a way to restrain it. As long as we use supernatural powers to fight, it will be impossible to defeat them.
The atmosphere of the meeting was once again gloomy. Faced with such a powerful opponent, everyone felt fearful.
Unite! We must unite! Otherwise all bases will be destroyed.
The spokesperson of Bastille Group was so indignant that he stood up from his chair in the video. Yes, that's it. Dear Mr. Bastille. Luchin chuckled. He applauds all moves that are conducive to the unity of the base.
Can we win victory if we unite? You just want to hold us back.
The spokesman of Trinity Base shouted angrily.
Yes. Open resistance will definitely lead to death. We must find a way to reconcile.
The spokesperson of Fengchu Base agreed. When Luchin heard this, he shook his head slightly. The road for these two boys was narrow. Judging from the current situation, Psalm's offensive started from one direction of the city. First it was Medu Image, and then it was Bastille Group. Bastille Group was being attacked, and they naturally wanted to join forces to increase their strength. As for the other bases, they will definitely not rashly unite before Psalm's attack falls on them. After all, union would mean a direct declaration of war against Anthem, and they did not yet have the courage to do so. People are always like this. They always feel that they are special, and they always have an inexplicable luck. Others are attacked by the Anthem, but you may not. When the teacher takes roll call in class, he will definitely call on other students, but not himself. If you scratch a lottery ticket, you are the one who will win. Now, Luchin must break their luck. Since the soft one is not enough, then go straight to the hard one.
What's the use of being united? There is no way any base can defeat the Anthem.
The spokesperson of the Trinity Base shouted again.
If there was a base that could defeat the chant, it would have unified Haicheng long ago, and it would be impossible for it to participate in the meeting. So everyone participating in this meeting cannot defeat the Psalm. Give up your desire to unite, and start contacting the Anthem organization from today. Maybe one of our bases will be the lucky one. Yeah, it's impossible to beat Psalm. Before it hits us, everyone should seize the last chance.
As soon as the words of the spokesperson of Trinity Base came out, they immediately aroused everyone's discussion. Obviously, they are more inclined to the illusory reconciliation than to confront the Anthem organization. They are still looking forward to the mercy of the Anthem organization.
Everyone!
Luchin knocked on the table in front of him and said seriously,
I can defeat the Psalm.
The video conference fell into dead silence for an instant, and everyone was wondering if they heard correctly. There seemed to be a voice just now saying that it could defeat the Psalm.
Chief Lin Ji, was it you who spoke just now?
A spokesman asked.
Yes, I said our base can defeat Psalm.
Luchin repeated.
Hee hee. Hee hee. Hee hee.
Trinity Base sneered.
Lin Ji, you are just hiding underground, so there is no base to control you. You don't think you can claim to be the boss just by swallowing up the two small bases in the south, do you? A rat nesting in the sewer dares to speak arrogant words,
shouted the spokesperson of Fengchu Base.
Chief Lingji, are you sure you are serious?
The spokesman of Wulong Base questioned.
Your Salvation Army is indeed powerful, but you can't even lead the entire Haicheng,
let alone defeat the Psalm. It's only a matter of time before we lead Haicheng.
That's almost it. The information that should be inquired has been obtained.
How dare you?
The spokesperson of Fengchu Base slapped the table angrily. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading.
You sewer rats have never even experienced the beast tide. I'm afraid your combat power is already out of date. I have long thought that your Salvation Army was arrogant. But I didn't expect that after not seeing each other for a few days, it became even more arrogant.
The spokesperson of Trinity Base roared.
Who said we are the Salvation Army?
Luchin said. A crackling sound was heard, and Luchin turned on the lights in his conference room. Originally shrouded in darkness, he now faces the leaders of various bases with his true identity.
Who is this?
All the base leaders said in unison, and the atmosphere in the conference room instantly turned into shock. They never thought that the Metal Tower meeting would be invaded by outsiders. This was simply impossible.
I've never seen you before. Where is Lin Ji?
The leader of Wulong Base asked first.
Lin Ji?
Luchin scratched his head.
The leader of the Salvation Army? He was reincarnated.
What? What did he say? Will the leader of the Salvation Army be defeated? Everyone continued to be shocked, although some of them looked down on Linji. No one thought that the Salvation Army could be taken down in a few days.
You impudent brat. Do you know who are the people here? If you dare to talk nonsense again, You will die without a burial place.
The spokesman of Trinity Base roared. An unknown kid invaded the meeting and talked to him for a long time. If this spreads out, how can they, the leaders of the base, still mess around?
Who are you, and how did you invade our meeting? Since everyone wants to know so much.
Luchin slowly raised his legs, assuming a scornful attitude.
Then let me introduce myself a little bit. Luchin, the leader of the Death Angel, the king of Nanchung. He will soon become the king of Sea City.
Chapter 219. I'm waiting for you. Angel of Death? I have never heard of any bird names. Everyone was confused after hearing Luchin's introduction. Until the words,
King of Sea City,
poured into their heads. The future king of Haicheng. This kid actually said that he would become the future king of Haicheng.
Ha ha ha.
The spokesman of Trinity Base laughed.
My king, please pull a horse. Get out of here. Kid, we don't have time to mess around with you now. Get this fool out of here.
The Fengchu Base spokesman shouted. When Luchin hacked into their meeting, everyone regarded Luchin as a threat. But as soon as Luchin said he wanted to become the king of Haicheng, they immediately labeled him as a fool. Wait. Just as everyone was shouting to kick Luchin out, the Wulong Base spokesman said,
You mean Nanchung? Are you the group of rats from Nanchung that Lin Ji said? We are indeed coming from Nanchung. We haven't seen the mice since they came. It's really from Nanchung. No way. It's impossible.
The Wulong Base spokesman murmured. If they really defeated the Salvation Army and obtained Lin Ji's black card, then the things that went into their meeting would be explained. But is this possible? One of the top forces in Haicheng was defeated by an unknown gang from a small city. How is this possible?
What are you still hesitating about? Kick him quickly,
the Trinity Base spokesman urged.
If Lin Ji is really killed by this kid, then our Haicheng city will be almost doomed.
Everyone proposed to kick out Luchin, the person who affected the proceedings of the meeting.
Everyone,
Luchin said, clearing his throat. The reactions of these people were as he expected. He wanted them to shout for a while and watch the show. But if he doesn't speak out, he will miss a good opportunity if he is really kicked out.
I have destroyed the Salvation Army base. It is up to you to decide whether I believe it or not. But what I say next is crucial. Our base in Nanchung was attacked by the Chant organization last night, and we won the victory only after paying a heavy price. This incident also reminded me that the next enemy should not be the bases, but the Anthem organization. There should be no more meaningless consumption between us. This is just a fight between the snipe and the clam, and the fishermen will benefit in the end. I'm here to seek peace and call on everyone to unite against the Anthem organization.
After everyone listened to Luchin's serious words, their minds became confused again for a moment. Is this kid serious? A small force defeated the Salvation Army base, and then blocked the attack of the Anthem organization? This incident is so outrageous that it makes people doubt that it was made up, because normal people wouldn't dare to make it up like this in their dreams.
What nonsense are you talking about? You're also repelling the Anthem organization. Do you know what the Anthem organization is?
The spokesperson of the Trinity Base beat his chest and roared, with a few hairs on his chest fluttering.
Evidence. You have said such a long paragraph, but not a single thing is confirmed by evidence.
The spokesman of the Wulong Base remained rational. Although he did not believe it, he was unwilling to give up this weak opportunity. What if this person really has such strength?
Indeed. You are talking nonsense here. If you really have the strength to repel the Anthem organization, come to my base.
The spokesperson of the Trinity Base shouted to the video.
If you come to my base today, I will call you Grandpa.
Luchin became interested as soon as he heard this. He put down his legs and propped up his head to think.
Are you crazy, kid? The colorful world has charming eyes. If you don't have the strength, don't show off your face.
The spokesperson of Trinity Base felt relieved when he saw Luchin being frustrated.
Except for Baosteel Group and Wulong Base. All the other spokespersons burst into laughter.
Coordinates.
After Luchin thought for a while, he interrupted their laughter. He has already thought of how to prove his strength as quickly as possible.
Send me the coordinates of the base.
When the Anthem organization established each base, its metal towers had clear establishment points. That is, coordinates. Relying on these coordinates, they were able to pinpoint the location of each metal tower.
Clam?
Everyone who was laughing was stunned. Are you serious? This time it was the turn of the big man at Trinity Base to be dumbfounded. Why do you need coordinates? Is it really possible to call?
Okay. Let's see when your bullshit will break through.
The big man from San slammed the table.
21. 283. 9987.
He directly reported the accurate coordinates of the base. At this stage of the apocalypse, all bases basically know each other's base locations. So the coordinates are no longer a secret. And it would be best to tell them now to expose this kid's pretense.
Let me see how you got here. Kid, I'll be waiting for you right here.
San, a big man, said loudly.
Okay, let's continue chatting. I'll excuse you for a moment.
Luchin said lightly, and hung up the meeting. The leaders fell silent again. What kind of trouble is this? Is this an escape or a real fight? Even if they want to fight, they would not choose to march at night. This is simply common sense in military use.
Everyone, let's continue the meeting. This guy probably won't come back.
The big man from San sneered. He felt that Luchin just couldn't pretend anymore. So he ran away.
Brother Wang, your meeting really needs to be encrypted. If you let such a brat invade again, I won't come in next time. Indeed, what we are talking about here are confidential topics of each base. It is not appropriate for outsiders to invade.
The spokesman of Wulong Bay sighed. Lu Chen's escape dashed his hopes. He also feels the same way as the spokesperson of Bao Steel Group, who is now the main target of the chant. How they hope what Lu Chen said is true, because only then can they survive the Saint Singer. But now Lu Chen's escape has made all hopes come to nothing.
Let the meeting continue,
the Wulong Bay spokesman said.
Although there was an episode just now, what he said is not unreasonable. Union may be the only way for our future. I don't agree. Confronting the chant organization will only lead to death.
The big man from Sanity had a firm attitude.
If you are in a hurry to die, go ahead. I will definitely let Trinity Base survive until the end. Leader! Leader!
As soon as the big man from San was speaking, the video showed that his subordinates were calling him.
What are you doing? It is strictly forbidden to enter during the meeting. Are you turning a deaf ear to my words?
The big man from San roared angrily.
Chief, this is a big deal. Yes, someone is knocking on the door.
What? The face of the big man San changed color, ranging from purple to red to black, and became a mess. Chapter 220 Society, I, Mr. Liu, am ruthless and don't talk much.
What invasion? Who invaded? How is it possible?
The three big men went crazy for 3 times, and the strategizing momentum before had disappeared.
I don't know. A burst of light fell and the attack began. It's so scary. So scary.
The team member who reported it was almost crying.
Damn, he's not dead yet. Why are you crying?
The big man yelled angrily and hung up the video, interrupting the other leaders' thoughts of having fun.
Is it really that young man just now?
Said a spokesman for Bao Steel Group.
Impossible,
shouted the Fengchu base spokesman.
I just finished my speech in a base, and in the blink of an eye I attacked Trinity Base. Unless he relies on flying. No, flying is not that fast. It must be teleportation. Teleporting an entire army. How is this possible?
After Fengchu base said this, everyone felt that this was impossible.
The only possibility is that the Anthem organizes an attack. The chant organization has attacked Trinity Base.
The spokesperson of Wulong Base guessed.
So good.
The spokesperson of Bao Steel Group jumped up and exclaimed.
Ah, no. This is really pitiful.
Seeing the disdainful expressions on everyone's faces, the spokesperson of Bao Steel Group sat back in his chair. But he was still glad in his heart. If the Anthem organization turned around and attacked Trinity Base, it would be a great good thing for them.
What is it? Tell me again.
Su Lahua, who has a broad build and a sturdy back, roared menacingly. The team members following him repeated tremblingly.
A burst of light. 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 Followed by laser. Laser attack. Oh shit.
Su Lahua slapped the player until he was stuck to the wall. He gave up trying to get information from the distraught team member. He shouted angrily. His muscles all over his body tensed up, and his legs doubled in thickness. His footsteps were like magic, and he rushed out of the base like the wind. Impossible. Impossible. Isn't Psalm attacking Bao Steel Group? Why would it turn around and attack Sani? After just a few words from the player, he had already connected the attack with the Anthem organization. After all, no one would believe that a little devil force could create such a terrifying surprise attack. It must be the Anthem organization outside. Why? Why? I, Su Huhu, am loyal. She. The sound of mechanical rollers sliding was heard, and the metal door opened to one side. Boom. The moment the door opened,
A fiery red light, like a flash of light, lit up. Su Laohu's power was instantly taken away, replaced by a white light. Divine punishment. This is divine punishment. Su Laohu's legs trembled and his consciousness became blurred. The Anthem organization really came to our door. They are not prepared at all. Trinity Base is going to be destroyed. Why? Why attack us? Su Laohu suddenly fell to his knees. No matter how strong his legs were, they could not support his desperate heart. Roars and shouts filled his ears. This base was falling. Su Laohu put his hands together and prayed on the spot. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! After an unknown amount of time, the roar finally stopped. Su Laohu still closed his eyes tightly and knelt down to pray. Dude! Dude! He heard someone shouting, but he didn't dare to open his eyes. As long as he sees the faces of these mysterious people, he will definitely not survive. No matter what. You can't open your eyes. You must not open your eyes. Dude! Snapped. Suddenly, a slap hit Su Laohu's face with such force that it could split Huashan Mountain. Su Laohu was slapped and sent flying, and burning pain surged into his face. His eyes opened inadvertently and took a look. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I didn't see anything. Su Laohu, who was knocked out, quickly got up and shouted in horror. Look who I am! Man! I don't dare to look. I don't dare to look. I was wrong. Su Hu had tried his best to plead for mercy and want to be forgiven. While he was shouting wildly, he was suddenly startled. At that glance, he seemed to have seen something. Dude! I'm here! What? No way. A bad guess arose in Su Laohu's mind. A guess that he couldn't believe no matter what. In order to verify it, Su Laohu narrowed his eyes tremblingly. Damn it. How can this be? He was stupid. He was completely stupid. Through the slit in his eyes, he saw the handsome young man in the video conference. No way. Su Laohu took another look. And there was absolutely nothing wrong. It was really the young master he provoked. I was wrong. I was too young to see Taishan. Su Laohu screamed. Master Lu, please come this way. Su Laohu opened the metal door and gave Lu Chen an invitation gesture. After guiding Lu Chen into the metal tower, he asked Lu Chen about his favorite music and the indoor temperature. Master Lu, are you satisfied with the temperature here? Okay. Our conference room is on the 7th floor underground. I'll take you there now. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Faced with Su Laohu's smooth change of attitude, Lu Chen felt dumbfounded. This leader who established a base in the last days really has two skills. At least in terms of being able to stretch and bend. When he was thinking about how to quickly show off his strength, he thought that teleportation could not only be effective between his own metal towers, it can also take effect on metal towers other than your own, as long as you have the determined coordinates of the opponent's base. So after Su Laohu revealed the coordinates of Trinity Base, he summoned all the 3-stage superpower users and lay bow in the base for a quick trip. After being teleported to the 3rd level base, the thunderstorm laser launch caused everyone to panic. Coupled with the combat power of Yu Ji, Xiao Liang, Lin Zhuang and others, it didn't take them a while to defeat the night guards at Trinity Base. When the second round of cracking lasers was fired, Su Laohu rushed out of the metal tower. After seeing the power that was like a punishment from heaven, he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. His begging for mercy also caused the subsequent reinforcements at Trinity Base to lose confidence and surrender. That's it. The 3rd level base, one of the 7 major bases in Haicheng, was impressed by Lu Chen. Of course, the disintegration laser was not aimed at the team members, but only blasted through the city gate. After all, they came to seek peace, not to commit massacre. Lu Chen, value peace so much. In the metal tower of Trinity Base, Su Laohu reconnected to the video conference. From the time Lu Chen hung up the meeting, to Su Laohu hanging up, and then to Su Laohu connecting, it didn't even last 10 minutes. Everyone looked suspicious as they watched Su Laohu connect again. Why are you back so soon? Has the Anthem organization retreated? The spokesperson of Bao Steel Group even looked ugly. If the Anthem organization retreats, their base will suffer again. A buzzing sound of electricity passed through, and the image of Trinity Base appeared on the LCD screen. What's this? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they doubted their own eyes. The person standing next to Su Laohu turned out to be the young man who invaded the meeting just now. Su Laohu coughed lightly
and said with a smile on his face,
"Let me introduce you to Mr. Liu."
Su Laohu made palms with his hands and pointed at Lu Chen.
"The king of Sea City."
Chapter 221 Union. What? The eyes of several people on the video screen almost burst out of their sockets. A few minutes ago, these two people were yelling at each other across the screen. And now they appeared together.
"I am a queen." "What? What does this mean?"
Such an unreasonable scene shocked the Wulong base spokesman, who had always been stable.
"Don't panic, everyone. Just now,
I was blind,
and Master Lu personally came to teach me a lesson. After seeing Master Lu's strength, I think we have found hope to resist the Chant organization." "Su Huhu, what the H.L. are you talking about here?"
shouted the spokesperson of Fengchu base.
"You two were not in the same base just now, but you appeared together in just a few minutes. Can your acting be any more fake? Tell me, what is your purpose?" "It's teleportation technology. Mr. Lu can teleport troops between metal towers."
Su Laohu consciously explained for Lu Chen.
"How is it possible? How can a force that doesn't know where it comes from master the power of teleportation?" Wait.
Wulong interrupted Fengchu and said,
"Although things are very bizarre now, and everyone finds it hard to believe, we all need to calm down."
From the moment Lu Chen revealed his true identity, the entire meeting began to develop in an uncontrollable direction. The current situation can no longer be explained clearly in one or two sentences. Wulong's spokesperson organized his thoughts and spoke again.
"First of all, Mr. Lu claimed to have defeated the Salvation Army and repelled the Anthem organization. Then we didn't believe it. So he teleported to Trinity Base and defeated Su Laohu."
Su Laohu sneered, saying it was okay not to mention some things.
"I don't know if all this is a conspiracy between the Salvation Army and Trinity Base. But if it is true, if it were true, all this bizarre stuff would seem reasonable. If Mr. Lu really has the strength to resist the Anthem organization, then he really has the possibility to destroy the Salvation Army and has the ability to teleport over long distances. Think about it. If Mr. Lu really has such strength, would these ridiculous things be justified?"
The leader of Wulong base is indeed a talker. A few words made the excited people think calmly. The first person to clarify the relationship was the spokesperson of Bao Steel Group.
"Yes, if he is really that powerful, then it makes sense. Evidence. We must have evidence. Su Laohu is not honest to begin with. It is very likely that it is a joint conspiracy."
The spokesperson of Fengchu base still refused to give up. Su Laohu had a wry smile on his face, and tens of thousands of mothers were rushing through his heart.
"Let's not talk about whether it is a conspiracy or not. I would like to ask Mr. Lu first. What does the alliance you mentioned require us to do?"
Chief Wulong said. Unknowingly, he had already called Lu Chen Mr. Lu.
"Here. Sit down."
Su Laohu stood up, patted the chair, and made an invitation gesture to Lu Chen. Everyone looked at him sideways. For Su Laohu, a tough guy, to be able to do this, even if he was acting, this young man would not be simple. Seeing that the leader of Wulong was so sincere, Lu Chen didn't mince words and sat down directly to express his request.
"I have no interest in your base, nor in your weapons, supplies, population, etc. I'm not here to occupy Haicheng or invade you. I am here to lead a war that can determine the fate of mankind, and the war of the Anthem organization. To do this, I need all the bases to become a group. The leaders will become a command group, and all the troops will obey the command of the command group. We will form a community of destiny, unite to fight against the Anthem, and bring the world back on track."
Lu Chen finished speaking calmly. His voice was calm and powerful, which made people doubt that these were words that a young man could say.
"So, you just need us to send troops to support you?"
Wulong's spokesman asked.
"I also need the mechanical heart and crystal core."
Lu Chen made the last request, and the whole place was in an uproar. They didn't expect Lu Chen's ambition to be so big. You say you don't covet their base, but you want to take away the mechanical heart and crystal core. What's the difference between this and taking away the base?
"Ha ha! I knew it!"
The spokesperson of Fengchu base shouted.
"Now the fox's tail is exposed. This is all a conspiracy. The scam created by the Salvation Army and Trinity Base. The final goal is the mechanical heart and crystal core. If we can really save our base, so what if we give away the mechanical heart and crystal core?"
Bao Steel's spokesperson shouted angrily.
"It is impossible for us to defeat the Chant. If he can really resist the Chant, we, the Bao Steel Group, are willing to give up our mechanical heart, Stupid! Feng Chu's spokesperson yelled. This is a scam! It's impossible for the Anthem organization to defeat us. They just want to deceive our mechanical hearts and strengthen themselves. Everyone started discussing again. And the current conflict still focused on whether Lu Chen really had powerful abilities. Even though Wen Su Huho was convinced. The suspicion among the leaders was still not dispelled. Coordinates. Chase Lu interrupted the argument again. It is best to break the suspicion about his strength. All you need to do is give him the coordinates, and he will come to you immediately. Hearing Lu Chen speak, no one dared to report the coordinates of the base rashly this time. A bunch of cowards. Do you really believe it? The Feng Chu base spokesperson shouted. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. So what if I just report it to you? Just let me expose your lies. 96. 298. 2745. Come! Across the screen, Feng Chu's spokesperson was particularly arrogant. I am waiting for you. Lu Chen smiled slightly, turned and left. Feng Chu was slightly startled when she saw his actions. This kid couldn't be serious. Although he said he didn't believe it. He turned around and called a team member over. He buried his head and whispered, Everyone is on alert. As long as everyone is on alert and prepared. Even if the opponent really attacks, he has the confidence to defend. After Chase Lu left, time passed by minute. Feng Chu's expression changed from slightly wary to gradually relaxed. And finally full of arrogance. After nearly 20 minutes, there was no movement at all at Feng Chu base. Where are you? Where is your master Lu? Su Laohu? He shouted proudly at Su Laohu. You didn't expect me to take action. Did you? You want to hide your shoddy acting skills from me? Come on! Come and hack me! A bunch of sewer rats! Feng Chu was scolding him happily, when suddenly the voice of his subordinate calling him came. Chief! Chief! Something bad is going to happen! Spokesperson Feng Chu's expression changed, and he looked at Su Laohu suddenly. Su Laohu smiled at him, and said that he would be over soon. Let's go! I want to see who is so bold today! Spokesperson Feng Chu slapped the table angrily, stood up and left. 10 minutes later, spokesperson Feng Chu sat obediently at the table, with a smile on her face. Let me introduce you to me. Mr. Lu. Chapter 222-3 Mechanical Hearts. Looking at Lu Chen who appeared in the video screen of Feng Chu base again. Everyone in the meeting had messy expressions on their faces. After 2 time-space transfers, the battle was resolved within 10 minutes. No one here doubts Lu Chen's true strength anymore. What remained in their hearts was only doubt and confusion. Wondering where Lu Chen got such a powerful ability. Mr. Lu, please support Bao Steel Group. All personnel in our base are willing to follow Mr. Lu. The spokesperson of Bao Steel Group clasped his fists and said to Lu Chen, as the front line of the battle against the chant. He now looks at Chase Lu as if he were looking at the savior. The rest of the people looked at Lu Chen's expressions. Some were frightened, some were confused, and some were confused. Does everyone recognize my strength now? Lu Chen put aside the question of the Bao Steel spokesperson. Mr. Lu is young and promising, and is our last hope in Haicheng. The spokesperson of the Wulong base said with fists in his hands. Master Lu is unparalleled in the world. I have been optimistic about you since the beginning. Su Laohu said. Me too. Feng Chu spoke. Then let's talk about the alliance. The Anthem organization's attack is imminent. The sooner we unite, the sooner we can launch a counterattack. We, Bao Steel Group, are willing to follow Mr. Lu, said a spokesman for Bao Steel Group. After listening to Bao Steel Group's speech, Lu Chen turned his attention to other speakers. Needless to say, Trinity Base and Feng Chu Base. It is impossible for them not to join. But other base spokesmen were hesitant and had no intention of agreeing. Because what Chase Lu wants is the mechanical heart and all the crystal nuclei, which is their foundation in the end of the world. Lu Chen shook his head and said slowly, It takes time to build trust, and I will give everyone time to think about it. During this period of consideration, I will assist Bao Steel Group in defeating the Anthem organization. After this victory, the Anthem organization will definitely send more powerful combat forces there. At that time, bases that do not join the alliance will be divided into hostile camps by me. After Lu Chen finished speaking, everyone looked at each other, unable to refute. If Chase really defeats the Anthem organization, then those who don't join the alliance will be stupid. Okay, when Mr. Lu returns in triumph, we, Wulong Base, will take the lead and join the Haicheng alliance. Me too. Good. Before anyone could finish speaking, Chase Lu hung up the video conference. The huge Fengchu base conference room fell into darkness. We can ask everyone to move out. From now on, only the communication function will be left in the metal tower, Lu Chen said. Okay. Li Fengwang nodded and bowed, and ran out of the conference room as if running away. Lu Chen stood up and came to the suspension column, reached out and took off the mechanical heart. To get the mechanical heart, the metal tower will close in 10 minutes. Jump or not. 26 secondary crystal nuclei and 4 third-level crystal nuclei were detected. Lu Chen did not choose to jump, but chose one of the 4 third-level crystal cores to unlock hyperspace communication. After the Fengchu base is loaded with hyperspace communication, it will be equivalent to a stable transmission point from now on. Moreover, the implantation of the hyperspace communication device can also maintain part of the energy in the metal tower. Li Fengwang can still conduct video conferences with other base leaders. Part of the reason why Lu Chen didn't let others join the alliance now was because he didn't want to do it forcefully without foreplay. If you want to lead people in the future, a good impression is necessary. Another part of the reason is that this time the heart of machine is enough. His purpose of joining forces this time is to obtain 3 mechanical hearts, so that he can upgrade the Tushan. The 3 bases of Sanyi, Fengchu, and Bao Steel have already achieved their goals, so there is no need to force them. After he defeats the Anthem organization head-on, those people will naturally offer the machine heart with both hands. After loading the overtime device, the alarm in the base stopped and Lu Chen teleported to the thunderstorm. Xiao Liang, Yu Ji and Lin Zhuang were waiting in the car. After a brief exchange of greetings, Lu Chen began to analyze the crystal core. He will not buy the crystal nuclei from these bases for nothing, but will select the ones suitable for implantation and implant them in them. In addition, those crystal nuclei that have little effect will be taken away and become their own upgrade materials. After a period of analysis, Lu Chen selected 3 secondary crystal nuclei. Choose the 3 strongest team members from your base, Lu Chen said to Li Fengwang, who had just ran out of the metal tower. Okay. Li Fengwang nodded without any hesitation and set off to find someone. After a while, he found 3 team members. Sit on. Lu Chen pointed to the thunderstorm cab and asked one person to get on the chariot. The man, who was stunned by the interior of thunderstorm, boarded the thunderstorm at the urging of Li Fengwang. What is this going to do? Li Fengwang was full of doubts. Could it be some kind of brainwashing ability that turns one's own soldiers into their own? The team member sat for a while. A blue light appeared, and a metal helmet appeared on his head. No way. Li Fengwang's eyes widened. As a leader, he is very familiar with this metal helmet. The blue light flashed, and after just 30 seconds, the helmet disappeared. Lu Chen pulled the team members out of the car and let them experience the changes in their bodies. After a while, the team member opened his mouth and blew out a ball of flames in front of him. Fire Dragon! Li Fengwang exclaimed. Isn't this exactly the power of the crystal core he is analyzing? But he had only completed 1/5 of the crystal core, and it would take 3 full days to complete the analysis. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. After the analysis is completed, the core implantation surgery will take many days. And now, how come Lu Chen directly created a superpower in 30 seconds? This is simply too terrifying. If he had this kind of ability, he would have created an army of superpowers and overran Haicheng. If I just succumbed to Lu Chen's hard power before, now I want to call Lu Chen daddy. This kind of power to create superpowers is even better than that of the Psalm organization. Superior. After the first team member advanced, the next 2 team members also got on board and acquired special abilities. After the 3 of them obtained the superpowers, Chase Lu turned around and said to Li Fengwang, These 3 people are already superpowers. You can train them well in the future. If you gain military merit, then I can provide free upgrades. These 3 crystal nuclei are more suitable for implantation. The quality of the others is not good, so I took them away directly. Here, these 3 superpowers are still here with me? Li Fengwang couldn't believe it. Aren't people with superpowers the object of competition for everyone? Why would they give them up to others? Moreover, he had thought that Lu Chen would take the crystal core and leave directly, but he did not expect that he would also implant superpowers into his own soldiers. To be honest, with Lu Chen's strength, Li Fengwang, didn't even dare to say a word if he took away all the crystal cores. But now, he not only left the basic first-level crystal nuclei, but also screened the second-level crystal nuclei and implanted superpowers into his team members. For this kind of thing, it's not an exaggeration to say charity. Li Fenghuang's expression was even more shocked than the moment he saw Lu Qin's invasion. In this post-apocalyptic world where people eat people without spitting out their bones, they are ruthless, and they rob nothing. And Lu Qin's behavior gave him a great shock. There seems to be something really different about the man in front of me.
Thank you. Thank you,
Li Fenghuang said tremblingly. This sentence comes from the heart. Chapter 223. The expedition begins. After waiting for the time-space teleportation to cool down at Fengchu Base, Lu Qin led everyone back to Fujimori Base. Lu Qin invaded the Haicheng meeting this time, just to get some information, and see if there was any chance to win over several bases. Unexpectedly, after it became clear that the enemy was the Anthem organization, they would also win over 3 bases. From the 2 bases of Sanyi and Fengchu alone, Lu Qin has obtained 2 mechanical hearts, 41 second-level crystal cores, and 8 third-level crystal cores. Except that there is no level 4 crystal core. This loot is almost the same as the loot obtained from defeating the Salvation Army. You must know that this is just one night, and it is not the result of a large-scale battle. As soon as he was teleported back to the base, Lu Qin assigned Yuji Lin Zhuang a new mission. The Anthem organization's attack doesn't know when it will launch again, so preparations must be made as quickly as possible. Rescue Baosteel Group is an important task to demonstrate strength and win people's hearts. If it succeeds, recruiting other bases in the future will be a breeze. But if it fails, not to mention paying a heavy price, it will take more energy to form an alliance in the future. In order to ensure the success of this mission, Lu Qin must complete the upgrade of the Tushan before the opponent attacks. He asked Yuji to inform Rong Hubu to drive Qi Tian first to contain the Tushan and the underground Vulcan. Then let Lin Zhuang notify the captains of each team to select the best and send 50 elite tanks to the expedition. The area of Haicheng City is nearly twice that of Nancheng, and Baosteel Group and Fujinsen are located at the north and south ends of Haicheng. The journey is long, and a small force is easier to control and can advance faster. After arranging the tasks, Yuji and others turned and left, while Lu Qin opened the tank upgrade panel. He wanted to use all the 8 newly obtained crystal cores to increase his chances of winning this battle. Without further ado, Lu Qin directly opened the skill panels of Lei Bao and Qin Tian. They were the only tanks that could still be upgraded. Thunderstorm upgrade panel. Armor. 0 element armor, the body. The armor is upgraded to 0 element armor. The 0 element armor is neutron armor, which has higher density and performance. It can greatly improve the armor level and reduce the armor loss caused by energy weapons. The required 3rd level crystal core is 8/1. Arms. Beam energy laser. Upgrade the disintegration laser. With beam energy lasers, laser delivery will become more flexible and can be used continuously. Not only can it be used while moving, but it can also adjust the direction while using it. The laser can be fired at any stage of energy storage and heats up during continuous shooting. The required 3rd level crystal core is 8 halves. Note, laser is on reach. After the maximum power, it can only last for 2 seconds, and then it will cool down due to overheating. Move. Turret mode. Cancel the track coverage and transform the movement system into support. With the mounting system, the body shape is significantly changed, and the tank will be fixed on the ground and enter turret mode. After entering turret mode, the tank will lose movement. Mobility. Weapon damage will be increased by 50%. Tank defense will be increased by 50%. The muzzle adjustment range will be significantly increased, and it can attack sky units. The required 3rd level crystal core is 8 halves. Note, it takes nearly 1 minute to switch modes. Please choose carefully. Energy. Cold fusion energy, unlocked. The nuclear fusion fuel chamber triggers nuclear fusion to provide energy for the tank. The energy acquisition and safety are far greater than fission energy. And the required 3rd level crystal core is 8/1. Science and technology. Vehicle space. The number of super tanks that can be earned is increased to 4 and obtained. Chariot repair bonus buff. The super vehicle in the space will get 1.0 times the repair speed. No crystal core is needed. It has been obtained. Qintian upgrade panel. Armor. 0 element armor. Upgrade the body armor to 0 element armor. 0 element. The armor is neutron armor, which has higher density and performance. It can greatly increase the armor level and reduce the armor loss caused by energy weapons. The required 3rd level crystal core is 8/1. Arms. Earthshakes. The entire armor of the tank will be there, under the action of the propeller. It violently shook the ground, sending out a strong shockwave centered on the tank. After upgrading, the damage and stun time of shockwave are increased and increased. The armor breaking effect can significantly damage the enemy. Any form of human armor requires level 3 crystal core 8 halves. Move. Shield attachment. Ordinary tanks park in the super vehicle space. Stay longer than 5 minutes and get an instant boost. Barrier, which can withstand a large amount of kinetic energy damage. Continuously. The time is 5 seconds. And the required third level crystal core is 8 halves. Energy. Cold fusion fuel tank. Unlock the core. The fusion fuel chamber triggers nuclear fusion to provide energy for the tank and transforms energy. The increased efficiency can provide more high-quality fuel for the tanks in the space, which requires third-level crystals. Core 8.1. Science and Technology. Super space loading. Increase the loading space of ordinary tanks to 20. Ordinary tanks can in loading space replenish fuel. No need for crystal cores. Obtained. Other functions to be unlocked. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen shot 8 crystal cores in. He upgraded Thunderstorm's turret mode and beam laser, Qingtian's shield attachment, and earth shock respectively. Offense is the best defense. And all 8 crystal cores were used on offensive skills. The blue data cable floated out, and a pleasant mechanical sound came. After using up the crystal core, Lu Chen kept thinking about the strategy for this battle. First of all, there is no need to use time and space teleportation unless necessary. Secondly, the Saturn and Vulcan must be recovered as soon as possible and then allowed to be carried out by the modification department for preliminary modification. After that, the large force went on the road, led by himself in the Colossus. And Thunderstorm carried 3 small super tanks. Qingtian carries 20 heavy artillery tanks that can charge into battle, and 50 elite tanks follow the convoy. After planning in this way, the expedition troops and scale will be clear. After waiting for a while, the tank upgrade was completed. Lu Chen drove the Colossus to the center of the base, and the troops for this expedition had been assembled. Rong Hubia set off first under Lu Chen's instructions to recover the Vulcan and Tushan. There are still 50 heavy armored vehicles and other super tanks left in the square. Due to time constraints, Lu Chen briefly issued a pre-war declaration, emphasizing the importance of this battle. After Lu Chen gave an order, the gate of the base opened, and the large troops rushed out of the base in an orderly manner. Lu Chen drove the Colossus and rushed to the front. The route planning this time has been completed, because Trinity Base and Fengchu Base are located exactly on the marching route. Hyperspace communication can cover the entire marching route. Lu Chen estimated that the march time this time would be about 2 hours. During these 2 hours, Baosteel Group must rely on its own combat power to defend. After a long night, the convoy's first expedition in Haicheng City began. This is also the first time the team has a head-on battle with the Anthem Group. This battle will affect the future direction. Chapter 224 Apostle Walker. Wulong Base. Conference room in the metal tower. An upright man in a suit was sitting in front of the conference room. Chen Long is the leader of Wulong Base. After Chase Lu left the video conference, he opened another video conference. This meeting did not include the leaders of Trinity Base and Fengchu Base.
Let me summarize everyone's questions,
Chen Long said after everyone finished speaking.
The key issue now is that everyone doubts whether this sudden force can really defeat the Anthem. After all, except for Su Laohu and Li Fengwang, none of us have seen their fighting modes with our own eyes. In that case, I have a suggestion.
Chen Long looked at the spokesperson of Baosteel Group.
The next time the Psalm organization attacks, can you turn on the surveillance system and broadcast it to our leaders here? In this way, we leaders can not only intuitively feel the combat power of the Psalm organization, but also further judge whether Lu Chen can be trusted.
The spokesperson of Baosteel Group agreed after some thought. It has reached this situation now. Their base can only talk about multiple friends and multiple paths. After receiving the agreement from the spokesperson of Baosteel Group, all the leaders breathed a sigh of relief. This is an excellent opportunity to observe Lu Chen and the Chant organization's combat power up close.
Well, let's end today's meeting here.
After Chen Long said a few polite words, he ended the video conference. The base leaders also left with satisfaction. Wait until the next time the Psalms attack, and they'll be able to see what these guys are really capable of. Only after confirming their strength with their own eyes can they hand over the mechanical heart and crystal core with confidence. It's a mule or a horse. You can tell at a glance. Changsha City. Anthem headquarters. On a building that reaches straight into the clouds.
Several men in black stand facing the wind. As a landmark building in Changsha City, Jin Mao Tower can take in the entire Changsha City. Smoke filled the air. War raged, and the entire city was in a sea of flames. The old man standing at the front watched with interest the explosions that occurred from time to time at his feet. The man in black behind him was completely expressionless, like a machine.
Is there something unusual happening when you come back in such a hurry?
The old man put his hands behind his back and said slowly,
Dr. Lee, unexpected situations have occurred in many places this time.
Oh! Dr. Lee was calm, as if he was outside the world.
First of all, metal towers have been destroyed in various places. After preliminary investigation by the walkers, it is speculated that it was the work of a high-level corpse king. When the zombies upgrade to the third stage of awakening consciousness, they will independently explore the metal tower with a mechanical heart. Automatic exploration? How did they enter and take out the metal tower?
Dr. Lee asked.
There is no need to enter. They seem to have some kind of superpower. They can directly absorb the mechanical heart through contact.
Huh? Dr. Lee's long-suffering facial muscles twitched slightly, and he finally became a little more interested.
This is something I have never heard of before. Does the mechanical heart have any benefit on them? According to the longest observation report, 3 days after the corpse king devoured the mechanical heart, its strength did not increase significantly. Without the ability to increase strength or provide energy, are these corpse kings automatically collecting mechanical hearts following some kind of instructions?
Dr. Lee opened his mouth to guess.
The apostles in the executive department also speculated the same. Did you bring back any living samples? The apostle of the Southern War Zone captured a 3-stage zombie king alive. He can actually capture the enemy alive.
Dr. Lee raised his eyebrows and said in surprise,
Yes. The apostle said it was a gift for you. Ha! Thank him for me. Do you have any other questions? Let's finish it all at once. Yes. The remaining abnormalities are not serious, but they still need to be reported. The first is the anomaly in Haicheng City. Haicheng City seems to have experienced 3 waves of beasts, and the strength of the base has grown significantly. Walker number 7 and number 8 who were dispatched to Haicheng encountered severe resistance when exploring the second base. After being unable to attack for a long time, they applied for assistance from the headquarters. Headquarters dispatched Nancheng Walker number 5 and number 6, which are closest to Haicheng, for assistance. After the dispatch order was issued, only number 5 of the Nancheng Walkers arrived at the designated location, and the whereabouts of number 6 are unknown. And according to the battle logs uploaded by number 6 before, the disappearance of mechanical hearts was found in the 4 Nancheng bases they explored. It is worth noting that one of the bases missing the mechanical heart still has a large number of survivors living there. This means that its mechanical heart cannot be taken away by the Corpse King. The Corpse King will definitely massacre the entire city. These things are quite troublesome.
Dr. Lee tapped his head lightly.
Nancheng, why do you feel a little familiar? Nancheng was the first city to detect the disappearance of the heart of machine signal. I guess you have some impressions because of this.
Oh! Dr. Lee patted his head.
Yeah. It seems that there is something wrong with this place. It even caused a traveler to lose news. How did Li Haoren cope? The apostle of the Southern War Zone dispatched 2 more travelers to Haicheng, and then prepared to leave for Nancheng in person. Yes. Yes. Some minor ailments have to be diagnosed in the hospital. If they are treated after they turn into serious illnesses, you will have to pay a huge price.
This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading.
There's nothing wrong with Haicheng. I just want to advise Xiao Lizi not to destroy Nancheng again casually. I will tell the apostle, but I feel that Nancheng City does not need the apostle to be so angry. Hee hee. The battlefield belongs to you young people. I'd better study the corpses.
Dr. Lee left with a smile, followed by several men in black. Behind them, the devastated Changsha City was burning and screaming tragically. Salvation Army base ruins. After Qing Tian recovered the Tushan, he re-entered the underground and recovered the Vulcan. After driving through the long dark tunnel, Qing Tian found the Vulcan standing quietly on the rails. As soon as the car parked, everyone in the modification department filed out under the leadership of Lin Dachui. They are taking apart the Vulcan as quickly as possible. The Vulcan is too long to fit directly into Qing Tian and must be dismantled. After a while, everyone worked together to split the Vulcan into 3 parts. Rong Hubu controlled the tank system and loaded the Vulcan into the folding space. After Lin Dachui and others got on the bus, Qing Tian started up again and moved forward at full speed to join the large army.
In the folding space of Chinqian's rear compartment, Lin Dachui and others looked at the huge Tushan and Vulcan with excited expressions. As mechanics who are born to modify, modifying these behemoths is simply their dream job. They were extremely excited when they thought that these big guys would kill everyone under the control of Leader Lu.
All of them!
Lin Dachui shouted to everyone.
Work hard! Let this monster roar! Good!
Chapter 225 The battle begins. Lin Dachui gave the order, and the mechanics immediately got into gear, and the modification workshop was in full swing. The first batch of dismantling crews carried out activities first. Their task was to remove the redundant and scrap parts of Saturn and Vulcan. After exploring during the day, they have figured out how to use various instruments in the micron-level modification workshop. All modification work begins with a precision scanner. As soon as it passes, various components within the device will be clearly displayed on the instrument. Modifiers only need to study based on these analysis icons to intuitively see where modifications are needed. After the dismantling personnel study the analysis chart, they immediately set off to dismantle the Tushan using micron-level operating instruments. With the sophisticated equipment in these compartments, even the hardest armor can be easily cut. Parallel to the dismantling work was the redesign of Saturn. Lin Dachui had discussed various modifications of the Tushan with Lu Chen a long time ago. The biggest problem that Lu Chen raised about the current Tushan is
lack of flexibility.
The Tushan was transformed from a shield machine, and its size is huge and very exaggerated. Even after Lin Ji's superpower modification, his mobility is still not outstanding. After analyzing it through the scanner, Lin Dachui and the design team immediately discovered the reason for the clumsy movement of the Tushan. The main reason is that the head is too big, and the Saturn can be seen as a lying cylinder. The diameter of its cutting disc, that is, the bottom of the cylinder, is nearly 50 meters, and its length, that is, the height of the cylinder, is only less than 80 meters. In other words, the Tushan is not a slender machine that is easy to move, but a bucket-shaped machine that is inconvenient to move. Although this 50-50 model can maximize the cutting disc area, it also sacrifices a lot of maneuverability, the most important of which is the loss of flexible steering ability. By analogy, all flexible creatures in nature must be elongated, like snakes. After finding the problem, Lin Dachui and others immediately redesigned the Tushan. The key point of the redesign is to reduce the area of the cutting disc and increase the length of the fuselage. With all kinds of high-tech equipment in the carriage, Lin Dachui and others designed very quickly, because there is almost no need to consider the feasibility of the project. With these micron-level equipment, any modification can theoretically be completed. However, even if it started smoothly, everyone still discovered a problem halfway through. That is the shortage of modification materials. If the Tushan is to be designed to be slender, more solid materials will be needed. This kind of material is what they are missing. If they have to develop the material again, it will be impossible to complete Lu Chen's mission in a short time. Lin Dachui rubbed his chin and walked around the workshop. Sparks flying from cutting kept jumping in the workshop. Not enough material. Not enough material. As he was thinking about it, his eyes fell on the Vulcan, which was also sitting in the workshop. The moment he saw the Vulcan, an electric current suddenly flashed through his mind. Yes, the Vulcan was also modified by Lin Ji, and most of its materials are similar to those of the Tushan. Moreover, the Vulcan is already slender and can almost perfectly replace the body of the Tushan. Lin Dachui clapped his hands and shouted excitedly.
I thought of it! I thought of it! Combining the Earth God and the Vulcan. The Earth God serves as the head, and the Vulcan forms the fuselage. Perfect! Perfect!
As soon as Lin Dachui came up with the idea, everyone in the workshop immediately cheered. This method not only perfectly matched their design plan, but also greatly shortened the renovation time. /start. Lin Dachui roared like a general charging into battle. Haicheng City. An abandoned factory somewhere.
What are we waiting for?
Number 5 sat on an old dead branch.
Brother 3 and Brother 4 will also come.
Number 7 and Number 8 standing under the tree said in unison.
They're actually coming too. Is this base so difficult to defeat? It is predicted that there will be 4-stage superpowers. We cannot underestimate the enemy.
Number 7 and 8 still spoke at the same time.
It's because you are too weak.
Number 5 lay down and pressed the branches until they made a sound.
We failed. So we're sending you a request for support.
7 and 8 admitted without emotion.
If you are too weak, you will die. Just like Number 6. Is he dead? Probably dead.
A rigid man like him would not disappear suddenly for no reason. The work of recycling the heart of machinery is getting more and more difficult.
Number 7 to 8 sighed emotionlessly.
Yes. There are more and more strange things happening. It seems like someone is against us. Tell me about that.
Number 5 suddenly thought of something and bounced off the branch.
Number 3 seems to also have a summoning power. And he is a fully level 4-stage power user. Right. Yes. Great.
Number 5's eyes became longing.
Number 3. I will add the two of you. For summoning powers. Maybe I can summon that one this time? I'm looking forward to it.
Number 7 and Number 8 thought for a while, and then said solemnly.
If it's this base, you should summon that one. If this foundation doesn't work, what about the future?
Number 5 looked very excited.
As time goes by, there will always be times when I need it. It makes me happy just thinking about it.
This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Number 5 happily stood up from the branch and jumped on tiptoes. As light as a deer. Number 7 and Number 8 had dull expressions, and did not continue the topic. The moonlight was dim, and the surroundings fell into silence, leaving only the creaking of branches under Number 5's feet. Just after a while, there was suddenly an extremely small noise coming from a distance. A few birds flew into the sky among the dark trees with scattered shadows. Number 7 and Number 8 looked at Number 5 with a sharp look in their eyes. They suddenly looked up at Number 5, and spoke at the same time.
A convoy is coming. Boss, the design drawing is the last one we sent you. Now everyone is starting to transform it.
Lin Dachui reported the progress to Lu Chen in his private channel. From his excited tone, Chase Lu could tell that the modification went smoothly. After looking at Lin Dachui's drawings through the panel, he also expressed his satisfaction. To actually combine the Earth God and the Vulcan was a route he had never thought of. After the combination, it not only solved the problem of the slow movement of the Tushan, but also solved the problem of the Vulcan's movement being restricted by the rails. And according to Lin Dachui's wishes, the transformation speed this time will be faster than what he requested. Overall, everything is going in a good direction.
Very good. Keep up the good work.
After Lu Chen gave some encouragement, he hung up the communication. After listening to Lin Dachui's report, Lu Chen felt a little more relaxed. Although this battle does not necessarily require the Tushan, this ultimate killing weapon must be completed as quickly as possible. Ding! The happiness did not last long before Lu Chen's mood was interrupted by the system prompt. What? Lu Chen was instantly alert and quickly turned on the bioradar. I saw 3 extremely eye-catching red dots that had just entered the radar's detection range. This can't be a different species. The 3 alien species will definitely kill each other. Anthem Organization. Lu Chen's brain was running rapidly, and he came to a conclusion directly. 3 members of the Anthem Organization. What are they going to do? Before he could be shocked, he saw small red dots emerging from around the 3 big red dots. The little red dot didn't stop at all after it appeared, and rushed straight towards the direction of the large army. We've been discovered, Lu Chen said in surprise. Chapter 226 Three-Headed Dog of Hell.
Everyone forms a formation. The enemy is attacking.
Lu Chen shouted into the communicator. They have moved into the suburbs, and the troops are on a wide road, which is a more suitable location to meet the enemy. On both sides of the road, there are patches of dead woodland, and the twisted branches look like ghosts in the moonlight. Faced with this sudden attack, Lu Chen instantly entered a fighting state. Compared with the last time he played against the Anthem Organization, he was obviously more prepared this time. Last time, only 1 red flame was teleported, but this time all the super tanks are ready. Lu Chen's orders reached each tank in real time through time-space communication. Under the command of their respective squad leaders, the tanks instantly displayed battle-ready formations. In the dark night, 50 heavy armored tanks were ready, their steel bodies reflecting the cold moonlight.
Yudon, wait until I give the order before firing,
Lu Chen shouted. He believed that the chanter who died in the Angel of Death last time most likely did not send out corresponding information. Otherwise, the Death Angel base will definitely be attacked soon. So he was sure that the other party was not coming for them. It was just an accidental encounter. In an encounter, the competition is about who has more trump cards. Therefore, Lu Chen planned to gradually play his cards, first testing with a group of ordinary tanks.
Prepare to fire.
The 50 heavy armored vehicles are fully managed by Yudon. On the bioradar chart Lu Chen shared with them, the enemy's forward was already close to the tank's fire range. Under the hazy moonlight,
The silhouette of the alien species could be faintly seen in the forest opposite. Their twisted and mutated figures quickly shuttled through the forest, and their disgusting whispers became louder and louder. "Fire!" Yudon ordered. Countless firelights instantly covered the entire sky, and the roar of firearms covered the entire forest. 22222. The firearms of the heavy armored vehicle are super weapons that Lin Ji has upgraded. Although it doesn't have much effect on the armor of a super tank, it has several times more firepower than an ordinary tank. The dead trees near the road all fell to the ground under the first salvo, revealing the mutated monsters hidden inside. Puff puff. Under the powerful firepower of the heavy machine gun, these ordinary cannon fodder alien species were wiped out in an instant. Dark blood and sawdust were flying all over the sky, and the low hum turned into a howl. On the bioradar, those tiny red dots at the forefront are disappearing. "Keep shooting. Let these beasts know how powerful they are." Yudon roared into the communicator. "Hey, he died so quickly. It seems like this is not a simple convoy." Number 5 jumped onto a higher branch and looked into the distance. Number 7 and Number 8 squatted half-crouched on the ground to activate their powers, and a milky white magic circle spread out around them. The pattern of the magic circle emits white light, and alien species are constantly crawling out of it. "Let's get some big stuff," Number 5 said to the tree. Number 7 and Number 8 understood it, and the light in their hands was even brighter. The magic circle changed from milky white to cyan blue, and some larger or faster alien species jumped out of the magic circle. After Number 5 looked above for a while, he shouted to the bottom in confusion. "Hey, they died again, and not even one of them broke through." Number 7 and 8 looked at each other and prepared to summon more powerful alien species. "Wait a minute," Number 5 shouted, interrupting their actions. "If too much power is consumed here, it will not be enough for the subsequent battle for Baosteel Base. Judging from their marching direction, they may be reinforcements supporting Baosteel Group." Number 7 to 8 said, "I'll do it. You keep your powers." Number 5 whistled and jumped down from a branch more than 10 meters high. After tapping the ground with her toes, she closed her eyes, and the dark purple magic circle instantly expanded around her. "This is the doctor's newly developed little pet. I hope it can delay us for a little longer." Ouch. The magic circle unfolded, and a one howl came out. Along with the howl, a huge red mutated head appeared. This was followed by a second blue mutant head, and then a black mutant head. Immediately after the 3 heads, 6 extremely thick mutant wolf legs appeared. The 3-headed dog of H.L. is a behemoth nearly 20 meters tall. "Little darling." Number 5 looked at the mutated 3-headed dog with a smile and said affectionately. The giant 3-headed dog's black head slowly lowered, allowing Number 5 to touch it gently. "I want to eat them all." Number 5 chuckled, and then his eyes turned purple. As if being commanded, the 3-headed H.L. dog instantly unleashed its full fury and shot towards the woods. Crashing, pieces of dead wood were brought down by it, and the ground made waves of shaking sounds. "Let's go!" Number 5 said to Number 7 and Number 8. "Let Xiao Wu hold them back while we meet up with Number 3 and Number 4 first. Prioritize the elimination of the base. If these convoys are lucky enough to survive, we will slowly take care of them." Number 7 and Number 8 nodded solemnly, canceled the magic circle, stood up from the ground, and said in unison, "Let's go!" Swish swish. In the shadowy forest, 3 black shadows shot out in the opposite direction to the 3-headed dog of H.L. "Here comes the big thing! The concave character array," Lu Chen ordered. The concave formation is a formation that attracts the enemy's powerful combat power to the center of the formation to obliterate it. It can effectively avoid the loss of one's own combat power and allow the opponent to enter the intersection of firepower. Lu Chen suddenly discovered that the 3 extremely bright red dots originally located at the edge of the biological map had disappeared. Escaped? Impossible. Lu Chen's brain was running rapidly, and he quickly listed all the possibilities for the other party's disappearance. After denying all possibilities one by one, Lu Chen determined the reason for their disappearance. Their goal is still Baosteel Group. Therefore, when facing a convoy that accidentally encounters on the road, it will not use its full strength. After a brief exchange, I realized that my team was not a team that could be easily dealt with. They left a powerful alien species as an interceptor, and then prepared to concentrate their firepower to wipe out the base first. This battle must be quick. Lu Chen grasped the key points of this battle. Yudon, Xuan Yuan, quickly resolve the battle. After the battle, Join up with Rong Hubiao. And then quickly support Bastille base. Yes.
Yudon and Yueji rushed out immediately after receiving the order.
The troops follow me.
Luchin ordered.
Support Bastille group.
Their large forces must support Bastille group in advance to prevent Bastille group from being destroyed before they arrive. Rumble. Under Luchin's order. All armored combat vehicles ceased fire and turned around. And set off immediately. Chapter 227 Bastille group.
Miss Chuang. Let's attract its attention. You are ready to attack.
Yudon stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the three-headed H.L. dog. As a more flexible small tank, its best role is to fight guerrillas. There are many dead trees in the woods, and the fish eggs use all their power to drive their superpowers. Starting in the third gear of overload, his body gradually merged with the chariot. The man and the chariot became one, and he shuttled through the dense forest like a dragon. Roar! The black head in the center of the three-headed H.L. dog roared angrily, lowered its body, and charged towards lightning. Fire charge. Yudon stepped on the accelerator. The speed of the car instantly broke the sound barrier, and a violent sonic boom was heard. In an instant, Flash distanced himself from the three-headed dog, and at the same time, rapid-fire machine guns fired wildly. The corroded bullets were overloaded and strengthened and sprayed towards the three-headed dog like a torrential rain. Roar! The three-headed dog's aqua-blue head roared, and a burst of ice mist spurted out. The high-speed bullets stopped immediately as soon as they touched the light blue frost and fell to the ground one after another. Kinetic energy deprivation. This frost is no ordinary frost. Roar! The red head roared again, spitting out a long line of flames.
Damn it!
Yudon yelled angrily. The flame breath came quickly and urgently. He didn't expect that the opponent could also have long-range attacks. The lightning could not be avoided, and the body of the car was contaminated by the breath. This breath should be some kind of alien flame. Even if the lightning quickly drove out of the attack range, the flames on the car could not be extinguished. Red flames burned on the lightning, and the armor of the tank continued to decline.
This flame cannot be eliminated. We must fight quickly,
Yudon shouted. At the critical moment, a red laser shot arrived, and Yuji was ready. The laser was fired at the three-headed dog from the flank, hitting its hind legs. The three-headed dog was attacked, roared angrily, and then turned to face the thunderstorm. The blue head sprays out bursts of ice mist, and the cold air of the ice mist offsets the heating of the laser. Yudon looked at the scene in front of him and felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. After thinking for a while, he realized that the power of the disintegrating laser seemed to be much smaller this time. But instead, why does this laser keep going on? Is this a new upgrade for the boss? Yudon was surprised in his heart. At the same time, he drove lightning to invade from the flanks, and corrosive bullets sprayed out. Flame breath is not as effective against bullets as ice mist. From time to time, bullets will break through the defense and hit the three-headed dog. But the three-headed dog had no time to care about those injuries, because there was something more difficult to deal with in front of him. I saw that the beam energy laser emitted by the thunderstorm continued to turn red and became more and more powerful. The ice mist that was able to withstand lasers at first has become weaker and weaker. After a period of energy storage, the power of the beam energy laser reaches its maximum. The light beam has turned into a lava-colored ray. Boom! Destruction came instantly. The ice mist was instantly broken through, and the beam energy laser directly melted the blue head. Roar! The black head let out a scream or an angry roar. Its 6 legs exerted force at the same time, and its body dodged in one direction, trying to avoid the subsequent damage of the beam energy laser. In its opinion, as long as it avoids this heavy damage, it can continue to fight. But fighting always takes the dog by surprise. Just as the three-headed dog jumped away, the beam energy laser seemed to have locked onto it and immediately followed. Finding it impossible to dodge, the three-headed dog turned its head and sprayed flames at the laser, trying to block its damage. But how could the little flame dare to compete with the sun? The judgment of the scorching sun came, and the red head turned into powder. After destroying the red heads, Leiba also stopped shooting due to overheating of the muzzle. After heating to maximum power, the beam energy laser can only last for 2 seconds. Ouch! The 2 heads turned into blood foam, and the black head in the middle let out a mournful cry.
So strong!
Xiao Liang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, sighed. The laser that was originally a one-hit shot can still last for a period of time after it is fully charged. What's even more frightening is that unlike before, where the front of the car had to be locked,
The trajectory of the laser can now be adjusted during the launch process. It's indeed too strong. Yudon was also shocked from the bottom of his heart. Yudon, don't let him get away. I have no means of attack for the time being. Shuang Yuan's voice interrupted everyone's emotion. Okay, let's give it the final blow. Yudon roared excitedly, and lightning roared out. The rapid-fire machine gun was aimed at the three-headed dog's muscular lower limbs with full firepower. The three-headed dog, which had no means of blocking, could only allow itself to attack. After a few rounds of bullets, it completely lost its ability to move. Machine gun lock. Yudon gave an order, and Lightning's strongest weapon had already locked onto the last black head of the three-headed dog. The three-headed dog, foretelling the impending death, sat on its knees and howled in agony. A line of red liquid, whether it was blood or tears, slid down from the dark eyes. Boom! The machine gun was fired, and the large caliber SH.LS carried deadly corrosive liquid, directly blasting the last head. Baosteel Group. Late at night, the defenders were exhausted. Since the attack, their spirits have been in the most tense state. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Even if I wanted to sleep, I couldn't sleep at all. After a few days of stress, their bodies collapsed before their spirits. Even though I thought about cheering up in my mind, my body just refused to obey me, and my fatigue kept rising. The base was stained with blood. The city walls were damaged in many places, and many of the heavy artillery on the walls were missing. The last time they fought against the Anthem organization, they had exhausted the last energy of their base. Outside the city wall, the last 20 remaining fleets of the base still patrol the front line. In fact, they can escape from the base with just one accelerator and save their lives. But none of these soldiers did such a thing. The only reason was their kindness to the leader of the base. Baosteel Group was originally the largest steel smelting plant in Haicheng, and has been a heavy industry enterprise for 3 generations. The leader of this generation is Chen Baogua, and the deputy leader is Chen Baojun. Before the end of the world, this family had a very good reputation and solved a lot of employment problems for the surrounding areas. It is difficult to be a profitable businessman. It is even more difficult to be a profitable businessman with a good reputation. And it is even more difficult to maintain a reputation for 3 generations. The generations of Baosteel Group have done it, and the Chen Baogua brothers of this generation have also done it. Before the end, Chen Baogua secretly took in many employees and their families. With this bond, the Baosteel base was united and became the base of Haicheng's first echelon. In the long night, everyone in the base is on the verge of reaching their limit. No one knows when the attack of the Anthem organization will be launched. Come yet? The tall Chen Baogua sat in the center of the base, swinging the hammer with his only remaining right arm. Chen Baojun, who had just walked out of the metal tower, came to him. Yes, brother. A team of people will arrive tonight. After hearing Chen Baojun's words, Chen Baogua's face became obviously much more relaxed. Good. He put the hammer on the ground and said lightly. Chen Baojun looked at his brother's missing left arm, feeling sad in his heart. That left arm was taken away by the mutant summoned by the chorus members the day before yesterday. Am I wrong, Baojun? Chen Baogua sat down slowly, his eyes full of sadness. Chapter 228, The Final Charge. Chen Baojun looked at Chen Baogua in confusion, wondering why he said this. As Baosteel Group reaches today, our hands are already stained with blood, Chen Baogua said slowly, as if he was telling an ancient story. If after successfully organizing the Anthem organization, everyone in the base is evacuated, will the result be better than now? If I quit then? Before Chen Baojun could speak, he was interrupted again by Chen Baogua. If we reject the Anthem organization's proposal before the end, will the result be better than now? If we didn't capture other survivors for human experiments after the apocalypse, would the results be better than now? Would the outcome have been different if it were not for Baosteel Group? No, Chen Baojun said firmly. I said no. If we had not promised the song, we and these people would not have survived the end of the world. Without human experiments on survivors, there would be no way to create superpowers to resist the tide of beasts, and no way to resist the Anthem. Without Baosteel Group, these thousands of people in the base would have died without their bodies intact. Whether we've made the world a better place, I don't know. But we allowed these helpless people to survive the apocalypse. Our existence has meaning. Chen Baojun was crying a little at the end. Well said. Chen Baogua laughed and stood up from the chair, pulling off his shirt. Under the heavy coat is a strong figure that belies the vicissitudes of his face. The bronze bulging muscles show the power of life. Our existence has meaning. Chen Baoguo spoke solemnly. His voice was like a heavy hammer. Simple and solemn. Bao Jun, open the escape route and let the residents evacuate first. Why won't this disturb the morale of the army? Chen Baojun asked in surprise. You're right. The only reason for our existence is these residents. They are the hope of mankind. They cannot die with old antiques like us. But our support is coming soon. And I've requested assistance from other bases. Baojun! Chen Baoguo turned around and looked at Chen Baojun, with an irresistible light in his eyes. Is that help really useful? Even if they come, how many times will it last? Be obedient and open the escape route. If someone does come, let them take care of the evacuation of the residents. After saying that, Chen Baoguo suddenly picked up the heavy hammer with his right hand, turned around and walked towards the city gate. Enemy attack. Only then did Chen Baojun notice the siren sounding. It turned out that his eldest brother had sensed the enemy's arrival in advance. After all, those supports were too late. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Chen Baojun roared feebly, turned around and rushed towards the inside of the base. He was going to open the escape route and let the residents in the base evacuate first, before issuing the evacuation order. He ran into the command room and shared all the surveillance footage. This is the mission he agreed to with other bases in Haicheng, to share the scene of the invasion of the Psalm organization. Although what they can see now is probably just the massacre of the surviving Bastille group and the Anthem organization. Coming! Coming! Surveillance is coming! In the video conference room, all surveillance equipment of Bastille group is shared on the screen. All base leaders can't wait to see the power of the Anthem organization. But the scene in front of them caused all the base members in the meeting to fall into silence. Although the Anthem organization has not yet appeared in the video, the dilapidated base of Bastille group is enough to scare them. It turns out that Bastille group paid such a price for repelling the Anthem organization. Watching the last 20 tanks gathering in front of the base. Watching the one-armed Chen Baoguo standing in front of the base facing the enemy. Although this scene is extremely heroic, it is also extremely sad. Bastille group is going to be destroyed. In silence, everyone came up with such an answer. Where's Lu Chen? Isn't he here yet? Someone asked. The purpose of their request for surveillance footage was not only to check the combat capabilities of the Anthem organization. What's more important is to weigh the ability of the Angel of Death. You won't come. Right. Then Bastille group has been deceived. This group of people will have to follow Chen Baoguo to death. In front of the Bastille base, 20 combat vehicles that were about to be scrapped were arranged in a shapeless offensive array. Chen Baoguo stood in the center of the formation, holding a hammer in his right arm, like a lion. Very cute. How old are you? Chen Baoguo asked a team member in the tank beside him, who was holding a photo of his daughter. 6 years old. Leader. Is she still in the base? Here. With her mother. It's good to be with your mother. Girls have to follow their mothers. If you follow rough old men like us, you will be led astray in a few days. Don't you think so? Yes. Yes. The soldier said with a smile. And while laughing, 2 lines of hot tears fell from the corners of his eyes. The roar of alien species could be heard from a distance. And the cry from H.L. made him fall into fear. His hands kept shaking, and tears fell on his daughter's photo. Suddenly, a big hand grabbed his trembling arm and stabilized it. Don't worry. Chen Baoguo's face was relaxed, as if the person running from a distance was not an alien species. The residents in the base are being transferred. The mother and daughter will successfully escape. After speaking to him, Chen Baoguo raised his voice. A rich voice came from his chest, and he could pass the order to all the tanks without the need for a communicator. Soldiers, behind us, all residents are evacuating. For every second we hold on, they get 1 more second of escape time. We will fight until the last moment. Even our corpses will delay our death. Go to H.L. Warriors, follow me and die. Chen Baoguo's shouts were heavy and majestic, and the blood of the soldiers was completely ignited in these shouts. They are going to die. They are going to become flesh and blood in the mouths of alien species. They must use their lives to pave a path for survival. Rush! Chen Baoguo roared angrily, grabbed the giant hammer, and charged towards the alien tide. The 20 last battle tanks of Bastille group followed closely behind, shooting a thin network of firepower into the sky. Chapter 229 Field Expansion. Ah! Kill! Brute! The communicator was filled with all kinds of chaotic shouts. The last 20 tanks of Bastille Group rushed into the tide of hundreds of aliens. This is a fight to the death. And everyone is determined to die. They wanted to charge and clear a path for Chen Baogua. A direct path to the enemy's superpower. As a 4th stage psychic, Chen Baogua possesses powerful close combat abilities. After the last battle, everyone in Bastille discovered that the opponent's superpowers were all summoned superpowers. And their own combat effectiveness was not strong. Get close to them, and let Chen Baogua pull them into their exclusive area to fight. This is Bastille Group's only chance to win. Boom! A tank exploded in front of Lu Sheng's eyes. And the team members inside were being eaten by the aliens. Rush! Rush! This was an opportunity. Those team members attracted some of the alien species, creating room for other tanks to move forward. Thanks to their fresh flesh and blood, the Chariot array advanced another step. Boom! Another explosion sounded. And the alien species on the front was attracted again. Lu Sheng's Chariot was able to charge forward again. He put his daughter's photo on the side of the car. And only that smile could help him remember who he was. Only that smile could make him charge towards those monsters unswervingly. Rush! Lu Sheng planned to shout again, but was interrupted by a violent vibration. A giant unicorn emerged from the ground and overturned their chariot. The chariot rolled over on the battlefield. And Lu Sheng desperately stepped on the accelerator to no avail. The co-pilot's team member was still numbly controlling the machine gun firing. The next second, the horn of the giant horn fairy pierced the chassis and drove him out accurately. The roaring sound of machine gun stopped and was replaced by the screams of the team member. Lu Sheng took the photo off the window and put it in his inner pocket. Then turned around and looked for a gun at his feet. With any luck, he could take his own life. The moment he reached for the gun, the roof of the car was ripped open. A two-headed grizzly bear slapped him in the face. Huge pain was felt, and the right half of his body instantly lost consciousness. And the rifle fell to the ground. The two-headed bear grabbed him out of the chariot. After seeing the terrifying fangs of the two-headed bear, Lu Sheng collapsed. He really wanted to escape, no matter where he went. As long as he could escape from here. Scarlet tears burst out, and he felt a sharp tearing sensation in his abdomen. The two-headed bear was tearing him apart. Boom! There was a blast of killing sounds, and Lu Sheng, who was lifted up in the air, fell to the ground from the giant bear's hands. He saw the leader running past him wielding a giant hammer, and the upper body of the two-headed bear had turned into blood foam. With a flash of golden light, Chen Baogua struck the giant one-horned fairy with another hammer. Bang! The horned fairy exploded in response, and its hard SHL turned into millions of fragments. After killing with one hammer, Chen Baogua did not stop and continued to charge forward. The gauze on the broken arm of his left body was completely stained red with blood, but he moved forward without any hesitation. Lu Sheng's thoughts were pulled back from his fear. He looked at Chen Baogua's advancing back and remembered his mission. He took out his daughter's photo and took another look at it, then held it in his hand and shouted with all his strength. Come and eat your uncle! Come on! You beasts! Shouting can attract the attention of those alien species, and their favorite thing is the dying prey. Come on! Beast! Many alien species were attracted by Lu Sheng's shouts and kept flocking to this delicious food. Haicheng video conference. Everyone participating in the conference looked at the tragic scene in the video in horror. This is not fighting at all. This is completely sending death. Seeing the vehicles being submerged one by one in the alien tide, everyone's expressions became worse and worse. Chen Baogua is just a fool. Why do he still defend the base with so few troops? It is said that the steel factory at their base is an industry that has been passed down for generations. So I guess they won't be willing to part with it. Extremely stupid. Where is the person who promised to support? Didn't he say there was a teleportation? Why didn't you hurry up and provide support? It must be because the Anthem organization's combat power is even more exaggerated than imagined. This first wave is almost equivalent to the combat power of the Beast Tide, and Bastille Group was able to defend it once. After a flurry of speeches, the sounds in the meeting gradually stopped, because everyone is gradually realizing a problem. After Bastille Group is destroyed, it will be the turn of the next base, then the next one, and the next one, as long as they are still in Haicheng. Sooner or later it will be their turn. Bastille Group was destroyed. The Angel of Death has not yet appeared, and the Anthem organization is extremely powerful. What should we do? This question lingers in everyone's mind. At some point, Chen Baogua found that there were no tanks ahead of him. This indicates that Baosteel Group's fleet has been completely destroyed. He constantly drives his powers, charges forward, and swings his warhammer to kill the enemy. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. He will kill any alien species with one blow, and will never let them slow down his progress. Bang, bang, bang. As the alien species were killed one by one, he could already see the magic circle not far away. There were two men in black squatting in the middle of the circle, with green light flashing in their hands. Behind them stood another girl. Qin Baoguo recognized that the men in black were the two who invaded the base last time, and the girl behind should be the reinforcement this time. Qin Baoguo activated his superpower. His body glowed with golden light, and his pace became faster and faster. He wants to kill them. He wants to kill those with superpowers. He is Steel Group's last hope, and he cannot stop. As long as he gets closer, he can pull all three people into the field. As long as they enter the realm, these three summoning superpowers are no longer their opponents. Qin Baoguo swung his hammer faster and faster, and the golden light on his body became brighter and brighter. Faster, faster. He must expand his territory before the opponent can distance himself. Faster, faster. Buzz. Suddenly, the sound of the domain unfolding sounded in his mind. In the blink of an eye, all the alien species, the magic circle, and the three superpowers not far away turned into smoke and dissipated. The world turned from yellowish at dawn to scarlet. Like L of flesh and blood. Qin Baoguo slowly stopped. He understood that he had been pulled into the domain. There are more than three superpowers on the other side. It seems that God will definitely kill Baosteel Group this time. Qin Baoguo clenched the giant hammer in his hand and turned around slowly. Opposite him stood a man dressed in blood. The corners of his mouth raised in a provocative arc, revealing his white fangs. Hello! Chapter 230 Air Support. Number 4 is here. I want to see what this person's domain is like. There was a sense of pity in Number 5's words. Number 7 and Number 8 spoke at the same time. He is a power user. It is dangerous to be pulled into the realm by him. It's dangerous because you are too weak. As soon as Number 5 finished speaking, two figures reappeared on the battlefield. Number 4, who was wearing blood-stained clothes, was squatting on the ground, with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. He looked a little injured. Qin Baoguo, who was naked from the waist up, had his back to the three people, holding a hammer in his right hand, standing firmly on the spot. How is that possible? Number 5 exclaimed. Number 4 won't lose. Right. Probably not. Number 7 to 8 said. They looked towards the center of the battlefield. Number 4 slowly stood up from the ground, with a smile on his lips. Qin Baoguo still stood there, motionless. I hate these people the most. Number 4 gradually walked towards Qin Baoguo. Isn't it better to die quietly? You have to play some useless tricks. When he reached Qin Baoguo, he thrust his hand forward. His fingertips instantly inserted into Qin Baoguo's forehead. With a twist of his wrist, he took out a black crystal core from his brain. Then he tapped lightly, and Qin Baoguo fell on his back. Call. The huge body fell to the ground and stirred up a burst of dust. Number 5 and others saw that Qin Baoguo's abdomen had been hollowed out, and a bright red thorn rose was swaying in it. The rose fed on flesh and blood, constantly eating away at Qin Baoguo's corpse. Long time no see. Everyone. Number 4 took out the crystal core and smiled at the three of them. Yes. Number 7 to 8 replied. Long time no see. But I want to see Number 3 more than Number 4. Number 5 said with a smile. He came from another city and should be arriving soon. You guys, please work harder. I feel a lot of blood coming together in the base. They are probably escaping. Number 4 walked to sit behind the three of them. The short battle just now seemed to have a great impact on him. This guy is quite good. He can actually make Number 4 so embarrassed. Number 5 said, looking at the body lying on the ground. Come on! Don't let those people escape. After saying that, Number 5 pressed his hand on the ground, and a huge magic circle appeared. The two magic circles came together, intertwined and merged, turning into a larger magic circle. A larger number of alien species emerged from the magic circle, and they roared and rushed towards the crumbling Baosteel base. Don't crowd! Don't crowd! Qin Baoguo's voice echoed at the narrow passage intersection. A large number of residents crowded in the passage, making sounds of crying and crowding. Shrouded in the fear of death, these residents are only one step away from collapse. The defenders mobilized half of their troops to maintain order. Baosteel Group is now almost an undefended base. As long as Chen Baoguo loses the front, those alien species will flood in. Don't step on the child. Chen Baojun helped a little girl from the crowd. Mom. Mom. The little girl's face was covered with tears. Don't cry. Don't cry. Uncle will help you find your mother. Chen Baojun pulled the girl to his side and was about to continue organizing people. His heart suddenly trembled, as if he was struck by lightning. He looked back blankly at the battlefield, tears silently falling from his eyes. Wait here, Uncle, and don't move. Chen Baojun handed the little girl to a team member, turned and walked out of the safe passage. He walked out of the air raid shelter against the crowd, walked out of the safe factory, and walked past the steelmaking furnaces. He walked into the base square and climbed onto the base wall. The few defenders were making their final resistance. The firepower of the defenders was like a joke at the moment, and the city wall was gradually losing ground. All kinds of aliens climbed up the city wall and feasted on the flesh and blood of the guards. Chen Baojun numbly passed by one HL after another, just wanting to take one last look. After passing another torn guard, Chen Baojun finally stood at the edge of the city wall. He looked into the distance and saw the bloody body. Brother, Chen Baojun murmured, as Chen Baoguo's crystal core was dug out. His heart also died. It failed. Baosteel Group failed. As soon as Chen Baoguo dies, countless alien species will rush into the base in an instant. It doesn't matter whether you run away or not. The end result is just being torn apart. At the last moment of his death, he just felt ridiculous. He was laughing at himself, and also at the leaders who were watching the massacre through surveillance cameras. It's ridiculous to even think that he can defeat the Somme. This is the organization that planned the end of the world. How could they be defeated by a ragtag group of people? Ha ha ha. Chen Baojun fell to his knees and looked up to the sky laughing. Die! Let's all die together! He looked at the vast and high sky. In the already slightly bright sky, there were 5 big black birds flying by. It would be great if I could turn into a bird and escape from here. As he approached death, he thought so. The bird seemed to hear his thoughts and flew lower and lower, flying lower and lower. Chen Baojun saw that the feet of those birds were big and long, like 2 missiles. The bird was still flying lower and lower, and Chen Baojun could see more and more clearly. The 5 birds were completely black, without a trace of impurity. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. They didn't even wave their wings. They were as stiff as iron sheets. The 5 birds are not only lowering, but also flying towards the Baosteel base. Come on! It's HL here! Chen Baojun muttered. Hoo-hoo. He could already hear the birds calling. 22222. He saw the birds spitting fire into the base. Boom! 5 huge blackbirds flew over the Baosteel base, causing huge wind and waves that almost knocked Chen Baojun over. What a big bird! Chen Baojun thought in his heart. Suddenly, a stream of warm liquid splashed on his body. Is it finally my turn? Is this what death feels like? Chen Baojun thought. He slowly looked down at his body, wanting to know how he died. But after looking around, I found that there were no wounds except for black blood. Black blood? My blood should be red. Right? The moment he thought of this, a thought floated through his mind. An extremely crazy and extremely unrealistic thought. He stiffly twisted his neck to the side, and a scene that would forever be etched in his mind appeared before his eyes. The alien that was eating the guards just now was riddled with bullets. Impossible. Chen Baojun was shocked. He quickly looked at other areas on the city wall. The alien species that originally attacked the city wall turned into blood foam. How is it possible? How is it possible? He looked under the city wall again. At the foot of the city wall, black blood was everywhere, and countless mutilated limbs of alien species were floating in it. Could it be? Could it be? Chen Baojun could no longer formulate words. He looked into the distance like crazy, only to see corpses everywhere and rivers of blood wherever the Iron Bird went. That group of aliens from HL are being slaughtered unilaterally. Those things are not birds. They are fighters. They are fighters. Chen Baojun finally reacted. Our support has arrived! He shouted to the sky with all his strength, as if talking to the people in the sky. We've finally arrived! Chapter 231. The show begins. Haicheng video conference. When seeing the Baosteel base being breached, the atmosphere of the meeting became extremely heavy. The fall of Baosteel Group means that the last line of defense in front of them has fallen. Next they will face the attack of the Anthem organization. And judging from Anthem's offensive, their base may not even be able to survive the first round. This is the gap in strength. A chasm that no amount of courage and perseverance can make up for. Lu Chen, who has been boasting so much, is a charlatan. And the strength of the Anthem organization is even more outrageous than imagined. This time I watched Baosteel's offensive and defensive battle remotely, and did not get any good news. Many leaders are already preparing to withdraw. And what follows is no longer a battle, but a massacre. Rather than watching the massacre show here, it would be better to gather his men to discuss an escape route. What is that? Suddenly a leader said. What? What? The second picture in the upper right corner. Those dots in the sky. The screen is dirty. Maybe it's the blood of the alien species. Or something is wrong. That thing is moving. A bird in the sky? How is that possible? It is impossible for ordinary creatures to get close to a large-scale gathering area of alien species. What it is? It's coming down. It's coming down. It's flying down. It's a fighter plane. It seems to be a fighter plane. How is it possible? How is it possible that there are even fighter planes? Coming. Coming. Fire! The fighter plane opened fire, and the surveillance screen suddenly lit up with flames. After the fire flickered, only a pile of immobile alien corpses were left on the ground. The alien species that invaded the base were eliminated instantly. But those fighter planes did not stop, and immediately flew towards the front of the base. The jet-black iron wings are like the god of death in the sky, constantly harvesting the lives of those alien species. Looking at the pictures in the video, the leaders' eyes widened. Their mouths opened slightly, and they even forgot to breathe for a while. It's not that none of them imagined that support would appear, but no one thought that this support would come so fiercely, and so crazy. What a force this is. They even felt that the fighter planes had the upper hand. What a crazy idea. Opposite is Psalm. It was lucky not to be massacred, but he still had an advantage. How can this be? The main battlefield of Baosteel Base. The long night ended, the darkness receded, and the only black color in the sky was the 5 fighter planes. Fighter planes flew across the battlefield at high speed, pouring deadly firepower on the ground. When arriving at the rear of the battlefield, the fighter jet instantly locked onto the 4 people on the ground and fired a salvo of 5 missiles. Swish swish. Cover! Number 7 and Number 8 shouted at the same time. They activated their powers and wanted to summon alien species to block them. But it was too late. The moment the missile hit them, the world suddenly turned into scarlet. For pulled the 3 of them into the Crimson Realm to avoid the attack. Cheer up! You guys! Number 4 said with a hint of helplessness. The next moment, the Scarlet Realm shattered, and they returned to reality. Several large craters had been blasted out of the ground where they were standing, and the smell of flames and thunder and lightning remained in the air. Stop being so proud of me! Number 5 said bitterly, as he looked at the fighter planes in the sky. She closed her eyes suddenly. Purple light flashed in her hand, and the huge magic circle changed from blue to dark purple. Ouch! A loud cry came out, and a giant gray eagle shot out from the magic circle. Lu Chen controlled the fighter plane and started the tank at full speed. The battle with the fighter planes, just now, was at the limit of what he could control, and the large forces were still some distance away from Baosteel Group. Although they arrived a little late, they finally prevented the aliens from invading the back of the base. After observing the battlefield through fighter planes, he also had a general understanding of the opponent's combat power. There are 4 superpowers in total, 3 summoning superpowers, and 1 superpower with similar domain skills. The effect of those 5 SHLs just fired. The first is to attract the attention of these people from the Baosteel base to the fighter plane, and the second is to test the respective abilities of these people. Lu Chen glanced at the rear view window of the fighter plane, where a giant gray eagle was rushing towards the fighter plane. After summoning the giant gray eagle, the number of alien summons on the ground was significantly reduced. In this way, all the expected effects of the 5 SHLs were achieved. As long as the fighter planes are allowed to circle in the air until the large troops are stationed on the battlefield, they can ensure that all personnel behind the base are evacuated. Lu Chen looked at the big bird from the window of the future and smiled slightly. Like chasing? Then come and have some fun. His 5 fingers were instantly misaligned, and the 5 fighter planes also turned in various directions. The 2 fighter planes flew downwards, heading straight towards the scattered alien species on the ground. 1 fighter plane pulled up, and the 2 fighter planes turned to the left and right sides respectively. Seeing the 5 fighters separated in an instant, The giant eagle did not hesitate and rushed after the two fighters attacking the ground. Of course, all of this was part of Chase Lu's plan. The giant eagle was chasing the two fighter planes below, and the fighter planes above it that were pulling up and turning left and right naturally circled behind it. In an aerial chase, what matters is the position behind you. Whoever controls the position behind him will have unlimited firing rights. A beast is a beast. Lu Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly and pinched it with his fingers. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The miniguns on the fighter planes were at full fire, and bullets attached to lightning roared out. 2. Death-killing bullets were fired at the giant eagle from 3 different directions. Ouch! The giant eagle roared, shrank its body, and dodged left and right. But no matter how it dodges, the bullets from the fighter plane will immediately block its position. After several flashes, the giant eagle's figure was completely sealed. Lu Chen smiled slightly. Smart technology, kid. Seeing that the movement was ineffective, the giant eagle howled miserably. Then he spread out his wings, and with a sudden tremor, countless feathers shot out from the wings. Those feathers were like countless steel needles, instantly piercing the fuselages of the 3 fighter planes following them. The thunder and electron bombs spit out by the fighter plane also wiped out the life of the giant eagle. They died together. Lu Chen exclaimed. Whether it is a giant eagle or a fighter plane, something that can fly into the sky must not have high defense. Because the armor is too heavy, it will definitely not be able to fly. This is the price of flying into the sky. The giant eagle knew that he could not escape death. So at the last moment, he shot out all his feathers to replace Lu Chen's 3 fighters. The 3 fighter planes rolled and hit the ground. Although the incident happened suddenly, Lu Chen quickly adjusted his strategy. He manually controlled the guidance system and launched 3 Tomahawk missiles at several large alien species on the ground. Boom! Although the shots were inaccurate, the missiles had an explosion range, and those alien species still could not escape death. The 3 fighter planes crashed to the ground after launching the missiles, successfully completing their mission. The fighter plane can be restored like the tank armor, but it will definitely not be used in a short time. Lu Chen controlled the remaining 2 fighter planes to return and clean up the remaining alien species on the battlefield. He looked at the 3 summoning superpowers from the Anthem organization through the perspective of the fighter plane. The fun has just begun. Chapter 232, taking turns to appear. Hi Chum Conference. Shoot it down. Yes. When the leaders saw Lu Chen's fighter plane shooting down the giant eagle, they cheered immediately. The giant gray eagle looked like it was at least the middle 3rd generation, but it was shot down directly. Damn it! We were shot too. The crowd shouted again. 3 fighter planes are damaged. They are going to crash. At least launch the missiles. It was launched. All of them hit the enemy. Awesome. You are my god. The leaders were completely impressed the moment the fighter plane appeared. The people who were planning to leave just now have now become the most loyal viewers of this live broadcast. Opposite is the Anthem organization. What could be more exciting than beating up the Anthem? Push it to me. Seeing the fighter planes returning to attack the alien species again, the leaders shouted together again. It was as if they themselves were on the battlefield. Damn it! You beat my Xiao Wu to death. Number 5 said angrily when he saw the giant eagle landing. Number 5. You are responsible for the ground. Let us do this. Number 7 and Number 8 activated their powers, and their hands also glowed with dark purple light. The magic circle glowed brightly, and countless mutant crows rushed out from it. Quack! 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 The alien crows came overwhelmingly, as if a black curtain had been drawn on the sky. Lu Chen quickly raised his fighter plane and distanced himself from the group of monsters. There is no loss in exchanging with a giant eagle, but it will be a big loss if it is exchanged with this kind of crow that wins by quantity. The alien crows soon covered the entire battlefield, isolating the 2 fighters in the sky. The opponent's purpose is not to destroy the fighter planes. They just want to isolate the fighter planes from having any impact on the ground battlefield. Lu Chen launched his automatic machine gun and fired at the crows below. But facing a massive army of crows, the bullets from 2 fighter planes alone are not enough. You've learned to be smart. Lu Chen smiled slightly. But the mission of the fighter plane is almost completed. It's time for another group of actors to take the stage. Support the sky. Support the sky. Chen Baojun reorganized the nearly collapsed city defense army. With the support of powerful combat forces in the sky, they regained hope. However, this hope disappeared as quickly as it came, when the fighter plane was destroyed by the enemy's giant eagle. Everyone's hearts were raised again. Then, facing the overwhelming crowd of crows, everyone almost fell into despair again. Fortunately, the goal of these alien crows was only to block the fighter planes in the sky and did not launch an attack on the base. Otherwise, the remaining people will not be able to fight back at all. The bullets can't hit! The bullets can't hit! One team member shouted to Chen Baojun that their machine guns could not reach the crow's location. The teammates who came to rescue were trapped by the enemy, but they had no way to help. Don't panic! Don't be anxious! Chen Baojun shouted to comfort everyone. The friendly forces that came to support have damaged 3 precious fighter planes. If they fall into panic again, they will completely fail the help of the reinforcements and be no different from animals. Do what we can do. We do what we can do. As soon as Chen Baojun finished speaking, a team member looked at him and pointed at the magic circle in the distance. Chief, they're here again! They're here again! The magic circle kept lighting up, and countless alien species emerged from the magic circle. They are stronger and faster than the previous species, and are obviously higher-level alien species. Chen Baojun's face was pale, and his lips were trembling. He clung to the city wall to prevent himself from falling. Get ready to meet the enemy! Prepare to meet the enemy! Prepare to meet the enemy! He tried hard to sound calm, but his aura weakened involuntarily. When you have exhausted all your strength, there are only a few hundred people left in the entire base. But the other party tells you that he has only just exerted his strength. For anyone else, this would be an unbearable blow. After listening to Chen Baojun's unimpressive speech, the team members just returned to their posts silently. Aim forward, raise your gun, and raise all available weapons around you. At this point, death can no longer scare them. Ready the guns and artillery! Meet the enemy! The guard squad leader took over Chen Baojun's duties and shouted to the team members. Prepare to meet the enemy! Prepare to meet the enemy! The team members on the city wall responded loudly in turn. The third team of Bastille base guards, together with the deputy leader, will die together. The guard commander put his hand on Chen Baojun's shoulder and patted him hard. It turned out that it was not the soldiers who really needed encouragement, but him, the leader. Do what we can. Chen Baojun picked up a rocket launcher at his feet. In fact, he had never been on the front line before, and he had just learned how to launch rockets. Come on, Chen Baojun murmured in his heart as he looked at the alien species running on the ground. Rumble. The footsteps of the alien species became louder and heavier. I don't know if it's because the alien species is bigger this time, and the trembling sound when running is more obvious or something. Chen Baojun even felt footsteps coming from behind. Rumble. No. Chen Baojun noticed something was wrong. There was clearly something approaching behind the base. Rumble. Chariot! A chariot is coming! Suddenly someone shouted. Boom! The roar of huge engines came from both sides of the base. A pure white giant tank rushed into the site of the city defense army, followed by all heavy armored vehicles. The tank group rushed out from both sides of the base, then met in the center, and quickly formed a formation to meet the enemy. In less than 30 seconds, a steel city wall was erected in front of Bastille group. What speed! What discipline! The entire Chariot group is as precise and efficient as machinery. What kind of army is this? The guards on the city wall looked at everything in front of them in disbelief. They were ready to die just now, but now they saw the hope of life again. The support is coming! The support is coming! Chen Baojun muttered. Our support is coming! Bastille group can be saved! The guards were boiling, and many soldiers cried out in pain. Hope reappeared in their hearts. On the main battlefield, Lu Chen sat on the Colossus and faced the alien wave coming again. Brothers! He raised the communicator and said to all the tanks. I'll leave this to you. Chapter 233 Dangerous Trinity Attack. Facing the surging alien tide, a convoy of 50 armored combat vehicles calmly faced the enemy head-on. Each armored vehicle has a main gun on the front, and a total of 4 firing ports on both sides of the vehicle. The firepower is several times stronger than the Death Angel's original off-road tank, not to mention the thickness of the armor. An array of armored fighting vehicles faces the enemy from the sides of the armored vehicles, leaving a large gap between adjacent armored vehicles for adjustment. When the alien wave entered the fire range of the armored fighting vehicle, a fire net came out all over the sky in an instant. Alien species with lower levels and sizes were killed instantly, and large alien species could not survive the firepower net for more than a few seconds. Even if these alien species are more powerful than the previous ones, they are only more advanced second-generation species. This kind of ordinary flesh and blood creature no longer poses a threat to the Iron Legion. When facing the enemy for the first time, a main gun and 2 firing ports on the flanks fire at the enemy, and wait until the firepower on one side enters the cooling period for reloading. The armored vehicle driver will immediately adjust the direction of the tank and use the launch port on the other side to aim at the enemy, creating an almost uninterrupted firepower impact. The alien wave was decimated by the powerful firepower of the armored fighting vehicles, making it difficult to advance the front line. Later aliens could only rely on the bodies of the aliens in front to block a few bullets and move forward. But they would also be shot through later. Stop! Number 5, who was far behind the battlefield, gave an order to all the alien species. The low-level alien species stopped under her control and continued to gather outside the range of the fire net. Support came so quickly. Number 5 realized that the other party was the people they met in the dense forest. It is impossible to defeat an enemy with this kind of firepower by relying on sheer numbers. We must use special mutants like number 7 and number 8. Strange light circulates. The colors in number 5's hands continue to change, and the magic circle shines brightly. Things like mounds of soul rose up on the ground, and then disappeared. After this, different species of toads were summoned one after another. They lined up in a row and began to bulge under their mouths. What a powerful firepower! Kill them! They are all heavy armored vehicles. You have a chance to win. The assembly was completed so quickly. The speed is too fast. This execution is terrifying. This is called a convoy. This is called a convoy. Everyone in the video conference looked at the fast armored convoy in front of them, and they kept exclaiming, "It's over! It's over! Something is coming from underground. Crustacean aliens can burrow into the ground. They can avoid ground fire. Many bases were dug into the interior by this kind of monster, causing chaos and eventually being destroyed. Can you contact them and pass this information on?" The leaders looked at the changes in the surveillance and became anxious like ants on a hot pot. They have been impressed by Lu Chen's strength and now stand wholeheartedly on the side of Bao Steel Group. It's bad now. The alien toad. The long-range attack is coming. What should we do now? The aerial firepower has been blocked by the crows, and the alien toads can't handle it at all. We must break up our formation to avoid the attack of the alien Hama. That kind of venom can corrode any armor. You can't disrupt the formation. You must defend. Once the formation is disrupted, the firepower will inevitably decrease, and the aliens accumulated outside the firepower network of the opponent will be killed in an instant. The leaders talked to each other, trying to find a way to neutralize the opponent's attack. But after discussing for a long time, we still couldn't find a way to break the situation. Facing the alien species with various offensive methods, human beings' counterattacks were too limited. Oh no! No! We're going to suffer a big loss now. You must guard it. Lord Leader, there is an abnormal situation on the ground. Xiaoshui, who has the power of the Weasel Sickle, reports to Lu Chen. Although Flash, Thunderstorm and Chi-Tian have not returned to the team yet, the team of superpowers is following the main force. After all, most of them are team leaders or team members. After hearing the report, Lu Chen turned on the bioradar, and there was no abnormality on the bioradar. It seems that the detection range of bioradar is really limited. If it weren't for Xiaoshui's special ability, I'm afraid it would be really focused this time. Attention all team members. There is an earth-burrowing alien species approaching quickly from below the ground. All combat-type superpowers, get ready for battle. The close combat battle is coming. As soon as Lu Chen finished issuing the order, his attention shifted to the alien toad in the distance. He completely trusts his players when it comes to things at his feet, but he needs to take care of things from a distance. The fighter planes were blocked by the crows and unable to deal with the toads. He knew the attack power of these toads, and even armored tanks would certainly not be able to resist them. And if the chariot is allowed to move to avoid the attack of the alien toad, the formation will inevitably become chaotic. If the formation is chaotic, the firepower will be reduced, and the enemy's large forces will have an opportunity to take advantage of it. It seemed like the other guy wasn't an idiot who only knew how to stack numbers. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. The enemy is approaching. Xiaoshui spoke to all channels. All the combat-type superpowers in the convoy have got out of the car and are ready for this encounter. We're very close. Get ready. Coming! Sil Yang shouted one last time. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent vibration came from the ground. There was a loud explosion. The soil cracked, and dozens of alien crustaceans with pitch-black SHLs rushed out from the surface. At the same time, the alien toad in the distance finished accumulating its power and spat out a highly toxic solution into the sky. The aliens hoarded outside the range of fire charged towards the tank group with all their strength. At the same time, 3 attacks from the ground, and the sky were launched simultaneously. If any other team faced this kind of attack, it would be in major disarray. At worst, all previous advantages will be lost. And at worst, the entire army will be destroyed. But what Liu Chen controls is not an ordinary fleet. There is always a solution to a problem. The crustacean alien species burst out of the ground and overturned several armored combat vehicles. But because of Xiu Shuai's early warning, the convoy was not in any chaos. The team of superpowers who had prepared in advance immediately dispatched to find the location of the alien species. Lin Zhuang found the right angle and roared, directly piercing through 3. His sonic attack was devastating to SH-led creatures. Xiu Shuai and Feng Ren joined forces, and each invisible sharp blade accurately hit the weak spot given by the alien species. The laser eye opened fire directly and blasted 2 alien species. Yu Ji was even more merciless. She raised her knife and cut several alien species in half. In less than a minute, the opponent's surprise attack force was completely wiped out. Faced with a highly toxic solution in the air, Liu Chen did not betray the trust of his teammates. Deflection shield activated. The blue barrier enveloped all the tanks, and the highly toxic solution disappeared silently into the air. The charging aliens on the ground were once again covered by a terrifying firepower net. For the first time, Guixing experienced these monsters who live by killing. Fear of death. Chapter 234 The True Strength of Psalm. So handsome. Kill me. Kill these turtle grandchildren. Damn. It's perfect. Exactly the way I thought it would be. Seeing Liu Chen disrupt the opponent's attack, he remained calm in the face of danger and gave the opponent a strong counterattack. The leaders who watched the live broadcast were furious and wanted to rush to the battlefield immediately to fight the enemy. Their superpowers are not only powerful, but there are also many of them. Yes, and the superpower is also very practical. There is no one like Lin Ji and other bases who can control 3 mechanical hearts at the same time. Therefore, for them, the analysis, transformation, and final implantation of the crystal core take a lot of time. Sometimes it takes a lot of time to analyze a power that is not very good. And in order not to waste time, I will find someone to implant it. This resulted in a lot of superpowers with useless skills appearing in the base. And even they couldn't produce many of these superpowers. It is impossible to be like Liu Chen's troops, who can attack with a dozen high-level superpowers. And that blue barrier, does that thing still belong to the category of technology? It's really cool. That barrier that blocks strong acid attacks. With teammates like this, who needs to be afraid of dying in battle? The rear of the Baosteel battlefield, looking at the disintegrated attack in the distance, and the alien army that was once again shot into a sieve. Number 5's expression finally no longer looked as idle as before. What is that blue barrier? Is it a superpower or something? To be able to intercept a highly toxic solution in the air is simply not a level that human technology can achieve. There are also those fighter planes. The missiles they launch are not just simple explosions, but also seem to have some electrical energy fluctuations. Ordinary ballistic attacks can be equipped with special powers. This is not an ordinary technological category at all. There is also that giant tank. The outer SH-L and armor look like they are not made of materials that humans can make. There's something wrong with that person. A big problem. Number 7 and 8. Use all your strength. Number 5 put away his previous frivolous attitude and looked like a wolf. Let's just say you are being childish and show some attitude. Number 4, who was sitting behind them recovering from his injuries, said, It's a pity that I don't have enough powers now. Otherwise I could help you. You'd better recuperate first. Your abilities will definitely be needed in the end. Remember to capture them alive. Those people on the other side are not easy. Catch him alive. That's quite a challenge for me. Number 4 smiled. Number 7 and 8. Let the crow fly. Let's attack that white chariot with all our strength. Whether it's the fighter plane or the blue barrier, it's probably related to that tank. Yes. Number 7 and number 8 answered at the same time, and then released their control over the crows. Save the last bit of your ability to activate the summoning array, and use up all the rest. Get rid of this base before number 3 comes. Otherwise it will be too embarrassing. Yes. Number 7 to 8 replied. The 3 of them inserted their hands into the ground at the same time, and the dark purple magic circle suddenly expanded. An extremely dazzling light shot out from it. 4 circles of light appeared, and 4 giant alien species emerged from them. Each mutant is over 20 meters tall, with the tallest one reaching almost 30 meters. The final battle is coming. Sir! Deputy Chief! Let's go! Guardsmen have largely completed the evacuation of residents. The century-old steelworks has been cleared, leaving only the guards on the city walls. Qin Baojun clung to the outer edge of the city wall, looking at the battlefield, unwilling to leave with the guards. I am the deputy leader of this base. They are here to support us. I must fight with them. Deputy leader, if you don't leave, whose orders will we follow in the future? Several people stepped forward and wanted to take Qin Baojun away, but Qin Baojun broke free. You guys! Qin Baojun shouted hoarsely. Listen to me. It was us brothers who harmed you. And it was our selfishness that harmed you. We should have evacuated after the first battle with them. But we are unwilling to abandon this ancestral steel mill. We were lucky, thinking that there wouldn't be a second attack or that support would arrive in time. But the attack still happened. And my brother and the number 100 soldier paid the price with their lives. I killed them and let them die on the battlefield in vain. I am no longer worthy of being your leader. The one who comes to support us today is Mr. Lu Qin. From now on, your leader will only be Mr. Lu Qin. Under his leadership, you will see your last hope. Boom! While Qin Baojun was chattering, there was a roar in the distance. Everyone turned their heads and saw 4 giant mutants rising from the ground. From a distance, they actually formed a hill, with 4 advanced third-generation species. Qin Baojun couldn't help but shudder. He quickly turned to face the crowd and said, Quickly! I rescued a little girl at the entrance of the tunnel. You must take her with you. Qin Baojun's tone became more and more anxious as he spoke, because he knew that these team members would have no chance if they didn't leave. The attack of 4 third-generation species cannot be withstood by the combat power here. The miracle will only happen once, and there is no way other support will appear. If you don't leave now, you will definitely die here. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Let's go! Qin Baojun suddenly waved his hand and drove away the team members. It's hard to imagine how a middle-aged man who looked extremely thin could burst out with such power. After driving away the guards, Qin Baojun staggered down the city wall and ran towards the metal tower. He wanted to hand over the mechanical heart and all the crystal cores to Lu Qin. Lu Qin has fulfilled his agreement, and he must also fulfill his promise. For high-level third-generation species? One leader nearly fell off his chair. There is a very simple and crude way to distinguish the strength of alien species, and that is based on body shape. Not all powerful alien species are of large size, but all large species are undoubtedly powerful alien species. Among them, those above 10 meters are basically third-generation species. According to the height, the third-generation species can be divided into 3 levels: junior high, middle and high. The higher the height, the longer it takes to become a third-generation species, and the longer it takes, the higher its skill level is. Moreover, combat skills, health points, and all aspects are stronger than those of the junior third-generation species, making them the so-called advanced third-generation species. And the nearly 30-meter-tall alien species that appears from the magic circle is probably close to, or even a 4th-generation monster. All the leaders were dumbfounded, and fear spread from the bottom of their hearts. The most they had faced in the Beast Tide was a junior third-generation species, or an intermediate third-generation species. But in that case, they would all fight extremely hard, and the third-generation species were more than 1 level better than the second-generation species. But now these people are facing 4 advanced third-generation species, one of which may even be a 4th-generation species. The appearance of these 4 alien species made the previous battle seem like child's play. This is the true power of the Anthem organization. They actually thought they could win before. Chapter 235 Rescue arrives. By visual inspection, there are at least 3 third-generation birds, and one is probably close to the 4th-generation bird level. Lu Qin looked at the 3 hills rising in the distance and was surprised. He knew that the other party must have hidden a trump card, but Lu Qin didn't expect that they had such a big trump card. However, Chase Lu quickly accepted the result. After all, the opponent was the Anthem organization, and he should not be confused no matter what kind of cards were played. Fish eggs! How long until they arrive? Lu Qin shouted into the communicator. With their current combat power, they can't even see the opponent's level of combat power. They have to wait for the super tank to appear. Come on! Boss! It's on your ass! Yudon shouted.
obviously moving at full speed.
Rong Hubiao. How is the progress of the modification department?
While the opponent was still preparing, Lu Chen planned to calculate all his cards.
I guess it's almost there. They already said it would be soon half an hour ago. I'll check again right away.
Rong Hubi replied. Okay. After Lu Chen heard his answer, he felt a little confident. This ultimate tank, a combination of the Tushan and the Vulcan, is their biggest trump card. With it, the opponent can hit whatever he wants. Boom! The 30-meter-tall alien creature that looked like Godzilla suddenly roared toward the sky. Blue blasting lasers shoot into the sky from its mouth. In an instant, the color of the world changed. Heavy rain poured down on the entire battlefield area. Thunder and lightning struck, and it was extremely terrifying. This extreme weather change occurred almost instantly, and its speed was jaw-dropping. The territorial ability is indeed the 4th generation. Chase Lu's heart trembled. Although I had roughly guessed it before, I couldn't help but be shocked when this guess was confirmed. After all, this was the first time he met the 4th generation species. After reaching a high level, the combat power of aliens of the same level will often be inferior to those of superpowers, because human superpowers are much better at researching and utilizing superpowers than mutants with low intelligence. But there is one thing about alien species that is definitely more powerful than human superpowers. That's the feeling of oppression. The pressure of this huge body. In the biological world, body size often determines a lot. Such a huge body puts a lot of mental pressure on people. For those who have poor mental endurance, sometimes their momentum is half as low as before the fight begins. As the 4th generation roared, the behemoth army on the opposite side began to charge. One is a giant snapping turtle, with a huge Earth-like cuticle on its head, and its whole body is wrapped in a rock-like SHL. At a glance, it looks like a tank-shaped alien species. One was a giant grizzly bear, with its mane exploding. As it ran, the ground was shaking. There is also a giant silverback gorilla, with muscles bulging all over its body, like a god or demon coming to the world. Finally, there was the 4th generation species that looked so much like Godzilla that Chase Lu couldn't even distinguish its original species. For giant hands surged forward, coupled with a terrifying storm, and the earth shook. The team members sitting on the chariot felt that the whole world was shaking, as if the sky was about to collapse.
Fish eggs! How long will it take?
Lu Chen roared into the communicator again.
The other side is going to step on us. Right away!
Yudon shouted hoarsely. Quick! Video conference. The leaders almost no longer dared to look directly at the surveillance screen. When those giant beasts started running, even the cameras mounted on the base were vibrating. What this means is that these behemoths can shake up the entire base just by running. What a size this is! How terrifying it is! There are also crazy abilities that change the color of the sky and the earth, which no longer belong to the category of biological beings.
Run! Come on! Let them run! Let them run! Yeah! Someone go call them, and don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Nearly all the residents of Bastille Group have evacuated. These precious combat forces cannot be lost.
The leaders looked at the horrific scene and thought it was going to be doomed this time. The strength of the Solemn organization is too strong, and escape is the only chance now.
Someone informs them. Informs them. Let them evacuate.
In the metal tower, Qin Baojun hurriedly packed up various crystal nuclei. He wants to give everything to Lu Chen, because he is the hope of mankind. Qin Baojun maintained his last sanity and tried not to leave behind every crystal core, as well as the most important mechanical heart. Boom! Boom! The sound of the giant beast shaking the ground was heard, and the entire metal tower was in violent tremors. The beast's attack began. Qin Baojun grabbed the mechanical heart and rushed towards the ground. Since Lu Chen needs the mechanical heart, it will definitely help him. Facing such a powerful enemy, this mechanical heart must be handed over to him. Although it is probably too late now, Qin Baojun must do it. Qin Baojun dragged his exhausted body out of the metal tower and out of the base gate, rushing into the heavy rain, rushing towards Lu Chen's convoy.
The vehicles line up in formation and spread out in both directions.
Lu Chen issued the final order. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. If Yudon and the others cannot arrive in time, then these 50 tanks will be Bastille Group's last line of defense. They must use guerrilla tactics to thwart the enemy's attack. If this is true, the casualties among these team members will be extremely tragic.
Everyone must come back alive!
Lu Chen roared into the communicator.
Ready to go!
With an order,
50 heavy armored vehicles were ready to go in the direction of the 4 giant beasts. They don't want to face the enemy head-on, but they want to shuttle under their feet and lure these giant beasts away. Lord Liu Chen! Lord Liu Chen! Just when Chase Lu was about to give the order for the chariot to set off, there was a rapid knock on the door outside the vehicle. Chase Lu held his breath and stuck his head out. I saw the hunched spokesman of Bao Steel Group holding the mechanical heart in both hands and raising it high towards him. Lu! Master Liu Chen! Machine! Machine heart! The rain rushed into his mouth, making Liu Chen unable to hear his voice clearly. But this scene was deeply etched into Liu Chen's mind. Such an ordinary person without special powers dared to withstand the attack of a giant beast to fulfill the agreement with him. Damn it! Come up here! Liu Chen roared angrily. He opened the car door and pulled Chen Baojun from the ground into the car. With all the thunderstorm energy outside, an ordinary person like him would be killed in minutes. Although Chen Baojun has good intentions, Liu Chen has no use for the mechanical heart at all now. Moreover, his shout also caused Liu Chen to miss the best time to give orders. For giant beasts have already rushed in front of us, and there is no room for the 50 chariots to pull the chariots. Fish eggs, Liu Chen shouted into the communicator. Super tanks are their last hope. Boom. As soon as Liu Chen finished speaking, 3 super tanks rushed out from the gate of Bao Steel Group. Chapter 236 The counterattack begins. Boom. 3 super tanks rushed out from the main entrance of Bao Steel Group. In order to get on their way, they passed directly through the Bao Steel base and crashed through several city walls. Qingtian, who was in the center of the 3 tanks, passed through the group of armored tanks and headed straight towards the 4 giant beasts. Lei Bao, who was on the left, quickly drove to the side of the Colossus. Zhuang Yuan and Liu Chen in the cab looked at each other, and then began to switch the tank into turret mode. The lightning on the right side shoots out towards the flank, acting as a chariot to harass the enemy from the flank. Yudon, Zhuang Yuan, and Rong Hubyu have gone through many battles, and their cooperation has become perfect. Without Liu Chen's command, the tacit understanding between them can make the most powerful tactical arrangements for the situation in an instant. Finally come. Chase Lu took a long breath, and the nervousness he felt just now disappeared immediately. The moment just now was the most thrilling in so many battles. Now that I think about it, Chen Bijuan's appearance may have saved the lives of many soldiers. Because once an ordinary tank rushes towards these high-level alien species, it will inevitably escape death. But after waiting for so long, it was finally his turn to play. Stay in the car! Don't get out of the car! Liu Chen said, and then teleported away, leaving only the confused Chen Baojun. Ah! Chen Baojun was stunned, feeling as if he had traveled through time in ancient times. What are these? What are these? Well, those cars. What? What? This person just now. This person. But before he could be surprised for long, a violent collision outside attracted his attention. Bang! Qingtian collided head-on with a giant snapping turtle. Qingtian and the giant turtle both trembled violently, but it seemed that the snapping turtle suffered more damage. Countless moss and stones fell from its body, and its huge glands could not stop swinging. Before it could react, a violent shock began centered on Qingtian. Bang bang bang! The ground cracked layer by layer, and along with the extremely powerful shock wave, the snapping turtle instantly entered a coma. And even the turtle sh. I was shaken with cracks. The silverback giant gorilla and gray-haired giant bear on both sides also received a considerable impact. This is the earth-shaking feeling after the upgrade. Both the range and lethality have been qualitatively improved. The giant cannon chariot comes out! Qingtian took advantage of the victory to pursue, and 20 giant artillery tanks modified by the machine repair department instantly appeared around Qingtian. Super vehicle space, which can load 20 units of ordinary tanks at one time. As soon as the tank emerged from the workshop, it was covered with a light blue protective cover. Shield attachment. The tank loaded in the sky space will be equipped with a 5-second power shield after appearing. Boom boom boom! The appearance of 20 giant artillery tanks brought a feast of gunpowder, and countless explosions exploded on the bodies of the 3 alien species. Relying on this brief 5 seconds of invincibility, the driver of the giant cannon chariot dared to rush directly into the alien's face and fire. Roar! The 2 mutants, the fat snapping turtle and the fat one, were beaten to a bloody pulp and screamed in agony. They were already knocked unconscious by the shaking of the earth, and now they were hit repeatedly by giant cannons. Before even a single move was made, they were beaten to a pulp. The 4th generation species behind the 3 alien species was attracted by the lightning that shuttled under their feet. Yudon knew that he could not deal with a fourth-generation species on his own with the lightning's firepower. So his purpose from the beginning was to contain it. Relying on the overloaded full-power operation, he controlled the chariot like a dragon to avoid being trampled by the alien species again and again. While dodging, the rapid-fire machine gun fired at full speed, hitting the feet of the fourth generation with a fierce attack. Even though it couldn't cause substantial damage, it firmly contained the enemy's strongest combat power. While the enemy's strongest combat power was contained, Thunderstorm's turret switching had been completed. Thunderstorm, which has been upgraded to a Class B tank, has upgraded its disintegration laser to a beam energy laser. The addition of the turret mode increases the power of the beam energy laser by 50%. And in turret mode, the muzzle adjustment range becomes extremely large. Originally, the Thunderstorm's laser could only be fired straight ahead. According to the reminder of these giant beasts, it could only hit their feet. But now, the muzzle can not only be adjusted left and right, but also up and down. Zhuang Yuan quickly adjusted the muzzle to aim at the snapping turtle's head, and fired a plain white laser. This is its death sentence. 3 seconds later, the laser light increased to bright red. A blazing sun-like blast pierced the sky and melted the snapping turtle's head. And this was not over yet. The laser then swept to the left, and the gray bear was cut in half diagonally before it could escape. Boom! A thunderstorm appeared, and in less than 5 seconds, the two giant beasts collapsed. "Return to the team!" Seeing the snapping turtle fall, Rong Hubiao shouted, and all the cannons and chariots returned to space. Their shields have disappeared, and it is too dangerous to fight these giant beasts on their own. After recovering the cannon chariot, Qi Tian turned around and rushed straight towards the silverback giant ape. He wanted to delay Thunderstorm's next charge before it could be recharged. "I'll do this. You go support Yudon." Lu Chen's voice came out from the communicator, and a fiery red figure slid down to the silverback giant ape like a meteor. "Learn!" Rong Hubiao didn't hesitate at all, and directly changed his tactics to help Yudon. After all, who could not believe this man? Red flame charged towards the silverback giant ape, and blazing tongues of fire spurted out. The silver-white hair on the giant ape's body was instantly ignited, and a heart-rending roar could be heard. The silver hairs on its body have evolved many times, and are no longer easily ignited. But it didn't expect that Qian's fire was not ordinary fire at all. This is the endless fire of H.L. Lu Chen turned on all firepower, turning the fire bath and flamethrower to the highest setting, while controlling the chariot to avoid the attacks of the giant ape. Ensure that every part of it enjoys the scorching flames. After being roasted for 2 minutes, the silverback giant ape collapsed miserably from exhaustion, with not a single hair left on his body. At this point, of the 4 high-level alien species, only the last one remains. Lu Chen looked at the group of members of the Solemn organization across the distant battlefield, with a contemptuous smile on his face. The third-generation species is just a bigger toy. Chapter 237 Chase. Call. The fourth-generation species howled at the sky, and 3 sky-reaching whirlwinds appeared around it. Tornado storm. And this is unknown. If it is just a whirlwind with crazy suction power, its power is far from that strong. Just after the tornado formed, the crows in the sky suddenly fell. Those crows were sucked into the tornado, forming 3 crow tornadoes. 3 50-meter high crow winds surround the fourth-generation species. They are not only terrifying offensive weapons, but also excellent defense. The superpowers in the 4th generation can actually be linked to the crows. Lu Chen exclaimed in his heart. Those alien crows were sucked into the whirlwind, as if the whirlwind was loaded with extremely sharp blades. No matter what was caught in the crow wind, it would probably be torn into pieces. "Get out of here!" Lu Chen shouted into the communicator. Flash is still at the feet of the 4th generation species. If it is sucked into the crow wind, it will definitely escape death. "Here we come!" Yudon responded to Lu Chen. Then he stepped on the accelerator, and the fire charge and the air jet were fired at the same time. A bang broke through the sound barrier, and 3 tornadoes rushed out like rockets. Rong Hubiao, who was behind him, also took his time and rushed out with a sudden swing of his head. "Boss, what should we do now?" Yudon shouted into the communicator. In this storm field, even if he turned on the overload, it was very difficult to control the tank. A powerful storm seems to be able to blow it into the sky at any time, including people and cars. "Leave it to me." Lu Chen didn't give any substantive instructions. He just left 3 words and rushed out in Qian. It's not that he insists on being a lone hero, but he is the most suitable person now. The 3 Crow Winds are the strongest offensive weapons of these 4 generations. The most powerful weapon in the Crow Wind is the cutting blade composed of thousands of alien crows. So Chase Lu's mission is to deal with the alien crows in the tornado. He had done this before when he was attacking Hongyuan Warehouse. And he was very skilled at it. Bang! Lu Chen kicked the accelerator and rushed straight towards one of the 3 tornadoes. The powerful whirlwind immediately sucked the red flame into it and rolled it up into the sky.
Boss!
Yudon shouted in disbelief.
Calm down! Leader Lu will not do meaningless things,
Rong Hubyu said. And what he said was right. He saw Lu Chen driving Qi Yan after being sucked into it. The light blue and black crow tornado started to burn from the middle. A single spark can start a prairie fire. That bit of flame quickly climbed up in the tornado like a poisonous snake. The originally dark crow tornado instantly turned into a fire tornado.
The boss set those crows on fire,
Yudon exclaimed. Sure enough, Rong Hubyu sighed. Although he felt that Lu Chen would not make meaningless sacrifices. The game this time was a bit too thrilling.
Then how did the boss get down?
Yudon suddenly thought of a question. The flames can indeed burn the crows in the tornado. But the tornado remains. As long as the tornado exists. It is impossible for Qi Yan to come down and fly towards another tornado. And if it just destroys a tornado, it doesn't look like the boss's style.
It's coming! It's coming!
Rong Hubyu shouted. Yudon immediately raised his head and saw a dark fighter plane flying towards the fire tornado.
This is it!
Yudon's eyes widened. Before he could react, the fighter plane rushed into the tornado and turned into one of thousands of sparks. The next moment, a sonic boom sounded from behind them. Qi Yan appeared from the thunderstorm car and rushed towards the second crow tornado.
Use a fighter plane to crash into a space vehicle in a thunderstorm,
Yudon shouted excitedly. This move was used by Lu Chen when he was defending against the Beast Tide. At that time, a train descending from the sky was like a god descending.
Exaggeration!
Rong Hubyu murmured in his mouth. Use the space vehicle of the fighter plane to complete the teleportation. And then rush towards another crow tornado. This courage and combat IQ are really powerful. The most important thing is to be able to make the best judgment on the situation in such a short period of time.
Strong! Too strong!
Rong Hubyu admired silently in his heart. Boom! The crow in the fire tornado in front was burned out and gradually turned black. Before it could complete its transformation, another crow tornado was ignited again, and the sky-reaching fire pillar burned. Immediately afterwards, another fighter plane crashed into the fire tornado and exploded. Finally, Qi Yan appeared behind everyone and rushed towards the last crow tornado. The whole process is completed in one go and is extremely smooth. It is obviously a dangerous operation that will never come back if you make a slight mistake. In Lu Chen's hands, it was as simple as going out to buy groceries.
Prepare to charge,
Rong Hubyu shouted into the communicator. After Lu Chen destroys the 3 crow tornadoes, it's his time to perform. The crow tornado disappears, and ordinary tornadoes will not cause substantial damage. And with Qingqian's tonnage, it is impossible to be blown up by a tornado. So when Lu Chen destroys all the crow tornadoes, it's time for him to charge into battle. Boom! The last crow tornado burned.
Zhuang Yuan gathers his strength and prepares. I will put the 4th generation into a dizzy state. Understood!
Zhuang Yuan's voice was clear and decisive.
Yudon is always watching for opportunities, ready to give the opponent the final blow.
This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content.
No need!
Lu Chen's voice came from the communicator. Rong Hubyu was quite satisfied with his previous judgments, so he didn't interrupt. But here he interrupted.
Boss! Where are you? The tornado is on fire. Why haven't you come back yet?
Yudon heard his voice and asked eagerly. Only then did everyone realize that Lu Chen did not return as before after igniting the last tornado.
I'm in the last gust of wind. There are only the last 2 fighter planes left. I can only wait for you to defeat the 4th generation species before I can fall down.
What?
You can't,
Yudon shouted suddenly.
It's not a big problem,
Chase Lu interrupted him.
With the strength of the red flame, it can't be broken. It can only be shaken. But you, Yudon,
Lu Chen shouted.
You don't have to worry about the 4th generation. You can chase those bastards for me. Go after them? But it's not over here yet. Just now the crows dispersed, and I took a general glance at their situation from the air. Those 3 summoning superpowers are basically at the end of their tether. And the other man in red clothes has been cultivating. Their cards have been played out,
and they are out of ammunition and food.
But it will be too late if we wait until the battle is over to catch them. We must act now. Yudon is the vanguard of the pursuit. You don't have to worry about the frontal battlefield. Chase those channers from the flanks. Backslash. I tell you to go and go quickly. There is so much nonsense.
Zhuang Yuan suddenly said sharply. Yudon originally wanted to say something more. The frontal battlefield is dangerous, and his words may be needed. But he was ruthlessly interrupted by Zhuang Yuan. This was the first time that everyone saw Zhuang Yuan angry. The communicator fell silent for a moment.
Okay. Got it.
Yudon said. Zhuang Yuan's words were enough to wake him up. He just listened to the commander on the battlefield and said,
It's okay.
Why did he have so many problems? Accelerating with a bang.
The super tank convoy split into two groups. Chapter 238 Coal Pursuit.
Up.
Yudon roared and rushed out. In the distance of the battlefield, the last fire tornado was gradually extinguishing.
We are on board too,
Rong Hubiao shouted, and then drove Qingtian towards the fourth generation species. In this endless storm, the two super tanks rushed towards the huge beast like warriors trapped in battle. Qingtian's horsepower was fully activated, relying on its large tonnage to withstand 3 tornadoes. No matter how strong the suction power of the 3 tornadoes is, the blade without the alien crow is just an itch for Qingtian.
Come on!
Rong Hubi roared, driving through the blockade of 3 tornadoes and rushing to the feet of the 4th generation. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the earth shook again. Powerful shock waves surged in all directions, and the 4th generation let out a wail and fell to his knees on the ground. The closer you are to the center of the earth shaking, the higher the damage you receive. The 4th generation species was attacked at this distance, and the bones in its legs were almost completely shattered.
Zhuang Yuan!
Rong Hubiao shouted.
Right now!
As soon as he finished speaking, a white laser was positioned on the huge head of the 4th generation species. Roar! The 4th generation species let out a mournful roar. It had seen its team members wiped out by lasers, and it already knew what it was. After being targeted by the death ray, it let out bursts of screams and used all its power to repair its legs. It wants to regain its ability to move before the laser charge is completed. But contrary to expectations, it is no longer itself that determines its life.
Giant gun tank!
Rong Hubu pressed the teleport button. 20 giant artillery tanks instantly appeared at the feet of the 4th generation species. Boom! The roar of countless artillery fire sounded, and the 4th generation species let out violent screams.
Take it back!
Rong Hubu rushed to recover them all before the chariot was blown away by the storm. Under normal circumstances, the damage caused by 20 giant artillery tanks to the 4th generation species is almost negligible. But at this most critical moment, their firepower became the last straw for Yossi Mule. The struggling 4th generation failed to regain mobility at the last moment. Boom! The beam energy laser was successfully launched, and divine punishment came. Magnificent fire flashed, and the giant heads of the 4th generation were reduced to ashes. The tornadoes suddenly stopped, and the storm disappeared instantly. This beam energy laser shot plunged the world into the realm of silence. Everything is silent. Bang! The huge body of the 4th generation fell, bringing an end to this crazy battle. There was silence in the video conference room. They no longer know what expressions and moods to use to face such a situation. They also don't have the extra brain capacity to question what those tanks are and where they came from. The amount of information tonight was too much, and their brains needed a break. As soon as the thunderstorm laser fired, a violent white light shot out from the screen, which was so dazzling that even people outside the screen felt dazzled. I go. A certain leader was so frightened that he vibrated. His words also summed up the attitude of all the leaders watching the live broadcast. Looking at the extremely cool skills on the screen, the leaders all became paralyzed. It's not that I'm not shocked. It's that I'm numb with shock. Why does such a terrifying thing exist in this world? For a moment, they couldn't tell which side was the Psalm organization. Too scary. Too scary.
Shum! Those people from the Psalm organization. Are they going to escape?
Suddenly a leader asked a question, and everyone's attention was drawn to it.
Really?
One person exclaimed.
They seem to be preparing to withdraw. We won. We won. We won. We won.
Ha ha ha. Seeing the retreat of the Psalm organization, the shocked leaders realized that the battle seemed to have been won. And it's not a tragic victory like Bastille Group's last time, but a complete victory.
Run! Run! Let's see if you dare to come next time. Ah, that's not right. Why is the chariot charging up?
Another leader shouted. During the surveillance, a golden chariot was rushing towards the group of members of the chant organization who were preparing to evacuate from the flank.
No! Just let them go. What if we continue to fight? When dogs are anxious, they will jump over the wall. Who knows if they have any trump cards? Don't chase after poor bandits.
The leaders' hearts were already in their throats as they looked at the chariot rushing towards the Psalm organization. Although they were defeated head-on, they were the chant organization, and their methods were strange and unpredictable. If you rush forward like this,
how could it be possible? How could it be possible?
Number 5's hands kept shaking. She couldn't accept the scene in front of her. 3 third-generation species were all wiped out in such a short period of time? The alien species she had carefully cultivated died in such humiliation. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Number 5 squatted down suddenly, trying to squeeze out the last of his powers. Just as she was about to continue calling, a hand grabbed her.
It's useless. With the remaining powers of the 3 of you, you can only summon a third-generation species at most.
Number 4, who was sitting behind the 3 of them to rest, stood up.
The third-generation species is completely vulnerable to those tanks. Then what to do?
Number 5 said angrily.
Retreat first and wait for number 3 to arrive.
Number 4 said slowly.
Then we lost again. How could the Anthem organization lose twice in a row in Haicheng?
If we keep fighting, we will be no different from those imbeciles who only care about dying. Are you an imbecile?
Number 4 glanced at number 5 with cold eyes.
Number 5's words were stuck in his throat. I'm not.
She lowered her head and gave up her last struggle. What number 4 said is absolutely correct. The level of those tanks is clearly powerful to the naked eye. It's definitely not something they can win if they try their best to squeeze out another alien species.
Retreat. I will synchronize the information to number 3.
Yes. Number 7 and number 8 took back the magic circle and stood up. Number 5 finally activated his power and summoned 4 alien wolves from the magic circle.
Let's go,
she said softly. As soon as he finished speaking, a roar of engines rolled from the forest on the flanks. Chapter 239 The War Ends.
Boom.
The golden-colored lightning rushed out of the dense forest, and the corrosive bullets went straight towards the 3 members of the Psalm organization. Facing an enemy of this level, Yudon had no chance of surviving, so he had to use all his firepower. Seeing bullets being fired at him one after another, number 5's chest trembled angrily.
How dare you catch up?
The original decision of number 4 to retreat made her feel very humiliated. Now the other party dares to catch up. This is simply because they don't take the Psalm organization seriously. Just when she was about to take action, number 4 spoke in an irresistible tone.
Retreat. Don't be wary.
As soon as he finished speaking, a blood-red rose formation appeared on the ground, and a rose bush grew. The strange rose stood in front of everyone in the chant, absorbing the corrosive bullets one by one. Those thorns dripping with blood seemed to come alive, constantly waving the vines. Let's go! Number 4 yelled again. Number 5 looked at the rushing lightning and glared at Yudon through the front window of the car. Immediately, she stepped onto the alien wolf at the urging of number 7 and number 8. When Yudon saw that the opponent was trying to escape, he immediately increased his power, twisted the steering wheel, and tried to get around from the side. But number 4 predicted his movement, twisted his hands, and rose formations appeared under Flash's body. Countless thorny vines grew from it, penetrated into the gaps between the tires and the workshop, and firmly locked the entire tank. Yudon controls the machine gun to fire, but even the barrel has been twisted and cannot operate. Number 4 turned his hands downwards. There were a large number of magic circles on the ground, and the thorny vines suddenly exerted force, and were about to pull the entire lightning vehicle into the magic circle. Not good! Yudon was shocked. Machine guns were previously used on the 4th generation, and rapid-fire machine guns were restricted again. Moreover, Flash does not have the car body cleaning skills similar to a hot bath. And now, he is completely unable to move. It would be really bad if he was dragged into that weird magic circle. In panic, Yudon stepped on the accelerator, but the wheels were completely restricted and could not move at all.
When half of G. Diane's wheels had entered the magic circle, there was a sound in the sky. A spinning chariot of fire slid down from the sky.
I'll go!
Yudon exclaimed. There was a loud bang, and the red flames fell to the ground. Number 4, who originally controlled the magic circle,
disappeared and the magic circle was interrupted. The rose bush withered instantly, and lightning was spat out by the magic circle again. Yu Dan looked at Qi Yin in front of him with a look of disbelief. Is this using the centrifugal force generated when the storm disappears to throw itself over? From such a distance? He could hit his side accurately. What kind of magic is this control power? Lu Chen turned off the hot bath, and the dark car body with black charcoal attached appeared in front of the fish egg. Look! Look what I'm doing! Chase me quickly! Lu Chen, who had been spun around in the air for more than 100 times, was about to collapse. When Yudong was reminded by Lu Chen, he realized that his mission was to intercept those people from the Psalm organization. Looking into the distance, there were only 2 of the 4 members of the Psalm organization left. The man in red who intercepted him, and the girl in tights, who glared at him, disappeared as if they had evaporated. I'm going to chase you! Yudong responded to Lu Chen and rushed out with full power. How did you do it? How did you fly from such a distance so accurately? This is too exaggerated. Too strong. In the video conference, everyone was still recalling Lu Chen's wonderful maneuvers in his last flight. But it was really dangerous just now. If I were dragged into the magic circle by those ghosts, I don't know what would happen. Yes. Yes. It takes a lot of courage to dare to chase the opponent alone. Then how come there are only 2 people left on the other side? And how come the other 2 people disappeared out of thin air? Sanctuary. The ability of the 4th stage superpower. The Wulong Group spokesperson said. As a 4th stage superpower, he is best able to help other base leaders answer this question. The opener can pull the designated creature into a strange space. All non-living elements in this space are the same as in the real world. In the sanctuary you create, all the skills of the superpower will be greatly improved. However, the size of the sanctuary is limited. People who are pulled into the sanctuary can escape from the sanctuary as long as they escape within a certain range. The size of the sanctuary is related to the summoner's ability. It is worth mentioning that wherever you move in the sanctuary, when the sanctuary disappears, it will appear at the corresponding location in the real world. So the man in red pulled the girl into his sanctuary, and then the 2 of them escaped in the sanctuary? After the introduction by the spokesperson of Wulong Group, someone immediately understood the reason why the other 2 disappeared. Then why do you still keep those 2 people? It takes a lot of mental power to pull people into the sanctuary. The more people you pull, the higher the cost. The man in red was probably seriously injured by Leader Li Baogua, so he didn't take action from the beginning. And the remaining mental power he has left is probably only able to pull 1 more person into the sanctuary. Wulong Group spokesperson explained again. Li Baogua is really a man, so it doesn't mean he severely injured one of the opponent's generals. This battle will be even more difficult, but his sacrifice was worth it. At least we won a great battle. Yes. Yes. Not only did Bao Steel Group be defended, but 2 prisoners were also captured. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Not necessarily prisoners, Wulong Group spokesperson suddenly said. Maybe it's just 2 bodies. Bao Steel Base. Lu Chen, whose brain was almost shaken, could not continue to participate in the final pursuit. He teleported himself back to Thunderstorm and vomited for the better part of an hour. He didn't want to experience this sour feeling again. After vomiting in the Thunderstorm toilet for a long time, he got out of the car and checked the handling of the battlefield. As soon as he got out of the car door, he saw Yudong throwing 2 people to the ground. Lu Chen took 2 steps forward and found that they were no longer living people, but 2 unrecognizable corpses. On their chests, a bloody rose was sucking flesh and blood. Black thorn branches kept piercing the skin and growing into the flesh. You are so cruel to your own people. Chase Lu felt sick in his heart. If there wasn't anything left in his stomach, he would have had to vomit again by now. Boss, this is what happened when I caught up with him. The person is dead, and the 2 corpses are being carried on the wolf's back and running away. Yudong looked at Lu Chen and said. He felt very aggrieved because he was so close to catching a living member of the Psalm organization. If you can capture a living person and let Yu Ji interrogate him, you will definitely get a lot of valuable things. It's okay. Just these 2. Lu Chen comforted. Just take out the crystal core. Kill those roses first when you get it. Okay. Yudong agreed. It's just 2 prisoners. There will be more opportunities in the future. Lu Chen saw that the atmosphere at the scene was a bit gloomy, so he clapped his hands and said, We won the battle. Everyone, get moving and clean up the battlefield first. Encouraged by Lu Chen, the surrounding captains, Zhuang Yuanrong, Hu Biao and other talents dispersed and rushed to their respective tasks. When Lu Chen saw everyone leaving, he glanced at the two corpses on the ground with a pitiful expression. The prisoner who was finally captured after such a battle was killed by the other party. The road to the truth is blocked by these two roses. Chapter 240 The Sorrow of Roses. Haicheng. An abandoned building. In the messy and abandoned room, Number 4 and Number 5 were sitting opposite each other. Number 4 is sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, recuperating his mental strength. Number 5, on the other hand, sat with his legs pressed against the wall. All the panoramic skylights in the room have fallen off, and wind is constantly blowing in from the outside. Number 5 hugged his legs. His hair was messy, and he looked confused.
Why did you save me?
She asked tremblingly. Number 4 closed his eyes and answered.
You are better than them. And with my mental power, I can only bring one person with me at most.
Number 7 and 8 can only activate their powers if they are united together. A cold but true answer that is irrefutable. Number 5 was stunned for a moment before speaking again.
Then they won't live. I planted seeds in them. Before those people catch up with the wolf, they will die.
After Wu Hao heard this answer, a strange emotion surged in his heart. If it had been before, she would never have felt this way. Why? Why is it so strange today? Is it because the battle was lost?
Then inside my body, it's the same with you. And it's the same with me. I implanted these seeds when they defeated those 3 third-generation species. Even if the mission fails, none of us can be captured alive.
Number 4 said coldly. After hearing what he said, Number 5's eyes suddenly dimmed. She lowered her head and made random gestures on the ground with her hands.
Why do they always talk together?
She asked suddenly. Number 4 pondered for a long time and shook his head.
I don't know. How do they usually talk? They should be the only pair who have to go on missions at the same time. Right. Wouldn't it cause any trouble to speak at the same time?
Number 5 said to himself.
Number 5? Number 5.
Number 4 opened his eyes and looked at her.
What are you saying?
Number 5 slowly raised his head, his eyes already red.
It's very strange. Don't you think it's strange? There are many strange things in this world. Right. Do the weak have to die? Why is it different in the world of imbecile people? When I was killing those imbeciles, one after another there would always be people jumping out in front of those children. Why? Aren't they weak? Why should we protect them? This is why imbecile people are eliminated. Marriage and family are just shackles of efficiency. Those are bad habits from the old days. Didn't you listen carefully when the doctor was in class? I did very poorly in my studies.
Number 5 smiled pitifully.
We don't have parents. We don't even have memories of our childhood.
Number 5 held his head and became a little hysterical.
Your mood swings are a bit too high. Number 5.
Number 4 looked at her coldly.
Really?
Number 5 raised his head again, staring into Number 4's eyes.
But I can't even shed tears. I can't even squeeze tears out of my eyes. Number 7 and Number 8 are dead. I want to cry for them.
Number 5 said hoarsely, but with a standard smile on his face. Sadness and tears are also as shackles to efficiency. Dr. Number 5 has already mentioned this in class Bao Steel Group. The battlefield in Nuoda was filled with corpses of various alien species. Chen Baojun walked through the corpses in a daze. His face was black, green, purple, and mixed with blood of various colors. Finally, when he climbed over a hillside made of alien species, Chen Baojun saw the corpse in the distance. His heart suddenly skipped a beat, and his whole body froze in place. At that moment, he suddenly wanted to turn around and leave. When facing the beast tide composed of thousands of mutants, he never thought about leaving. But when facing such a corpse, he felt fear. A fear that cannot be faced. Could that corpse be that of my brother? If he turned around and returned to the base now, would he see his brother still sitting on the chair in the center of the square? Go check it out. What if it's really not the case? What if it's really just a dream? Chen Baojun stepped forward with difficulty, crossing the blood-stained battlefield. Slowly, a familiar face came into his sight. That familiar face that showed no anger or dignity. Chen Baogua was lying on the ground, his eyes looking straight at the sky without any expression. Uncontrollably, Chen Baojun trembled violently. He controlled himself vigorously, but tears still kept pouring from his eyes. He covered his mouth and tried his best not to cry loudly. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of his brother, although I already knew the result. The unrealistic fantasy in my heart was shattered. Boundless pain still poured into his heart like a tsunami. Ah! Chen Baojun shouted. He rushed forward like crazy and threw himself next to Chinbagua's body. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the rose that was parasitic on Chinbagua's chest. The branches of thorns swayed, pricking his arms and digging into his skin. But he didn't care. No pain could compare to the pain in his heart. After some desperate pulling, Chinbaojun pulled out the rose by its roots. The weird and twisted roots are constantly swinging at the bottom of the flower. It has lost its nourishment and wants to find the next host. Its roots locked onto Chinbaojun, trying to pierce his arm. Chinbaojun shouted angrily, threw it to the ground, and stepped on it hard with his foot. Go to H.L. Go to H.L. Go to H.L. he shouted hysterically. After an unknown amount of time, Chinbaojun exhausted all his strength. Fall to your knees. The roses under the feet had withered long ago after losing their flesh and blood and turned into ashes. Chinbaojun slowly crawled back to Chinbagua and finally burst into tears uncontrollably. Chapter 241 Haicheng Alliance. After the bloody battle, everyone cleaned up the battlefield under the command of Rong Hubyu. This time, they collected the bodies of the fallen soldiers on the battlefield and burned them as a memorial. Among them, Chinbagua's body was the most complete, while the bodies of other soldiers basically only had remaining limbs, and their identities were unknown. This task took everyone a lot of time. After all, it took a lot of work to sort out these remains among the piles of alien corpses. After everyone completed the collection task, they conducted a centralized burning in the base square. Just as the burnt pile was being lit, a drizzle fell from the sky. The cold rain accompanied by the breeze hit everyone's faces, making the atmosphere even heavier. Lu Chen and the captains and leaders of the Death Angels also accompanied Chinbaojun in a moment of silence. Although these soldiers are not their own subordinates, their bravery is worthy of everyone's admiration. Without them, Bao Steel Group would have been lost long ago. Chinbagua's heroic fighting almost killed one of the opponent's generals. Without his hard work, I am afraid this battle would have become more difficult. Everyone ended their moment of silence in the drizzle and returned to their respective tasks. Yudon and others gained control of Red Flame and burned the alien corpses outside the base. Lu Chen and Chinbaojun returned to the metal tower and joined the video conference attended by all the leaders. Before that, Lu Chen had already taken stock of the spoils. This is the first head-on war with the Anthem organization, including battlefield gains and the contribution of Bao Steel Group. A total of 16 third-level crystal cores and 4 fourth-level crystal nuclei were harvested. The third-level crystal nuclei includes 6 crystal nuclei obtained from hunting third-generation species, and 10 crystal nuclei provided by Chinbaojun. The fourth-level crystal core comes from Chinbagua, 2 members of the HIM organization, and the 4th generation. The harvest of fourth-level crystal nuclei from this battle far exceeded Lu Chen's imagination. Although the 2 members of the Psalm organization were not interrogated, the 4th-level crystal core was actually in their hands. The second is the harvest of several third-level crystal nuclei. This is the largest harvest of crystal nuclei since participating in the battle. Through the crystal core obtained in this battle, Lu Chen can upgrade Lei Bao and Qing Tian to the full level again. It's even possible to raise your own power level to level 4. Lu Chen still feels yearning when he thinks of that powerful domain ability. Level 4 superpowers can change the rules of the world within a certain area, which is almost a godlike ability. Through the addition of domains, Level 4 superpowers can be said to have made a qualitative leap compared to Level 3 superpowers. Finally, there is the modification project of the Tushin. Lin Dachui's modification is almost completed, and he also gained the accumulation of 6 mechanical hearts. When the transformation is completed, it will be the time to upgrade the ultimate behemoth. Although the steel monster did not appear in this battle, Lu Chen would have unlimited confidence as long as he held this trump card. It's connected! Master Lu Chen! Chinbaojuan's slightly haggard voice interrupted Lu Chen's thoughts. Okay, Lu Chen replied softly. After a while, snowflakes flashed on the LCD screen, and the images of the leaders appeared in the video. After everyone saw Lu Chen enter the meeting, the previous conversation immediately disappeared, and everyone held their breath and concentrated, seeing that delicate face being projected in the video. Everyone didn't even dare to breathe or move. They also saw this face just last night, but their mentality was completely different between that time and now. Last night, they couldn't believe that a young man with a handsome face could defeat the Anthem organization head-on. Moreover, its decision-making power and adaptability displayed on the battlefield are unparalleled. Compared with their contempt for Lu Chen last time, this time they seemed to be too respectful. Seeing their expressions, Lu Chen didn't know how to react for a moment. When the other leaders saw Lu Chen not saying a word, they started beating in their hearts. Just the night before, they were talking nonsense about Lu Chen. Everyone was wondering if Lu Chen would settle a score with them. What would happen if he settled a score with him? Lu Chen saw that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, and no one spoke. So he had no choice but to speak first.
I'm guilty.
As soon as Lu Chen opened his mouth, a leader interrupted.
Yesterday I was blind, misjudged Mr. Lu Chen's strength, and spoke arrogantly. I am guilty. I'm guilty too. I used words to stimulate Mr. Lu Chen last night. I am the biggest sinner. In an instant, a good video conference turned into a confession meeting. Everyone started a crazy confession game. Lu Chen interrupted them dumbfounded. In fact, he still preferred the arrogance and domineering look of these people. He finally calmed down everyone's emotions and confirmed with them again and again that he would not settle the scores later. The leaders finally calmed down and started negotiating with Lu Chen on various future matters in Haicheng. After this battle, no leader dared to question Lu Chen's strength. They all agreed to hand over the mechanical hearts and crystal cores of their bases to Fengchu, Bao Steel, and Trinity bases. Lu Chen proposed the concept of Haicheng Alliance, intending to unite all Haicheng bases. Among the leaders, those who wanted to join forces immediately joined forces, and those who did not want to join forces also agreed to join forces. After all, there is no difference between refusing to unite at this time and committing suicide with a gun. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. In this way, under the proposal of Lu Chen and the leaders, the Haicheng Alliance was formally established. Among them, Lu Chen and the Death Angel formal army he represents serve as the main framework of the Haicheng army. The troops from the remaining bases will be dispersed and filled into the Haicheng troops. Of course, Lu Chen did not monopolize power. He clearly understood the limitations of one person's power, so he distributed power evenly to each leader. Lu Chen and the leaders formed a meeting group, and all matters that determine the fate of Haicheng will be judged by the meeting group. However, Lu Chen has veto power, which means he has absolute dominance in the meeting group. After determining the composition of the new unit and the format of the meeting group, everyone continued to talk about various matters regarding the merger of the bases. Now that the Haicheng Alliance has been formed, it is no longer possible for the bases to be scattered and live in one place. In this way, effective firepower cannot be concentrated, and it is easy for the Anthem organization to defeat them one by one. After everyone's decision, Lu Chen selected Bao Steel Group as the headquarters of the Haicheng Alliance. The first is because Bao Steel Group has a large enough area to accommodate the residents of the 7 bases. Secondly, Bao Steel Group, as a steelmaking plant, is definitely the most powerful logistical supply for the team. This is also the reason why Lu Chen insists on sticking to Bao Steel Group, not only because of those residents, but also because of the strategic significance of Bao Steel Group. Later, when discussing how to transport residents, Lu Chen mentioned restarting the Salvation Army's underground transportation system. Although the Salvation Army is not a good base, the transportation system they left behind is the greatest asset of the entire Haicheng. Chapter 242 Choice. The Salvation Army's underground transportation system is not only used for combat purposes, but can connect the entire city, let all kinds of materials, combat preparations, and weapons circulate quickly in the city. Linji actually thought of choosing the underground as his base. If he hadn't died early, Lu Chen would have doubted whether he was also a reborn person. Restoring the underground system will require the removal of residual explosives and a series of mechanical repair issues. But these are not Lu Chen's business. Now he only needs to issue orders and that's it. This is power. If you just say one word, there will naturally be a group of people working for you, trying to satisfy your wishes. In addition to relocating the residents of Haicheng Base, Lu Chen also needs to relocate the residents of Nancheng City. Regarding this matter, Lu Chen started to use teleportation for a long time. He asked Rong Biao and Li Gang to coordinate various matters in the base and prepare for the transfer. Before this meeting started, he had already completed 2 teleportations through time and space. If you only teleport ordinary people, the efficiency of time and space teleportation is quite high. It can transport 100 people every half hour. And the Death Angel and Shanda group combined can only transport 3,000 people. If nothing else happens, all transmissions will be completed early tomorrow morning. After all of them are teleported, Lu Chen no longer has to focus on 2 tasks.
After discussing the concentration of residents in each base, Lu Chen talked about how he dealt with the crystal cores in each base. Just like a Trinity base and Fengchu base, he will analyze all the crystal nuclei of each base. Those suitable for implantation will be implanted into the soldiers at each base. This approach was unanimously approved by the leaders. What these leaders didn't expect was that Lu Chen, as a young leader, was passionate and mature at the same time. Is this really a young man? Could it be that he lived a whole life and then was reborn? The spokesperson of Wulong Base thought silently in his heart. Finally, everyone. After everything was explained in general, Lu Chen cleared his throat and made his final speech. I am honored to be able to work with you. I hope that we can work together to lead mankind to see the real dawn. Okay. The leaders applauded warmly. After speaking, Lu Chen looked at Chen Baojun and asked him to interrupt the video. Chen Baojun nodded, and the video conference ended with cheers from everyone. The video cut out, and the conference room fell into darkness. Using hyperspace communication to maintain, the metal tower is naturally inferior to the mechanical heart. Lu Chen heated his fingertips for lighting, bringing firelight to the dark conference room. Let's go! Lu Chen stood up. Mr. Lu, Chen Baojun said in the darkness. You will be the leader of Bao Steel Group from now on. What? Lu Chen frowned slightly. I no longer have the courage to be the leader of the army. If I continue to give orders to my subordinates, I will go crazy. Lu Chen looked at Chen Baojun dumbly. Half of his face was exposed in the firelight, and half was in the shadow. This war dealt him a huge blow. He commanded the soldiers to embark on the battlefield where death was inevitable, and witness the death of their loved ones. It's not easy for him to persist until now. He probably wanted to end it a long time ago. Okay, I will take your place, Lu Chen said. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Chen Baojun moved and his entire face disappeared into the shadows. Do you want to commit suicide? Lu Chen stared at those eyes in the darkness. There was a clear flash of shock in those eyes. And Chen Baojun didn't expect Lu Chen to see right through him. I'm sorry, Chen Baojun said. If you want to call me a coward, just do it. I really don't have the courage to live alone. You are wrong. Lu Chen took 2 steps closer to Chen Baojun, and the firelight climbed onto his face again. I don't think you are a coward. Everyone has their own choices, and suicide is one of them. I will not make any judgment on you. If suicide can make you feel relieved, then I will bless you. But I'm here to offer you another option. Lu Chen took 2 more steps forward, and the faint firelight illuminated Chen Baojun's entire face. Lu Chen reached into his pocket and took out a shining crystal core. You don't need me to introduce this crystal core to you. Lu Chen gently placed the crystal core on the table in front of Chen Baojun. Choose the path I give you and come to me with this crystal core. Choose your own path and take this crystal core with you to sleep. Everything is your own choice. People cannot choose their own birth, but they can always choose their own death. Lu Chen left a word, turned around and walked out of the conference room. After leaving the metal tower, Chase Lu went straight towards the thunderstorm. He left Chen Bogua's 4th level crystal nucleus to Chen Baojun. After all, it was his brother's crystal nucleus, and it would be a good thing if this crystal core could interrupt his suicidal thoughts. If Chen Baojun comes to him with the crystal core, he will make him a superpower and inherit his brother's superpower. Alas, Lu Chen rubbed the steering wheel inside. Life is unpredictable. After finishing speaking, Lu Chen opened the panel. After experiencing so much sadness and heaviness, it's time to reward myself. The thought flashes. The panel unfolds, and the upgrade begins. The first ones must be the 2 brothers Lei Bao and Qing Tian. Thunderstorm panel. Armor. 0 armor. Upgrade the body armor. The first level is 0 element armor. 0 element armor is neutron armor. It has higher density and performance and can greatly increase the armor level and reduce the effects of energy weapons. Armor loss. Required 3rd level crystal core 0/16. Move. There are no upgrade skills at the current level. Arms. There are no upgrade skills at the current level. Energy. Cold fusion energy. Unlock the core. Fusion fuel chamber. Triggers nuclear fusion to provide energy for the tank. Energy acquisition and the security is far greater than that required for fission energy. 3rd level crystal core 0/16. Science and technology. Vehicle space. Can accommodate super tanks. The number was increased to 4 and tanks were repaired. With buff, the super vehicle in the space will get 10 times the repair speed without the need for crystal cores. Has been obtained. Qingtian panel. Armor. 0 armor. Upgrade the body armor. The level is 0 element armor, which is neutron armor, and has a higher level. Density and performance. Can greatly increase the armor level and reduce. The armor loss caused by low energy weapons requires 0/16 of the 3rd level crystal core. Move. There are no upgrade skills at the current level. Arms. There are no upgrade skills at the current level. Energy. Cold fusion fuel tank. Unlock the fusion fuel chamber to trigger nuclear. Fusion provides energy for the chariot, and the energy conversion efficiency increases, which can be used in space. The tank provides more high-quality fuel and requires 0/16 3rd level crystal cores. Science and technology. Super space loading. Increase the loading space of ordinary tanks to 20. And ordinary tanks can be loaded in, replenishing fuel in the loading space. No core required. Has been obtained. Other functions to be unlocked. Chapter 243 Infinite Upgrades. The panel unfolded, and Liu Chen upgraded the 2 tanks at the same time without hesitation. The light blue data cable floated out, lingering around Liu Chen. As the later stages progressed, the tanks were upgraded less and less frequently. He had not seen such a scene for a long time. 0 element armor is being upgraded. Cold fusion is being upgraded. 0 element armor is being upgraded. Cold fusion fuel tank is being upgraded. The last skill modules of the 2 intermediate tanks entered the upgrade state, and Liu Chen closed their panels with satisfaction. After this upgrade, Lei Bao and Qin Tian have entered the ranks of fully equipped tanks, which is considered a perfect graduation. Although this is exciting enough, its level of joy still has to be ranked lower than what Liu Chen will do next. After turning off Thunderstorm and Qin Tian, Liu Chen switched to the panel of Colossus. It is currently the only tank in the fleet that is yet to break through. As a fully equipped B-class tank, the combat power bonus provided by the Colossus to the base is obvious to all. The skills of hyperspace communication and reconnaissance fighters are very important strategic resources, and its hypertime teleportation attached to hypertime communication has become an important contributor to these battles. As the supercore within the team with absolute combat power, Liu Chen has been looking forward to his upgraded skills for a long time. Although he obtained a 4th level crystal core last time, since there was only one, Liu Chen had not decided on its use. This time there are enough level 4 crystal cores, and 2 of them have summoning abilities that I definitely cannot use. The alien species summoned by this power are unique to the Anthem organization and completely obey the orders of the summoner. In the previous meeting in Haicheng, Liu Chen also learned that this kind of power was specially synthesized by the Psalm organization. It is a fusion ability that combines space teleportation abilities and alien control abilities, and these alien species must have been summoned from a certain space, rather than generated independently. But it is impossible for wild alien species to obey human commands. So where do their superpowers come from? Liu Chen once thought about this problem once, and it didn't take him long to come up with a conjecture, since the Anthem organization can even customize its superpowers. What's the problem with a few obedient aliens? Liu Chen speculated that behind this summoning ability was the huge alien cultivation system of the Psalm organization. So if you implant this kind of crystal core into your family, the summoned alien species will not know whether to listen or not. Liu Chen did not need to take this kind of risk. It would be a waste if other leaders encountered these 2 crystal nuclei. But he is different. He can invest in upgrading the super tank without any hesitation or heartache. Liu Chen, who was in a comfortable mood, had his thoughts flashing, and the Colossus panel unfolded in front of his eyes. Colossus, current tank level, B level fully equipped. Cores required for upgrade, level 4 cores. Whether to upgrade? Yes. Liu Chen's thought choice was. The crystal core in his hand disappeared, and the system entered the operating mode with a ding. An upgradable tank has been detected, and the tank is being upgraded. Liu Chen was sitting in the Thunderstorm cab, looking at the light blue data lines emerging around the Colossus parked next to him, and an indescribable joy surged into his heart. This kind of happiness is like the feeling of watching a carefully nurtured child get closer. After this upgrade, Colossus will become the only A-class tank in the super fleet. Liu Chen was not idle during the upgrade of the Colossus. The upgrade of the Chariot was important, but his own upgrade made him feel more secure. Through this battle, a total of 16 third-level crystal cores were obtained, excluding the 2 upgrades for Lei Bao and Qin Tian. There were still 12 left. It can be said that this battle has completely solved the problem of scarcity of third-level crystal nuclei, and allowed Liu Chen to initially realize the economic freedom of third-level crystal nuclei. With excitement, Liu Chen opened Lei Bao's transformation panel. He himself also has a deep yearning for level 4 superpowers. After all, the domain ability is really cool. The transformation panel was opened, and after a while of scanning, all Lu Chen's information appeared on the panel. Lu Chen, double superpower. Power, time 0. 3 stages elementary. Power, melt, level 3 primary. It can be seen from the panel that even though Lu Chen has used it frequently, these two abilities are still at the beginning of the 3rd stage. This means that the upgrading of superpowers has little to do with hard work. The only way is to pile up crystal cores. In other words, in this apocalyptic world, if an ordinary person accidentally acquires supernatural powers, it will not be possible for one person to counterattack the world like in the internet article. His upgrade must have a powerful organization or force behind him to continuously provide crystal core supplies. Just like Baosteel Group, what they do is allocate all resources to one person. Shin Baogui is the only superpower in their base. The rest are ordinary soldiers. This also explains why Shin Baogui was able to lead everyone to resist a chant attack and lose one of the opponent's generals in a critical state. There is no doubt about the strength of its own strength and will, but the input of a large amount of resources from the base is the key. Therefore, in this apocalypse, there is no private survivor organization rising at all, and the cities are controlled by bases with huge resources. Now Lu Chen has become this kind of monster with huge resources, and he is the most powerful monster. While thinking, Lu Chen had already prepared 8 level 3 crystal cores. Upgrading from the 1st stage to the 2nd stage requires 100 first level crystal cores for each level. The 2nd stage upgrade to the 3rd stage requires 10 second level crystal cores for each level. There are now 3 stages of upgrading to 4 stages, and each level requires 1 level 3 crystal core, because it was still some time before entering the 3rd stage. Lu Chen also used crystal nuclei quite frequently during this period, so his abilities were upgraded a bit, and he successfully saved 2 crystal cores for this upgrade. Between the 2 abilities of time 0 and melting, Lu Chen chose time 0. After all, rules-based abilities are the most powerful existence at all times. Upgrade options, time 0. Cores required for upgrade, 8 level 4 crystal cores. The 4th stage of time 0, after upgrading, you will be able to unlock the domain abilities based on time 0 and master the laws of some world operations. Whether to upgrade. It's so cool to master the laws of how the world works, Lu Chen thought in his heart. And then his mind chose yes. Light blue light particles floated out of the central control and gathered on Lu Chen's head to form a mechanical helmet. A warm and watery wrapping feeling followed, and Lu Chen felt as if he was in a warm cave. Time 0 is being upgraded. Chapter 244, Hope or Hidden Danger. Ability upgrade completed. The sound of the upgrade completion came, and Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. The warm and comfortable feeling that lasted for more than 10 minutes gradually disappeared, and Lu Chen woke up from the pleasure. Am I now a stage 4 psychic? Chase Lu looked down at his hands, which were still the same as before. Sure enough, the improvement of superpowers does not cause any changes to the body. All improvements occur internally. He clenched his fist, and he could feel that his grip was much stronger than before. Each stage of upgrade will bring slight enhancement to the body. Afterwards, Lu Chen closed his eyes again and slowly activated his powers. A kind of fanatical energy surged through his body instantly, and Lu Chen suddenly felt hot all over. Compared with the 3-stage abilities, the 4th-stage abilities have made a qualitative leap. So much so that this energy is now very wild and thick. However, the veins in Lu Chen's body have not yet been developed and appear a bit jerky and narrow. This situation gradually improved after Lu Chen ran it several times. The veins in his body have gradually adapted to this thick power, and the energy flow has become silky and comfortable. After running the power several times, Lu Chen was not in a hurry to experience other upgrades of the power. The upgrade in the 4th stage is huge, and he needs enough time to digest the energy. After running the superpower and relaxing my mood, the tanks that had just been upgraded were also completed. 0 element armor upgraded. Cold fusion upgrade completed. 0 element armor upgraded. Cold fusion fuel tank upgrade completed. The medium-sized tank Thunderstorm has entered the B-level full configuration stage. The medium-sized tank Qingtian has entered the B-level full configuration stage. The large tank Colossus has been upgraded and has entered the A-level stage. The tank group system has been updated. Seeing the notification that this item had been upgraded, Lu Chen once again felt great joy. Without further ado, he directly opened the upgraded panel of the Colossus. This was the part he was most looking forward to. Large tank, Colossus. Armor. There are no upgrade skills at the current level. Shield. Plasma deflection shield. Upgrade the deflection shield to a plasma deflection shield, creating a powerful energy field that can completely isolate attacks from kinetic energy weapons and isolate most energy weapon attacks. This skill will consume a lot of energy. Note, the protection range of the plasma deflection shield has been further upgraded, and the size of the shield generation can be adjusted. After deployment, the maximum range can be adjusted to 500 meters, and the minimum range can be adjusted to the tank itself. The expansion size of the shield will affect the energy consumption. The required 4th level crystal core is 1/4. Arms. Cruise fighter. The number of unmanned fighter jets has been upgraded to 10. And the speed, flight altitude, and controllable range of the fighter jets have been further increased. The fighter jets can be set to an automatic cruise mode and can automatically cruise on a set trajectory with low energy consumption. Reconnaissance of the enemy. Tomahawk missile upgrade. The Tomahawk missile mounted on the unmanned fighter aircraft is upgraded to a Tomahawk missile, which unlocks the missile thermal lock function, can automatically track the enemy, and is extremely powerful. It requires a 4th level crystal core. February 4th. Energy. Antimatter energy. Unlock the antimatter energy generator, which uses the combination of matter and antimatter to generate powerful energy. The energy acquisition efficiency far exceeds that of nuclear fusion energy, and requires 1/4 of the 4th level crystal core. Science and technology. Time and space communication. There is no upgrade ability at the current level. Other functions to be unlocked. After Couchview checked the skill panel, Luchin found that this upgrade only brought updates to 3 modules, and neither the shield nor the technology were updated. It seems that as the Chariot continues to evolve, he seems to be reaching the limit of the transformation of this mechanical heart. But looking at the names of these skills, Luchin was still shocked. Plasma deflection shield. Antimatter energy. If any of these things were randomly picked up and placed on the Earth, those are technologies that can completely subvert human history. If the previous nuclear fusion energy was the basis for short interstellar voyages, then this antimatter energy is the basis for interstellar travel. Using the combination of matter and antimatter that exists all the time in the universe to release energy means that we have complete control over the energy supply. With this technology in hand, energy will no longer be an issue. According to the history of the Anthem organization, the origins of the machine heart are completely unknown. What kind of force is behind this that can create a device like the mechanical heart? And what is the origin of this system that can fully unleash the power of the mechanical heart? Can using the power of the system really lead mankind to victory? Suddenly, many ideas popped out of Luchin's mind, because the skill of antimatter energy really shocked him too much. Being able to create this kind of technology means that the forces behind it have unlocked the ability to travel to the stars. Mr. Liu! Mr. Liu! Suddenly, the sound of tapping on the window came from my ears. Luchin woke up from his thoughts. He looked to the side and saw Chen Baojun knocking on the thunderstorm car window. Luchin felt relieved that he had finally figured it out, and his doubts and worries were temporarily forgotten. He slowly lowered the window and came face to face with Chen Baojun. Mr. Liu! Chen Baojun spoke in a solemn voice. I choose your path. He stretched out his hand, and the 4th level crystal core inside was shining brightly. Welcome back, Luchin said with a smile. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. Let me summarize all the skills of the current tank for everyone, so you can see them more clearly here. Colossus, A-level large tank, analysis skills, electric energy surge, intelligent cluster, and time and space teleportation. Armor, 0 element armor. Shield, deflection shield. Weapons, drone swarm. Energy, cold fusion energy. Technology, hyperspace communication. Thunderstorm, B-level medium tank, full level, analytical skills, none. Armor, plastic steel armor. 0 element armor. Engine, track assembly. Turret mode. Weapons, disintegration laser. Beam energy laser. Energy, fission energy. Cold fusion energy. Technology, crystal core laboratory. Space loading 2. Space loading 3. Qintian, B-level medium tank, analysis skill, folding city. Armor, plastic steel armor. 0 element armor. Engine, track assembly. Kinetic shield. Weapons, powerful shock. Earth shaking. Energy, super fuel tank. Cold fusion fuel tank. Technology, super space loading 2. Tank modification and repair room. Qian, B-level small tank, full level, Analysis Skill, Bioradar. Armor, Battering Ram 2. Meat Grinder. Porcelain Armor I. Engine, Fire Charge 2. Fuel Management. Air Propulsion I. Weapons, Take a Hot Bath 2. Heat Insulating Armor. And Start a Prairie Fire. Energy, High Quality Fuel. Afterburner Fuel Tank. Technology, Super Space 3. Intelligent Storage. Bioradar. Crystal Core Laboratory. Lightning, B-Level Small Tank, Full Level, Analysis Skill, Hard Burning and Bone Burning. Armor, Alloy Steel Plate 2. Porcelain Gold Armor I. Engine, Fire Charge 2. Fuel Management. Air Propulsion I. Weapons, Rapid Fire Machine Gun 2. Rapid Cooling. Machine Gun. Energy, High Quality Fuel. Afterburner Fuel Tank. Technology, Space Jump 3. Crystal Core Laboratory. Crazy Bee, B-Level Small Tank, Maximum Level. Armor, Alloy Steel Plate 2. Porcelain Gold Armor I. Engine, Fire Charge 2. Fuel Management. Side Thrust. Weapons, Rotation 2. Rapid Cooling. Thorns and Spikes. Energy, High Quality Fuel. Afterburner Fuel Tank. Technology, Space Jump 3. Crystal Core Laboratory. Chapter 245 Tiger and Gun. When the video conference ended, Qianlong turned off the LCD screen, and the lights in the conference room turned on. He tapped his feet on the ground. The chair slowly turned, and there were a group of people sitting behind him. These people record the content of each video conference and filter out important information. These are the senior leaders of Wulong Group and the board members before the end. They are the core of all matters handled within the Wulong base. Qianlong is just a puppet standing in front and acting as the leader. These video conferences initiated by the Wulong base are apparently to unite the bases to fight against alien species. But behind the scenes, these board members will record all relevant information, the spokesperson's words, and the spokesperson's attitude. After observing and recording several meetings, they have figured out the approximate strength of these bases and whether they can form allies. Elders, what do you think? Qianlong looked into the one-way mirror and asked the board of directors veterans. He wanted to know what these old men thought. Lu Chen proposed forming the Haicheng Alliance and set the base at Bao Steel Group. This is a good thing for all the residents of the base. With Lu Chen's strength, he can indeed protect them. But for the top leaders of each base, this is not a purely good thing. By joining the Haicheng Alliance, Lu Chen will apparently establish a high-level organization so that all base leaders can participate in decision-making. But in fact, everyone knows that the absolute leader of this Haicheng Alliance is still Lu Chen. As a result, the status of the leaders of each base dropped from the highest level in the base to below Lu Chen. It seems to be only one level lower. But the power level has been lowered by who knows how many levels. First of all, Lu Chen has absolute military power and is the well-deserved king of Haicheng. Secondly, the base is located in Bao Steel Group, and the logistics department, except for war matters, is basically under the leadership of Chen Baojun. The last step is the activation of Haicheng's underground system. This is also the system of the Salvation Army that Lu Chen once annexed, and it must be under the jurisdiction of the Angel of Death. In this way, the other base leaders have no jurisdiction at all. High-level meetings are really just empty talk. Qianlong looked forward quietly, waiting for the replies from those senior elders. He guessed that these people must have constipated faces now. Join the Haicheng Alliance. Without any emotion, a mechanical voice came from the loudspeaker. Was it negotiated so quickly? Qianlong was a little surprised. In his opinion, Lu Chen, who came out halfway, will definitely become a serious problem for the old guys. Joining the Haicheng Alliance means giving up the throne of power. Did these old guys decide so quickly? By joining the Haicheng Alliance, Wulong Group will lose its position as the leader of Haicheng, Qianlong said. Suddenly the mirror switched, and the one-way mirror that could only be seen from the outside turned into a transparent material. The senior executives of Wulong Group sitting behind the mirror appeared in front of Qianlong. 5 old men in black suits looked at Qianlong with smiles on their faces. Are you still looking so calm? Qianlong thought in his heart. In his memory, these old men always looked like they were strategizing. I thought Lu Chen could give them a little shock this time, but I didn't expect that they would still look like this. Qianlong, the leading man spoke. He had gray hair and obvious wrinkles on his face, but he was full of energy and showed no sign of aging. Do you think that by joining the Haicheng Alliance, the Wulong Group will be suppressed by that boy named Lu Chen and will never be able to turn around? Isn't it? Qianlong asked back. Lu Chen's crazy strength has been fully displayed in front of everyone. With such strength, it is nothing to say. Ha ha ha. The white-haired old man smiled meaningfully. Being suppressed will only be temporary. Joining the alliance, this time, is the best opportunity for our Wulong group. The best opportunity? How could it be the best opportunity even though we were beaten by others? Shenlong became more and more confused as he listened. This was one of the reasons why he hated these old men. Their speech was never clear and confusing. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed again. What do you think is the difference between this Lu Chun and the Psalm organization? The difference? Shenlong murmured. What they have in common is, of course, that they are extremely powerful. Several levels higher than other base forces. The Anthem organization is murderous and wants to kill us. And Lu Chun is on the side of us humans. Similar to a savior? That's about it, the old man said. The difference between them is that one is willing to communicate, and the other is unwilling to communicate. The Anthem organization is an eye-catching white-fronted tiger. Lu Chun is a soldier with a gun. And the rest of our bases are ordinary people who are unarmed. Whether it's the eye-catching white-fronted tiger or the soldier holding a gun, they have absolute strength to crush us. And the tiger won't reason with you. He just wants to eat you. Even if Wulong Base is the leader of Haicheng or not, he will eat you all. Chun Lu is a savior. He can fight tigers with guns. He will communicate with us and maybe teach us how to use guns. When we learn how to use a gun, or hold a gun, will we be where we want to be? Now you are thinking about whether joining the Haicheng Alliance is our best opportunity. Shenlong fell completely silent after listening. These old guys who play with people's hearts are really terrifying. According to him, Lu Chen's desire to save everyone turned out to be his biggest weakness. Inform the entire base to take action, and set off for the Bao-Steel base immediately to show our greatest sincerity. The old man patted his cuffs, and stood up from his seat with a cane. We should also prepare. Chapter 246 Top Secret. After you do it, I will implant this crystal core into your body, so that you can inherit your brother's power. Lu Chen stepped out of the thunderstorm, and raised his hand to signal Chen Baojun to climb up. Chen Baojun took 2 steps back, and shook his head. Mr. Lu, I am very clear that I am not a battlefield material. If you give this crystal core to me, it will be a huge loss. He stretched out his hand, and opened his palm. The light of the 4th level crystal core in his hand was extremely brilliant. There was a trace of reluctance in his eyes, because that was the last thing left by his brother. Okay. Lu Chen reached out, and slowly took the crystal core. Since Chen Baojun refused, he had no reason to be pretentious, because it would be a huge waste to directly implant the 4th level crystal nuclei into the human body. No matter how many stages the crystal nuclei are implanted in the human body, they will become 1st level crystal nuclei. This is a transformation adapted to the human body. If a 4th level crystal nucleus is directly injected into the human body, it will directly explode and die. Therefore, it would be a huge waste to implant the 4th level crystal core into the human body. But it is different to convert it into Chariot skills. After agreeing to Chen Baojun's kindness, Lu Chen was equivalent to possessing 5 4th level crystal nuclei. This is a very terrifying number. And all the bases in the entire Haicheng combined together may not be able to come up with this number. Mr. Lu, Chen Baojun spoke again. If possible, I can help manage various logistical matters within the base. I can't go into battle to kill the enemy, but Bao-Steel Group is my home, and I can reasonably arrange the people who stay behind. Okay, I originally wanted to leave this matter to you, Lu Chen said. Chen Baojun is the deputy leader of Bao-Steel Group. He must be the most familiar with the internal affairs of Bao-Steel Group. It would be best to leave this matter to him. Have the residents of Bao-Steel Base been called back? Lu Chen put the crystal core into his coat pocket. We have sent a convoy to catch up. We should all be able to return before tonight. Lu Chen nodded and boarded the thunderstorm again. You go to the base square. My people need you. Okay. Chen Baojun agreed immediately, and it could be seen that his mood had improved a lot. And that one. Lu Chen turned around and said, the logistics managers under me are Zhuang Yuan and Rong Hubiu. Just find them and connect with them. And that's it. Yes. Chen Baojun agreed, turned and left. Fortunately, I persuaded Chen Baojun. Otherwise the arrangement for the influx of personnel from these bases would have become a huge problem. After waiting for Chen Baojun to leave, Lu Chen reopened the upgrade panel of the Colossus. With 5 level 4 crystal cores, you can directly upgrade the Colossus to the top level this time. But Lu Chen did not use up all the crystal cores at once, because he had to consider the Tushan, which was being refitted. Unsurprisingly, Once the modification of the Tushan is completed, it will definitely become an A-class tank by upgrading it with the heart of machinery. The A-class tank naturally needs to be upgraded with a 4th level crystal core. So this time Luchin decided to upgrade the cruise fighter first, and not worry about the other 2 abilities. After thinking about it, Luchin shot 2 level 4 crystal cores in, and the blue data line lit up. Cruise fighter is being upgraded. After waiting for a while, the cruise fighter was upgraded amidst the system prompts. At this point, all the upgrades that Luchin could do were completed, and the team's combat effectiveness was once again improved. Every time you complete a battle, you can immediately gain an increase in combat power. This is a terrifying ability. If it is another base, the crystal core must be modified first, and then the situation will be analyzed whether it is used for upgrading or implantation. The whole process takes at least 3 or 4 days, but Luchin completed it in only 2 hours. As powerful as him, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so terrifyingly efficient. After the upgrade was completed, the blue data line disappeared. The sound of the tank being modified also stopped, and the world fell into silence. Luchin sat upright on the seat and gently stroked Lei Ba's steering wheel. The Haichan alliance has been formed. As more and more mechanical hearts and crystal cores are delivered, the fleet's combat power will increase horribly. Things are moving step by step in the direction he expected. He really wants to change the world. In the Bastille base square, a blue light beam lit up the sky. After a moment, the light pillar disappeared, and 100 Shanda group residents appeared in the base. This is the 6th transfer tonight. In 3 hours, the hypertime teleportation has completed the cross-city teleportation of 600 people. As soon as the residents landed, soldiers came to meet them, explained to them the general situation in the base, and arranged accommodation for them. Qin Baojun was responsible for the living arrangements of the residents. Zhuang Yuan was responsible for meeting the residents, and Rong Hubyu was responsible for battlefield cleanup and city defense management. Qin Baojun initially divided the residential buildings in the Bastille base into several major sections. Part of it is the apartment building of the former managers of Bastille Group, and the living conditions in this part are the best. The other part is the former employee dormitory factory building of Bastille Group. The living conditions in this part are average. The last part is the construction site housing that was renovated in the factory after the apocalypse. This part has the worst living conditions. It is not a problem of scarcity but of inequality. The allocation of this part of the living room is really a big problem. Luchin sighed with emotion, suddenly feeling that it was such a blessing to have people like Qin Baojun and Zhuang Yuan who could arrange logistics. He really didn't know what to do if he wanted to get these things. Luchin curled his lips and turned around and walked towards Qin Tian. Just leave this headache to Qin Baojun and others, and just be responsible for the violence. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click on the next page to continue reading the exciting content. After speaking, Luchin plunged into the folding space inside Qin Tian. As soon as you enter the space, you are filled with the smell of machine oil, welding, and workers' sweat. In a word, everything that belongs to men is here. Stepping into such a manly room, Chase Lu felt relaxed. And looking at that huge monster, a sense of pride arose in my heart. As soon as Lin Dachui saw Luchin, he immediately dropped what he was doing and rushed up to show off to Luchin. Bala, such and such. It's so exciting. Luchin laughed while walking back and forth in the workshop, checking out the newly modified Tushan. The current Tushan is completely different from the Tushan that Luchin defeated. The huge cutting blade, which was originally close to 50 meters in diameter, was reduced by half to 25 meters. The extra part was connected to the back of the Tushan, using the body of the Vulcan as the skeleton. From this point of view, the Saturn seems to have turned into a giant python. I'm dripping with tears, Luchin murmured in his mouth. This modification was beyond his expectation. With this set of modifications, the problem of the Tushan's bulkiness was almost solved. At that time, the Saturn will be able to swim under the ground like a fish in water. Genius. Luchin glanced at Lin Dachui, who was chatting beside him. It would be better if he didn't have a mouth. After watching the Tushan, Luchin visited the cannon modification team in the workshop. This is another task assigned to them by Luchin, to modify heavy artillery. As the enemy level increases, the power of ordinary artillery also needs to be strengthened. This part was left to the members of the former Salvation Army Modification Department. The only requirement Luchin gave them was that the bigger the caliber, the better. Caliber is justice, especially the artillery mounted on the city wall. The bigger the better. It is best to be able to make it into the caliber of an intercontinental missile.
The progress of the artillery modification department is slightly slower than that of Lin Dachui, and it is expected that artillery testing will be carried out before the completion of the base merger. After all, what they do needs to consider whether it can be used, and needs to be realistic. Lin Dachui's whims are backed by his mechanical heart. No matter what he does, his mechanical heart can ensure that it moves. After roughly understanding the progress of the scientific research, Lu Chen interrupted their work and called everyone in the center of the workshop.
Thank you to all the technicians for their hard work in the workshop. I, Lu Chen, guarantee that you will enjoy the highest level of treatment in the base. But let me tell you, starting from today, we will formally unite with the other Haicheng bases, and then all base members will gather at Bao Steel Group. It will be a mixed bag by then. I need you to promise me something. All research activities in this workshop will be the top military secret of the Death Angel, and all personnel are not allowed to disclose any relevant information to outsiders.
Chapter 247 Eight Wolves Group. Top Secret? Lin Dachui was startled by Lu Chen's seriousness. If these modifications were to be kept secret, how could he keep his nonsense?
Especially you.
As expected, Lu Chen moved his eyes to Lin Dachui in the next second. Lin Dachui looked around in panic, trying to avoid Lu Chen's sight.
Lin Dachui.
Lu Chen pointed out Lin Dachui's name directly.
Oh!
Lin Dachui was immediately discouraged.
Does anyone, including the members of our base, talk to the soldiers in our own base? No.
Lu Chen replied decisively, changing his usual easygoing image.
Anyone refers to everyone who has left this workshop, including our own soldiers. And even if you report to me, you are never allowed to do it outside the workshop. It means that no one can talk about what happened in the workshop outside of this workshop. Yes.
Everyone replied in unison. Seeing Lu Chen being so serious, Lin Dachui didn't dare to be negligent anymore.
The situation is becoming more and more complex. We not only have external enemies, but also internal hidden dangers. All matters related to the base must be strictly guarded and defended. We need to have more trump cards than before.
Lu Chen made a little supplement for his behavior. Everyone nodded after hearing this. Although the confidentiality process was a bit uncomfortable for some people, it was better than having someone peek into the background.
That's all I have to say. Everyone, please go back to your workstation.
Lu Chen dismissed everyone.
Lin Dachui will stay here for a moment.
Just as Lin Dachui turned to leave, Lu Chen called out to him. Lin Dachui shrugged. He guessed that Lu Chen didn't believe him and wanted to give him another chance. Am I, Lin Dachui, someone who can't keep his mouth shut? I just like to chat about everyday things. Lin Dachui was furious, then turned around and approached Lu Chen with a smile on his face.
Boss, what are your orders? Give me an approximate completion time for your newly refitted Earth God. This.
Lin Dachui held his head and thought. It turned out that the boss did not doubt himself, but had a reason to keep him. This feeling of being believed was so good. Lin Dachui suddenly felt relieved.
About 3 days.
After thinking for a while, he gave the answer.
Because if we don't rush the work,
I will add a lot of artillery based on the last time, so the construction period will be slightly longer. There is no need to rush the work. Although there is no threat of an outbreak now. The sooner it is completed, the better. You are limited to 2 days. Okay. I will speed up the progress.
Lin Dachui nodded.
There is also the matter of heavy artillery. Last time you said that after the artillery department's model cannon is successful, more steel will be needed to build cannons in the base. Right?
Yes. Lin Dachui replied.
This problem has been solved.
Lu Chen said.
Solved? How?
Lin Dachui scratched his head.
Look where we are now. Where? Folding space? King Qianli? No. Look outside a little further. Outside?
Lin Dachui frowned and thought. And the next second, he seemed to be struck by lightning.
Bao Steel Group. We are in Bao Steel Group, the largest steel smelting plant in Haicheng City.
Yes. Lu Chen nodded with a smile.
This is why I want to stick to the Bao Steel base. When I asked Chen Baojun to restart the steelmaking plant, our steel problem will no longer be a problem. Boss is wise.
Lin Dachui looked admiringly. Lu Chen's glorious image in his mind has reached a higher level. Not only is he an outstanding strategist, but he also has great trust in his brothers. Such a good leader is hard to find even before the end of the world, let alone the end of the world.
There is one more.
Lin Dachui's thoughts were interrupted by Lu Chen.
Anything else? I will obey your orders. And be careful with your mouth. Don't accidentally let me know.
At Bao Steel Base, a blue light beam flashed around the metal tower. and another group of people was teleported over. However, this group of people is a little strange compared to the previous residents. They clasped their hands together in front of their chests and murmured.
What are you muttering about?
Yudon and Lin Zhuang looked at each other and shook their heads. As the two walked forward, the murmuring voices of the group gradually became clearer.
Thank you, Lord, for giving us food. Thank you, Lord, for giving us shelter. Thank you, Lord, for giving us shelter. Almighty, omnipotent, foretelling of all things, please give us light and escape from the endless gloom. Lu Min.
After reading this paragraph, the group of people opened their eyes and greeted the team members who came to respond.
What did you say in the last sentence?
Yudon asked.
What's the matter?
The first part was fine. Just some magical prayers. But the last sentence sounded a little different to him. Why did he feel like he had never heard of this god?
This is a prayer changed from Mr. Lu Chen's honorable name. It means,
Lord Lu Chen, bless you and everything will go well. Huh? You believe in Mr. Lu Chen?
Yudon and Lin Zhuang looked surprised. This was the first time they saw someone around them being believed.
Yes. Lord Li Dachuan, the divine envoy, said that all the gods have fallen in the last days, and only Lord Lu Chen can save us.
That magic stick Li Dachuan. Yudon and Lin Zhuang recalled. He is the miscellaneous believer who carries Bodhisattva, Buddha and Jesus in his pocket. He actually enshrined Mr. Lu Chen as a god, which made Yudon dumbfounded. Although this cannot be said to be a bad thing, Yudon still plans to apply for Lady Tsukiji to review this boy.
Let's go. As long as you obey, Mr. Lu Chen will bless you.
After Yudon said, he guided them to the accommodation area. On the way to the accommodation area, they will also pass by the soldiers' rest area. Soldiers with family members will come to recognize each other at this time, and relatives who have been away for a while hug and cry together. Moreover, during this expedition, Chase Lu achieved the almost impossible goal of 0 casualties. This means that people no longer have to experience the pain of life, separation and death. Seeing the scene of these relatives meeting each other, Yudon couldn't help but feel emotional. This is Shanda Group's penultimate wave of teleportation. If they teleport one more time, it will be their turn to be the Angel of Death. The Angel of Death also has many brothers, including Li Gang. When that idiot sees him again, he will definitely be surprised that he is already a 3rd stage superpower.
Open the city gate. Welcome the 8 Wolf Group to Bastille Base.
A loud voice came from the base gate, and the first batch of other base forces arrived at the Bastille Base. So fast. Yudon was amazed. Turn around and walk towards the door. This is the first time they have met with other bases as non-opponents. Being able to let major bases put aside their prejudices and suspicions and join forces to form the Haicheng Alliance shows the depth of Master Lu Chen's strategy. There must be a lot of gaming involved. Yudon couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Chapter 248 Public Relations Crisis. Outside the Bastille Base, a huge fleet of vehicles formed a long queue, with no end in sight. The size of these bases in Haicheng City is much larger than that in Nancheng City. The 8 Wolf Group that came this time was considered a relatively small base in Haicheng, but the number of people in the base exceeded 10,000. There are various types of vehicles in the convoy, the largest being armored combat vehicles, and the largest being transport trucks. The most eye-catching thing is undoubtedly the gleaming extended version of the Rolls-Royce at the front of the convoy.
Is this where we will live in the future? It's so dirty.
Inside the Rolls-Royce, the girl sitting in the booth said that she had outstanding looks and fair skin, and it was obvious at first glance that she was well taken care of. Sitting opposite her was a short, middle-aged man. The man was Linda, the leader of the 8 Wolf base. Opposite her was his daughter Lin Jinjin. Seeing that the girl was unhappy, Linda immediately smiled and said,
Hey, my good daughter, isn't it dangerous outside? You may not think this base is dirty, but it's definitely safe. Your father, the most important thing to me is the safety of my baby. So just be patient. Humph. Why not hire those people to protect us? We have to come all the way.
Lin Jinjin was obviously not convinced by Linda.
Hey, dear, I can't hire someone like you even if I risk my life. It's really useless.
Lin Jinjin screamed and turned away.
Yes, it's Daddy. It's useless for me. Lord Chief, we are here.
The driver's words interrupted Linda, who wanted to explain a few more words. Linda looked out the window and saw that the front line of the convoy had reached the center of the base. The center of the base was already crowded with greeting personnel. Linda saw Chen Baojun, the leader of Bao Steel Group,
In the crowd? But he did not see Lu Chen yet. He adjusted his clothes and said to Lin Jinjin, "Come on, dear daughter. Let's get out of the car and say hello." "No." Lin Jinjin closed her eyes. "I don't like it here. No hello." "Oh. Stop acting like a young lady now and obey me," Linda said earnestly. "If I don't go, I won't go." Lin Jinjin shook her head like a rattle. "The people here are so dirty. I won't get out of the car even half a step." "Alas," Linda sighed. "Open the door," he said to the driver. The driver got out of the car and walked around to the back, opening the door for Linda. Linda, wearing an expensive suit, got out of the car. Several people in suits and ties also got out of several luxury cars in front and behind the Rolls-Royce. They are all the management of the 8-Wolf Group. On the Baosteel Group side, Qin Baojun led everyone forward to welcome everyone. "Welcome to Baosteel Group. Although our base conditions are simple, we will definitely provide the best to entertain you." Qin Baojun smiled sincerely and held Lin Da's hand tightly with both hands. No. As long as you have a life in this Doomsday, everything else is secondary," Lin replied with a smile. After some pleasantries, other managers also shook hands with each other, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious, except for a few people who wanted to shake hands with Tsukiji and only received a cold look. "I didn't expect Baosteel Group to have so many young talents," Linda said while looking at Zhuang Yuan Yudon and others in the crowd. No. These are Lord Lu Chen's subordinates. But they are indeed young talents. Master Lu Chen is indeed very discerning," Linda said flatteringly. "But why didn't I see Mr. Lu Chen today?" Qin Baojun smiled awkwardly. "Do you believe me when I say he pooped? He didn't know where Lu Chen had gone. Logically speaking, he should be present in person for this kind of reception, especially since these people were invited by Lu Chen. Master Lu Chen makes sure to do everything personally. He may be patrolling somewhere in the base." Qin Baojun provided cover for Lu Chen. "Then let's go in and talk," Linda said. "Okay. The living room is ready. Everyone, please come in." Qin Baojun was about to invite everyone in, when Yu Ji, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "Leaders and people with special abilities need to pass the inspection before they can enter. This is Lu Chen's requirement." "This?" Linda looked at Qin Baojun with an embarrassed look. "What kind of inspections do they have to do after coming all the way? Is this the way Baosteel Group treats guests?" Qin Baojun looked ashamed. Although the people under Lu Chen were good at fighting, they were still a bit lacking in worldliness. "What kind of tests are you doing?" someone in the crowd asked. "Mental check to make sure you are not a threat to the Haicheng Alliance." "What's the point? We came all the way, and you still suspect us. Is this the way to entertain your allies?" the man shouted angrily. Yuji glanced at it, and two cold lights with murderous intent pierced out. Her glance made the other two superpowers take a step forward, and the atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense. "No such thing! No such thing!" Qin Baojun quickly waved his hand and stepped forward to stand between Yuji and the other party. "This is Mr. Lu Chen's policy towards prisoners. It is to detect those with evil intentions among the prisoners. This is definitely not a strategy to deal with allies. Ms. Tsukihime just forgot about it for a moment. Please calm down." Qin Baojun was sweating heavily from behind. He had never thought that a reception task would be so difficult. Yuji wanted to step forward and say something, but was held back by Zhuang Yuan beside her. She turned back and met Zhuang Yuan's eyes. Zhuang Yuan shook his head at her, and then she gave up. In this base, only Lu Chen and Zhuang Yuan could convince Yuji. Qin Baojun's impeccable answers finally brought the situation back to the point of collapse. Lin Jinjin was sitting leisurely in the Rolls-Royce. She was not interested in anything outside at all. But when she heard the noise, she immediately opened the curtains and looked outside. She hopes that her father and the other party will break up so that she can return to her base and no longer have to stay in this pig's nest. She scanned the other group of people one by one, and when she saw Zhuang Yuan and Yuji, her face turned red involuntarily, and her lips turned into a pout. "TCH, it's just a little bigger. What's the point? I don't need it at all." She closed the curtains angrily. "Humph. I don't want to stay in this shitty base for a second anymore." Lin Jinjin pouted, her face bulging with anger. After being angry for a while, she heard the sounds outside gradually getting quieter. Did the deal break down? "I'm going home." She went to the window and opened a corner of the curtain. I saw the crowd at the Baosteel base gradually dispersed, leaving a trail. On the path, A young man wearing a black windbreaker walked slowly. His steps were light, and his demeanor was leisurely. But he seemed to have an extremely powerful aura around him. His face seemed as delicate as a sculpture, with a slight smile and thousands of stars in his eyes. With a swish, Lin Jinjin's hand holding the curtain loosened, and a flush appeared on her face. Chapter 249 First Meeting. The crowd made away, and Lu Chen walked out slowly. Lu Chen's appearance instantly silenced the originally noisy meeting scene. Everyone froze in place, their breathing rising and falling with Lu Chen's footsteps. In fact, no one in the eight-wolf base except Linda had ever seen the legendary Lu Chen. But with the appearance of this young man, everyone guessed. The man in front of me is probably Lu Chen, the leader of the Salvation Army who defeated the Salvation Army and defeated the Anthem organization. Lu Chen's expression was lazy and his posture was relaxed, but his whole body exuded a self-evidently powerful aura. Is this the strong man? Everyone was amazed in their hearts, and the dissatisfaction they had felt about Lu Chen not receiving him in person instantly disappeared. Linda stepped forward and stretched out his hands to Lu Chen. Seeing the tiredness on Lu Chen's face, Linda sighed in his heart again. Hello, Chief Lu. Mr. Lin, the leader of the eight-wolf base. Is this a strong man? Although he looks like he is about to fall asleep, he is still very powerful. Turning to chase Lu's side, he suppressed the desire to yawn and reached out to shake hands with Linda. Yes, Linda made a good judgment. Lu Chen was just woken up by Yudon. Although the spirit of superpowers is indeed much better than that of ordinary people, they still cannot bear the running all night these days. Starting from defeating the Salvation Army, guarding Shanda Group's base, holding a Haicheng meeting, and defending Baosteel Group, he had hardly slept in the past few days. So he just fell asleep in the car after transporting a group of residents. When he was found by the fish balls, he almost shed tears. Hello, Chief Lin. I'm Lu Chen. Lu Chen replied softly, with a calm tone. At the moment of shaking hands, he glanced at the other party. The two superpowers in the crowd who stepped forward to protect them were stunned for a moment. And the senior executive, who had shouted a few words before, also shed a cold sweat. Yu Den had already told Chase Lu the general situation of the scene during his arrival. He did not think well in this regard. He asked Yu Ji to conduct a mental interrogation on the other party as usual. But he forgot that the person, this time, was different from the previous one. In the past, they only accepted prisoners, so they could do whatever they wanted. But now that these people are allies, it is difficult to interrogate them directly. I'm sorry for Lu's delay. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. Next, Chief Chen Baojun will lead you to move in and take you on a tour of the Baosteel base. Okay, Linda said quickly. A group of people, led by Chen Baojun, walked slowly into the base. Lu Chen folded his arms and looked at this group of thoughtful senior leaders. His brows gradually furrowed. With this wave of Haicheng alliance, he may have lured the wolf into the house. You must know that the top brass of these bases are the same people who agreed to the Anthem organization's request to build metal towers to destroy the world. There are not many fuel-efficient lamps among this group of people. Now, with their own strength to suppress them, the other party does not dare to make mistakes. But it will be difficult to say in the future. There was no other way. Lu Chen shook his head. This was a drawback caused by the need to quickly gather combat power. The Anthem organization had already hit them in the face, and he didn't have time to attack them from base to base. Since you can't come in the open, let's do it in the dark. Lu Chen rubbed his chin. He must not have the intention to harm others, nor must he have the intention to guard against others. He needs to be prepared in advance. Fish eggs, Lu Chen said. Find me some residents with greater reputations in the base. Army Lu Chen was very relieved because it was built on the framework of the Death Angel, with those captains who have experienced hundreds of battles. The soldiers from other bases cannot make any waves in the army. But the vast majority of residents other than the military have a bit of a problem. As other base personnel mix in, the residents of Death Angel and Shanda Group will instantly become a minority. If there are people with evil intentions playing tricks in the crowd, it will be very difficult to prevent. However, Lu Chen, Zhuang Yuan and other high-level officials of Death Angel were running on the battlefield day and night, and knew very little about the internal intelligence of the residents. So now he needs someone who can speak well among the crowd, and can continuously convey information among the residents to him. Not only must you have a great reputation, but you must also be loyal to the Angel of Death. Lu Chen added a condition. That, Yudon said. Boss, what's wrong? Is it hard to find? Chase Lu asked. No. No. I'm afraid I have a perfect candidate now. Oh. The magic stick Li Dachuan.
In the crowd, several senior officials secretly discussed it. This Luchin seems to be really a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, he dared to directly gather all the bases. This is not an ordinary confidence. It feels like he is also a superpower. And his strength is not low. So scary. So scary. Qin Baojun and Linda, who were walking in the front, looked at each other and smiled while listening to the conversation at the rear.
Mr. Luchin is young and promising, with extraordinary strength. I am afraid he will lead the future of mankind,
Qin Baojun said with a smile.
It is my blessing at Bao Steel Group to be able to follow Leader Lu,
said Qin Baojun.
That is also the blessing of my 8-wolf base,
Linda agreed.
It's also my blessing. Hee hee.
Suddenly a soft female voice came out. Linda turned around suddenly and saw Lin Jinjin arriving in the crowd at some point.
Jinjin! When did you get off the bus? Didn't you say you wouldn't get off? It's a bit stuffy in the car. Can I come down and take a walk? Just a little.
Lin Jinjin made a face, shrunk into the crowd, and disappeared. His grandma's legs are no longer dirty now. Linda cursed in his heart. He knew this daughter very well, because she couldn't walk when she saw the handsome boy.
She must be Mr. Lin's princess?
Qin Baojun said with a smile.
You're just a wild kid. If anything happens in the future, I hope Chief Qin will take more care of you. Where is it?
Bao Steel Base. In the center of the square, a huge crowd poured in from the base gate. Combat vehicles and transport trucks were parked on the temporarily cleared side of the base, and people got off the vehicles and entered the base on foot. Among them, the soldiers at the base reported directly to the Death Angel troops under Rong Hubiu. Ordinary people will follow the guidance and go to the arranged residential areas. The crowd was bustling and noisy, all curious about entering a new environment. Most of them have not even taken a step outside the base gate after the end of the world, let alone enter other bases. Suddenly there was a roar, and a thick blue beam of light shot down from the sky. Ah! The people around the light pillar were frightened by the scene in front of them and fled around.
The alien species is coming! The alien species is coming! Don't panic! Don't panic! It's not a mutant! It's not a mutant!
The radio at the Bao Steel base sounded to persuade the frightened crowd. Fear spread quickly among the crowd. It was not until the blue light dissipated and a person walked out that everyone calmed down. Are they gods? Have gods come to save us? There were voices of speculation in the crowd. It turns out to be a space teleportation power, and it can transport so many people at once. What a powerful force this must be! Several knowledgeable superpowers looked at the teleportation light array inside. Chapter 250 Secret Organization. The aperture dissipated, and the last residents of Shanda Group appeared in the center of the base. Most of them were guards and base managers, who chose to teleport last, knowing that they were the last group of team members. Rong Hubio had been waiting by the conveyor belt early. The light curtain disappeared, and Rong Hubio recognized his silly son in the crowd at a glance. It's just that this silly son has more and less things than when they were separated. Rong Biao was the same. He spotted his father in the crowd early, before he had time to appreciate the power of this teleportation ability. He froze on the spot. The eyes of the father and son met across the vast sea of people in the air, and their thoughts surged for a moment. The crowd stirred, pushing Rong Biao outward and walked in front of Rong Hubio.
Old man, you're living a good life. Why do you feel a little fatter?
Rong Biao asked.
You kid is doing well. Your face is rosy. That's right. I'm in high spirits every day now that I'm not with you. Me too. I eat more than a dozen bowls every day.
After complaining to each other, the topic came to an abrupt end. Both father and son are not good at words, and the words come to their lips but cannot come out.
What's life like without one hand?
Rong Hubio spoke again, smiling.
Hey, it's nothing serious. Men, as long as you have some legs, you can live your life as usual. Ha ha.
Rong Hubio laughed, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes for some reason.
The missing one is still the left hand. The right hand is still there. And the girlfriend is not missing.
Rong Hubio said with a smile.
I'll hack you, uncle.
Rong Biao cursed with a smile, while Rong Hubio and his son were making jokes. There was also a man in the crowd who was talking arrogantly. It was Li Dachuan, the magic stick, who took the initiative to apply for the last wave to leave the base. He wore a hood, stood with his hands clasped in front of his chest, and was reading something.
Thank the Lord for the miracle. May the Lord be peaceful forever. Lu Men,
Just as he finished reciting the prayer and stood up to look for something, two masked men touched him. One held his neck, and the other pushed his back with a hard object.
Come with us,
the man holding his arm said.
What are we going to do? Where are we going? I just got here,
Li Dachuan said in horror.
Don't make any noise. Otherwise, your life will be at risk.
The man behind him pushed him with a hard object.
Okay. Don't do anything.
Li Dachuan immediately begged for mercy and followed the two men into a small house in the base. The light in the hut was dim, and there was a man and a woman standing there. After two men tied Li Dachuan to a chair, they walked around to the man and woman.
What's wrong? What's wrong? I'm a good citizen. I'm a good citizen.
Li Dachuan was about to cry, but had no tears. Just teleported to the new base. He was caught in a small dark room before he could meet the believers. Is there any royal law? Is there any law?
Good people? Those who are arrested are good people. Tell me, are you spreading some evil by gathering a large number of believers? It's unjust. It's unjust.
Li Dachuan wailed.
The one we believe in is Master Lu Qin. There is no compulsion to join voluntarily, and the content of the teachings is absolutely positive. Absolutely true. Good. And beautiful. Then what is your purpose? The purpose is of course to make believers feel at ease.
Li Dachuan burst into tears. The Doomsday reigns. Alien species run rampant. And the people live in dire straits every day. In such a life, people will soon lose hope in life. Once they lose hope and confidence, they will perish themselves. At this time, we need the power of faith. This is the only straw that ordinary people can grasp in the end of the world. Moreover, the previous beliefs were all fictitious. And our belief is Lord Lu Qin. He is real. And because of his existence, we can gain hope of living. Believers who join Lu Qin's sect pray to Master Lu Qin every day for blessings in the new day.
So you are a good person? What a good man!
Li Dachuan nodded.
Since you are a good person, you shouldn't object to us testing you. Right. What test? What test?
Li Dachuan wondered. After saying that, the woman among the four walked out, her long legs dazzling in the light. The woman's eyes lit up in the darkness, and Li Dachuan fainted immediately. It was already 10 minutes later when he woke up. At this moment, all the lights in the room were on, and he was untied. Li Dachuan could clearly see the four people under the light. It didn't matter if he didn't see them. When he saw Li Dachuan, he knelt on the ground directly. Sitting in the middle was Lord Lu Qin, whom he believed in, and the three people beside him were also senior members of the Death Angel whom he knew.
Believer Li Dachuan, meet Mr. Lu Qin,
Li Dachuan said tremblingly. When he suddenly saw the god he believed in, he was naturally shocked and couldn't help himself.
Get up quickly,
Lu Qin shouted. He has never been interested in religion, but Yuji's inquiry just now confirmed it. Li Dachuan created this religion with him as a god, which appeased the hearts of many people. Among them are many family members who have lost sons or husbands. As long as Li Dachuan does not cause any harm in the future, Lu Qin will not interfere with his development.
I came here to arrange a task for you,
Lu Qin said.
Li Dachuan, will do whatever I can to help you,
Li Dachuan said impassionedly. As soon as he heard that Lu Qin was going to give him a task, he immediately became energetic.
This time, personnel from the 7 major bases in Haicheng will come to the Baosteel base. When there are more people, bad things will increase. I'm here to arrange a top-secret mission for you. Lu Qin cult.
Lu Qin was still a little embarrassed when he read his name.
You will serve as the secret police in the base, and your usual tasks include collecting all bad things in the base, especially for those who may have evil intentions in other bases. You must nip in the bud all conspiracies that will affect the development of the base. Yes,
Li Dachuan said solemnly. This is a very difficult task. Master Lu Qin put such a task on his head, which naturally recognized his ability. This made him feel extremely proud.
That's pretty much it. You collect and summarize intelligence and report to Yudon regularly,
Lu Qin said.
Yes. Li Dachuan, will definitely fulfill my mission.
Nancheng City. Central Twin Towers. A man wearing a top hat and a medieval dress sat in the restaurant on the top of the building. He placed the LCD screen on the table and typed words quickly on it. Outside the window, a blue light beam shot into the sky. The third time, he said softly.